Recently Shaolin has become exceptionally diligent, training every day without fail. Ren watched Shaolin unleashing Kamehameha waves toward the sea from inside the house and began to think. A few years ago he was nothing but an arrogant and lecherous brat, but now he doesn't even care about the aerobics show anymore. He truly looks more and more like a martial artist. Speaking of the aerobics show, it's starting now. Ren suddenly dropped his serious demeanor, turned on the television, and stared lecherously at the beauties on screen, mimicking their movements. The scene shifts to Shaolin training outside. At this moment Shaolin stopped and showed a look of exhaustion on his face. 12 times. I can now fire the Kamehameha at full power 12 times in a row. Is this the result of my training over the past month? It's a bit slow. In the future Dragon Ball world, planet-destroying powers are commonplace. If I don't improve my strength immediately, I won't even be safe in the afterlife. But I'm just an earthling without the Saiyan physique like Goku and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball world, ordinary natives would never describe the world in such a way. Unless he is a transmigrator. That's right, Shaolin is now a transmigrator who came here from reality 1 month ago. He also found the current timeline from his memories. Roughly 1 year after Goku defeated Piccolo Daimao, there are still 4 years until the main plot of Dragon Ball Z begins. That's the start of Earth's many calamities. A truly unfortunate planet. Not even a system after transmigrating, and I ended up as Shaolin. Though Shaolin is strong, that's only relative to ordinary Earthlings. Compared to future threats like Frieza, Super Saiyans, and androids, he is nothing but an ant. As a transmigrator, he naturally refuses to remain such an insignificant being. Although I'm an Earthling, I won't give up. Shaolin leaped up from the ground with a kip up his face, showing a thoughtful expression. Although he envies the Saiyans, Shaolin won't feel inferior. He will find a way for Earthlings to become stronger. Compared to the Saiyans' innate growth advantages, what are the strengths of Earthlings? On the other side of martial power, is it wisdom? Enhance myself with technology. Become an android? No, that would be meaningless. I wouldn't be a pure Earthling. What are the 3 elements of martial arts? Mind, body, technique. This concept suddenly flashed through Shaolin's mind. Heart is the state of mind, probably meaning spirit and will. Body is physical fitness. Finally, technique. In Shaolin's understanding, technique can be divided into combat skills and the skill of using chi within the body. Chi. This concept is very important in the early Dragon Ball. Before fighting Piccolo, Goku trained under the guidance of Kami. The key is mastery of chi. Even during Raditz's arrival at the start of Dragon Ball Z, it was mentioned that Earthlings, due to their unique use of chi, can freely control their battle power. When Goku and Piccolo Daimao unleashed Kamehameha and the Demon Light Killing Cannon, their battle powers jumped from 427 and 396 to 963 and 1485 respectively. This shows that mastering chi usage can enhance one's battle power to a certain extent. However, in the later Dragon Ball Z, Toriyama's depiction of chi became less frequent, shifting more towards the various Saiyan transformations. If the Saiyans' advantage lies in infinite physical growth and various hair color transformations, then the Earthlings' advantage is their skilled control over chi. Alright, it's decided. From now on, Shaolin's training goal is to focus on mastering chi usage, while not neglecting his mind, body, and physical strength. I, Shaolin, am not just an Earthling, I am a martial artist. There are still 4 years until Raditz's arrival. I, Shaolin, will defeat the Saiyans as an Earthling. Thinking of this, Shaolin's heart burned with passion. It felt like playing a game on nightmare difficulty in his past life. The thrill of challenge made his adrenaline surge. In the following days, Shaolin divided his time into 3 periods. At 5:00 in the morning, he got up at 5:00 to cook breakfast, as the only woman in the Turtle Hermit's house launch had run off with Tien Shinhan, so Shaolin had to take on the role of house husband. At 6:00 in the morning, he put on a heavy turtle shell for weight training to build physical stamina. At 10:00 in the morning, he meditated at 10:00 to train his mindset and will, while repeatedly imagining his learned techniques to solidify his foundation. This also trained his heart. He cooked lunch at 12:00. Then until 18:00 he practiced chi control. His understanding of chi was still superficial. That meant continuously firing Kamehameha at the sea. Shaolin estimated his current battle power to be between 180 and 200. But the Kamehameha he used had a power output equivalent to a battle power of about 600. A 3-fold increase. This means the Kamehameha, a technique of chi application, can instantly triple his battle power. In the evening at 19:00, he cooked dinner at 19:00, of course, also by Shaolin himself. In his past life, he came from Huaxia, China, so the dishes he made were very much in the Huaxia style. Ren expressed that he had never seen or heard of such dishes, but they tasted delicious. He particularly liked Shaolin's tomato scrambled eggs and steamed sea fish. From 2000 to 2130 was leisure time. Shaolin would watch TV with Gixian Ren or read books to broaden his knowledge. After 2130 was bedtime, Shaolin basically followed the schedule. Of course, not every day. At least on weekends, Shaolin would visit nearby big islands and cities. He wouldn't overwork his body. The essence of Turtle Hermit style was to balance work and rest. Gixian Ren felt quite gratified. At least his disciple had surpassed him but still remembered his teachings. Speaking of which, these years, it was Shaolin who stayed by his side. Launch and Goku had already left. Although Shaolin was not his most outstanding disciple, he was the most understanding one. So spring turned to summer and a year passed. With Shaolin's unremitting efforts, he could clearly feel his progress. Now he could fire the Kamehameha at full power 50 times in a row. If he had a battle power scanner, Shaolin would know his current power was around 280. In 1 year he had grown stronger but not very noticeably. Shaolin recalled the Dragon Ball manga from his past life. Goku trained under King Kai for only a few months and increased from a battle power of around 400 to 8,000. A 20-fold increase. Even Gohan in 1 year went from 2 to around 800,900. About a 400-fold increase. I myself haven't even doubled. Comparison is infuriating. I have to increase the training difficulty. During his weekend break, Shaolin also flew to Capsule Corporation to ask Bulma for help building a gravity machine. However, a gravity machine? I've never made one before. I have no idea how to go about it. What should I do? Dr. Bu Lifu said with a puzzled expression. That's right, it can't be built instantly either. Bulma pointed at her father's blank face, then turned to Shaolin. The world is already at peace, why are you still training? I just can't understand you martial arts maniacs. Same with Yamcha. Last date he stood me up and his excuse was that he needed to train. Damn it. Bulma started to rant, pouring out her complaints to Shaolin endlessly. Unable to bear the nagging, Shaolin made up an excuse and quickly slipped away. Shaolin, flying in the sky using the air dance technique, looked troubled. What to do? Even now, I can't use the most effective gravity training method from the Dragon Ball world. Do I really have to wait until Vegeta arrives on Earth to get such a machine? That would be very troublesome. Vegeta's combat power when he appears in 4 years is around 15000. If he were to confront Vegeta now, he'd just be throwing himself into the jaws of death. Trouble. The turtle shell weight training could no longer satisfy his needs. In his distress, Shaolin suddenly recalled knowledge from books. Earth's oceans are vast and deep. Thus, at the depths of the ocean, the water pressure is extremely high. I have it. Shaolin thought of a plan. He would dive into the deep sea to train, simulating gravity training that way. So Shaolin returned to Turtle Immortal House and plunged into the deep ocean. 10 minutes later, no good. Shaolin's head popped up and he gasped for air heavily. He hadn't even reached the suitable training depth before running out of oxygen. This is really tough. No air down there, I'm not a fish and can't breathe through gills. Am I supposed to carry an oxygen tank? Ha! Oxygen tank. I've got it. He would use his own chi to create an oxygen capsule encapsulating air and take breaths whenever needed underwater. Shaolin marveled at his own ingenuity. He thought it would be simple, but to expel chi from his body, control its shape, and ensure it didn't dissipate, all while maintaining existence. Although it only required a tiny amount of chi precisely because it was so little, the chi was extremely prone to dissipation. If Shaolin hadn't focused all his mental energy on controlling it, the oxygen capsule made from his own chi would have dissipated immediately. So difficult. The amount of chi used is a fraction compared to the Kamehameha, yet it's so hard to control. Shaolin carefully maintained the shape of the oxygen capsule while cautiously moving his feet. Suddenly, he stepped into empty space, losing his balance. The carefully maintained shape of the oxygen capsule vanished into thin air. A failure. Shaolin felt a buzzing in his head. Unlike physical exhaustion, controlling chi drained his mental energy. It seemed the martial arts principle of mind, body, and technique was absolutely correct. So the training of the mind was applied in this area. But this method of shaping and maintaining a small amount of chi is incredibly difficult. Compared to emitting a ki blast, it's like painting on paper versus painting on a fly's rear end. In the following days, Shaolin's training shifted from firing ki blasts to learning how to manipulate tiny amounts of chi into desired shapes. He not only had to maintain the chi on land but also in the deep ocean. The presence of large amounts of liquid and pressure in the sea made it much more difficult than on land. It took Shaolin half a year to truly become proficient. The oxygen capsule made from chi could sustain about 2 hours of training in the deep sea. The pressure of the deep sea enveloped Shaolin like a perfectly fitted hypergravity suit. Every meter deeper doubled the pressure. Shaolin engaged in unimaginable training here. After a year, he felt his strength had grown tremendously. Doubled, tripled, it seemed about 3 times. If only he had a scouter, he could know his exact combat power. 2 years left until La DZ reaches Earth. This pace is too slow. Not to mention Fu Li Sa, he might not even be able to defeat Bei Ji Ta. Could this be the limit of an Earthling's growth? Shaolin felt unwilling, but he did not give up. He continued his training. Nearby Turtle Immortal, who was in the turtle house reading a magazine with beautiful women, would occasionally poke his head out to check on Shaolin, sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, countless tiny white light orbs could be seen floating around Shaolin like fireflies. They converged on him, outlining his short and cute figure with a white glow. This was Shaolin's latest achievement. The white orbs were tiny oxygen reservoirs designed to make his underwater training more convenient. He used countless tiny amounts of chi to wrap oxygen and bring it into the deep sea. Whenever he needed oxygen, with a mere thought, these light orbs would automatically enter his body and supply oxygen. Thanks to this innovation, Shaolin could stay underwater training for an entire day. Turtle Immortal also noticed Shaolin's progress. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm really old now. Shaolin's strength has probably far surpassed mine, especially his control and manipulation of chi. There might not be anyone on Earth more skilled than him. But another serious problem arose. Training in the sea could no longer bring him significant improvement. Someone said the deepest point of Earth's ocean was over 10,000 meters with a pressure of about 1135 atmospheres. 1 atmosphere equals about 10 kilograms. Thus it could be calculated that the force at the seabed was roughly 10 tons. Shaolin's small body weighed only about 60 kilograms. A pressure of 10 tons roughly equates to about 180 times gravity. In the original story, Sun Wukong reached a combat power of 90000 training at 100 gravity. But it probably varies by individual. After all, everyone's weight is different. In the sea, every meter deeper increases the pressure on the body by 1 kilogram. Shaolin's current maximum depth was about 240 meters, equivalent to 4 times his own gravity. Shaolin threw punches underwater with agility, not only fighting the ocean's pressure, but also the weightlessness caused by buoyancy. This demanded high physical fitness and coordination. After a year of training underwater, Shaolin had long overcome this. His punches stirred a surge in the sea, forming an isolating force field. Countless marine creatures were stunned by the massive water currents upon entering that area. Among them, Shaolin spotted a fish very similar to one from his previous life. Oh, it's a bluefin tuna. You mean to eat this raw? Night fell and the stars twinkled abundantly in the sky and in the sea. The coconut trees on Turtle Island swayed gently in the evening breeze, a soft light reflecting on the beach as the waves crashed against it, illuminating the foam in a bright white. Inside the house, Master Roshi held a slice of sashimi that gleamed like red crystal with his chopsticks, expressing his doubts. It was his first time eating something raw. Could this really be edible? I checked carefully. There are no parasites. And you dip it in this sauce. Shaolin handed a plate of soy sauce mixed with green ingredients to Master Roshi. Indeed, it was wasabi soy sauce. The wasabi was freshly ground from the wasabi Shaolin had found in a mountain stream during a break. Oh, it's truly delicious. I can feel the vitality of the ocean. Master Roshi took a small bite first, then could not stop himself from using his chopsticks, rapidly picking up the sashimi and stuffing it into his mouth. He even shouted that it was delicious. After all, it's a very fatty tuna. Seeing Master Roshi enjoying it so much, Shaolin felt proud. In his past life, he had a fondness for cooking-themed anime, so he mimicked the cooking scenes from them, even searching online for a wealth of culinary knowledge when he encountered something he didn't understand. Not every part of the tuna can be eaten raw. Shaolin chose the belly portion, which had the most beautiful color and the freshest taste. Not bad, not bad. I always thought fish only tasted good when cooked. I never expected raw fish to have such a unique flavor. No wonder Master Karen loves to eat fish so much, Master Roshi said while eating. His mount, an old turtle, advised him to eat more slowly. Master Karen? Shaolin suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a character in the original Dragon Ball. It was a standing cat that could talk and had lived for hundreds of years. Residing in Orin Tower, Master Karen had guided Goku when he was young. However, speaking of Master Karen's most impressive feature, it was undoubtedly the magical beans he grew, which were divine items in the Dragon Ball world. Eating one guaranteed not to feel hungry for 10 days and could instantly restore stamina. However, before the start of Dragon Ball Z, it seemed that Master Karen's beans had all been eaten by Yajirobe, and by the Saiyan saga only 2 beans remained. Shaolin thought that if he could stop Yajirobe, then in the future, he could bring a big bag of magical beans to fight Frieza. Just eat one when he ran out of energy. It was just like a health potion in a game. Even if he couldn't win, he could still wear Frieza down. Thinking of this, Shaolin couldn't hesitate any longer. He snatched the plate of tuna sashimi from the table and ran out the door. Master Roshi wanted to eat more, but his chopsticks could only grasp at an afterimage. When he came to his senses, he saw that Shaolin had already left. "I'm still not full," Master Roshi said dejectedly. In Orin Tower, Master Krillin was grooming his fur. Suddenly he became serious. He sensed a powerful energy rushing towards him at high speed. So strong. Whose energy is that? Is it Son Goku? Master Krillin stood up seriously, leaning on his staff, his cat face already glistening with fine sweat. Soon a white ball of light appeared in the dark night, and seconds later a figure appeared before Master Krillin. "Yo, Master Krillin. Long time no see." Shaolin. Master Krillin looked at the boy holding a small wooden boat in disbelief, finally finding some answers from his memory. He was one of the 4 who had trained here after the death of the original Demon King Piccolo a few years ago. Who would have thought he had grown so much stronger after just a few years? However, what shocked Master Krillin the most was not this. Rather, "You've grown your hair out," Master Krillin said uncertainly. "It wouldn't be a wig, would it?" "How rude, I can grow hair too. I just didn't want to before," Shaolin pouted. "Haha, sorry, I see now. Nevertheless, speaking of which, it seems that you have become much stronger over the years. You might even surpass the Son Goku I knew back then." "Meow. Yeah, I've been training every day for the past 2 years. Hee, Shaolin said with a shy smile, feeling good to be acknowledged by others. "Does Master Krillin want to have a spar? I haven't tried a real fight yet," Shaolin said, eager to try it out, wanting to see where his skills stood. No, that's not necessary. Meow, you're far too strong for me now." Master Krillin hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. "Oh really? What a pity." Shaolin felt a bit regretful, but still put down the small wooden boat containing the tuna sashimi. "Master Krillin, let's make a trade. I'll exchange these tuna sashimi for some magical beans." Tuna sashimi. Master Krillin, being a cute cat, was also attracted by the sparkling red fish slices. They looked delicious. Unable to resist, Master Krillin stepped forward and ate a few pieces heavenly. Dipping it in the soy sauce with green substances made the flavor even more stimulating. Delicious. 3 beans. "Ha! Let me finish this boat of sashimi, and I'll give you 3 magical beans," Master Krillin said. Of course, Shaolin nodded in agreement. After all, making sashimi was a piece of cake for him. But magical beans were different. They were healing treasures. Master Krillin took Shaolin to his small warehouse. "No, it's all gone. None of these." Looking at the empty jars in front of him, Master Krillin was shocked, unable to close his mouth. These jars should have been filled with magical beans. That was his accumulation over hundreds of years. Could it all have been a dream? But soon Master Krillin discovered the culprit. It was the plump Yajirobe. He was currently sleeping beside a jar. The jar only had a few magical beans left. "You fool!" Master Krillin exploded in anger, grabbing Yajirobe and giving him a beating. In the end, Yajirobe promised to stay and do some voluntary labor before he was let go. Shaolin was also taken aback. He didn't expect the magical beans to be gone. This was probably a deliberate plot twist by the author to prevent a balance-breaking bug, otherwise it would affect the game too much. 1 bean then. Back in the center of Orin Tower, Master Krillin began to haggle with Shaolin. 1 bean, all right. Shaolin didn't quibble, just regretting that those magical beans had been wasted by Yajirobe. "Can I still exchange fish slices for magical beans in the future?" Before leaving, Shaolin remembered to ask Master Krillin. "Well, it might be possible. However, there might not be any left, as there are only about 10 magical beans left now. It takes a year to harvest a few, and the maximum is only 10 beans. Master Krillin said with difficulty, still wanting to eat fish. "That's great, it'll come often in the future." With that, Shaolin flew away. It was truly a pity that he couldn't stop Yajirobe from wasting the magical beans. But there was no way around it. He would have to train even harder in the future. Only by becoming strong enough could he reduce his dependency on magical beans. The cosmos. Kalern Star. A once peaceful planet now shrouded in smoke and flame due to the invasion of the Saiyans. Vegeta, who deemed himself the last Saiyan in the universe, sat atop a hill of Kalarnian corpses, gnawing on the arm of a cultivated human. Below the mound stood 2 figures: Nappa, the bald warrior forever incapable of achieving Super Saiyan, and Raditz' son, Goku's elder brother. The 2 scanned their surroundings, when suddenly Raditz' battle scanner emitted a sharp, insistent beep. Beep, 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 beep. 20,000 combat power. Nanny! Raditz's expression twisted in astonishment. His own combat power stood at a mere 1500. 20,000 beyond even the might of his great Saiyan transformation. He had never imagined that at the very end this dying world of Krillin would yield such overwhelming power. And it wasn't only Raditz who sensed it. Nappa too stiffened with awareness. Instantly both Nappa and Raditz assumed battle stances, bracing for confrontation. Ho ho ho. So another planet falls beneath Lord Frieza's dominion. Not bad for a pack of mangy monkeys after all. A sardonic voice echoed, cold mocking, before its owner emerged from the haze. A grotesque figure appeared, humanoid in form, draped in violet armor, crowned with the broad whiskered head of a catfish. Yallo, daring to call us noble Saiyans mangy monkeys. Unforgivable. Grr, how dare you? Nappa erupted in fury. Born of Saiyan aristocracy, he bore his bloodline as sacred pride. Though the stranger's power surpassed his own, Nappa knew, if he transformed into a great Saiyan, the catfish would be nothing more than fodder. Nappa lunged forward. Oh, so the mangy monkey wishes to resist. The violet catfish regarded him with utter disdain, as if Nappa were no more than dust beneath his gaze. Hold, Nappa. This one is Frieza's envoy, not an enemy to fight. Vegeta rose first, halting Nappa with quiet authority, then fixed his eyes upon the catfish and named him. Am I correct? Kaiatsu. Humph. So even mangy monkeys retain a sliver of sense, knowing when to bow before Lord Frieza. Kaiatsu spoke haughtily. Indeed, Vegeta. A wealthy race recently commissioned us, at tenfold our usual fee, to locate a suitable planet. Lord Frieza himself has ordered you to seize the Ultra Planet in the M78 Nebula. The M78 Nebula? The Ultra Planet, the cradle of light warriors. Though the Saiyans ranked among the galaxy's foremost warrior races, the light warriors were no trifling foe. Worse still, their entire planet teemed with light warriors while the Saiyans numbered only 3. Legends claimed each light warrior wielded combat power exceeding 3,000, with elite warriors surpassing 10,000. How could such a conquest possibly succeed? Preposterous. With just 3 of us, how could we possibly seize that world? Raditz roared in outrage. Bolstered by Vegeta's presence, he dared defy Kairatsu despite the chasm in their power. Is that so? Kairatsu smirked, then withdrew several vials filled with emerald granules from his battle suit, and tossed them toward Raditz. Raditz caught them, instinctively glanced inside and frowned. Cultivated humans. Precisely. These are Lord Frieza's reinforcements. For you. 30 cultivated humans. With such numbers, even the M78 Nebula will fall before you. Kairatsu added, his tone dripping with condescension. Cultivated humans. Pitiful beings with mere 1200 combat power. Fit only to bully weak planets or serve as sustenance for true warriors. What use could they possibly have against the M78 Nebula? Raditz could contain his rage no longer. He spat at Kairatsu. Stop playing games, you wretch. Humph. Do you dare defy Lord Frieza's command? Kairatsu's gaze hardened with menace. Then allow me to erase you, here and now. Try it if you dare. Nappa leapt forward beside Raditz. Saiyan nobility would not endure such insult. Yes, Kairatsu possessed 20,000 combat power, but Prince Vegeta could craft an artificial full moon. 3 Saiyans transformed. What was 20,000 then? Mere refuse. Enough, Nappa. Raditz. Vegeta rose calm and resolute. I understand, Kairatsu. We shall conquer the Ultra Planet in the M78 Nebula within 2 years. Deliver that message to Frieza. Humph. At least you retain some self-awareness, mangy monkey. Kairatsu sneered dismissively. Then make haste. The guest grows impatient. But... Vegeta's voice dropped like a blade, his eyes locking onto Kairatsu with lethal intent. Should you utter that word again, I will kill you where you stand. At those words, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and an invisible surge erupted from his body, coalescing into a gale-force wind that slammed directly into Kairatsu. Kairatsu's scanner registered Vegeta at 18,000 combat power, 2,000 less than his own. Yet, despite the numerical advantage, terror seized him. He realized he could not defeat this man. How could this be? Kairatsu clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. Sweat beaded on his brow as he turned away, muttering bitterly, Humph. See that your deeds match your words. And without another glance, he vanished. Yallo, that wretch dared speak to us thus. We'll slaughter him given half a chance. Raditz broke the silence first, only to be met with Nappa's icy mockery. Slaughter him, with your power, lower-class warrior. Gore, Nappa, even you? Isn't it true? You're scarcely stronger than a cultivated human, mere dross. Nappa stared down at Raditz's arrogance etched in every line of his face. Raditz seethed, but dared not retort. Though he defied Kairatsu's 20,000 might, he dared not challenge Nappa. Such was the unspoken hierarchy among Saiyans. Enough bickering. Nappa, prepare to depart. We move for the ultraplanet in the M78 Nebula. At Vegeta's command the quarrel ceased instantly. But first, we require reinforcements. Vegeta turned to Raditz. I hear you have a younger brother, Kakarot, dispatched long ago to a remote world at the edge of the cosmos. Bring him here. Nappa, who had finally fallen silent, frowned in confusion. Raditz's brother? A lower-class warrior's sibling is still a lower-class warrior. What use is he? Even so, he remains a Saiyan. Vegeta replied calmly. Transformed, he may yet serve as a battlefield asset. Sokka. Truly brilliant, Vegeta. Nappa nodded approvingly, and then puffing with superiority commanded Raditz, go now! Fetch your inept little brother, and let him serve the elite warriors with proper humility. Though Raditz bristled at Nappa's condescension, he saw Vegeta give a subtle nod, and with no choice left he boarded his vessel and launched toward Earth. That single decision would become the most unforeseen rupture in the Dragon Ball chronology. Raditz would arrive on Earth, 1 year ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, the transmigrator Krillin remained deep in oblivious cultivation, utterly unaware that destiny itself had veered violently off course. Another year has passed. After extensive training, Shaolin is now capable of diving to depths below 600 meters in the sea. The pressure reaches approximately 600 kilograms, exceeding half a ton. This pressure is not a singular force. Rather, it is the weight of 600 kilograms that each inch of his skin must endure. It is roughly equivalent to 10 times the force of gravity. Shaolin has grown accustomed to this environment and has adapted well to the sensation of weightlessness in liquid, allowing him to swiftly throw punches. His powerful punches even stir up whirlpools and turbulence at the seabed. At that moment, a spherical object was swept in front of Shaolin. Curiosity piqued, he grabbed it. Having trained for so long, this is the first time he has seen something swim by. He examined it in his hand. It was orange, adorned with a star. Dragon Ball? Shaolin exclaimed incredulously. At this moment he felt a sense of reality dawn on him. Oh right, this is the world of Dragon Balls. It is quite reasonable for such a thing to exist. Considering there is still about a year until Raditz arrives, perhaps he should collect the 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish. What wish should he make? To become wealthy, to grow 10 centimeters taller, to transform into a handsome man. All of these options are quite tempting. Perhaps wishing for regeneration abilities like Piccolo's would be beneficial. Even if he loses a body part, as long as he has chi, he can regenerate. Since he has the opportunity, he might as well take advantage of it. Shaolin eagerly sprang from the seabed back to land. He estimated that Raditz would not arrive on Earth for another year, so summoning Shenron once would likely not affect the original plot. Thinking of this made him regret his previous actions. If he had discovered this sooner, he could have made 2 wishes during the first 3 years. In Kame House, there is a Dragon Ball radar left by Bulma and Goku from a few years ago. After finding it, Shaolin pressed the button above several times, mimicking what he saw in the anime. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, it works. A large triangle on the detector flashed, or after pressing a few more times the triangle shrank, and the detection range expanded, revealing 7 blinking points of light. These represent the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. The era of Dragon Balls is no longer the same as in Goku's childhood. Shaolin doesn't need to spend much time searching for them. In just about a week, he has already collected 6. The last one is naturally the 4-star ball, which has always been in Goku's possession. It seems he can only ask Goku for it. He felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of meeting the protagonist of the original world. It might be inappropriate to just ask for the Dragon Ball outright, so he should prepare a gift. Money. Goku doesn't care for money, and Shaolin doesn't have much anyway. A fight with Goku? That seems strange. Not only would he take something from him, but he would also have to fight him. How about preparing some delicious food? After all, he only brought this knowledge with him when he crossed over. Thus Shaolin hunted many large beasts. Using the culinary skills he learned in his past life, he prepared delectable dishes. There were steaks, chicken chops, pork chops, sashimi, sushi, and much more. Additionally, he made dishes he learned from Huaxia cuisine, such as white-cut chicken, roasted goose, mapo tofu kung, pao chicken, lion's head meatballs, san bujan, and dongpa pork. And many, many more dishes. In the end, he had to use capsule space to carry everything away. Goku is famous for his enormous appetite. Although these dishes seem plentiful, they are actually just that. After preparing the meals, Shaolin set off for Bun Mountain. At Bun Mountain, Goku was treating logging as training, kicking down a large tree with a single punch, tossing it into the sky, and in just a few punches and kicks, he transformed the thick trunk into firewood. Alright, time to head back. I wonder what delicious food Shishi has prepared for me. Goku effortlessly lifted the pile of wood resembling a small mountain as he prepared to head home. At that moment he was called by a familiar voice from behind. "Hey Goku!" Sun Wukong turned around in confusion upon hearing someone call him. To his surprise, it was his childhood friend. A smile blossomed on Sun Wukong's face. "Wow, it's Shaolin. It's been a long time since we last met. Wow, you've grown your hair." Goku expressed great joy at Shaolin's arrival. "I'm sorry. I also have hair, but I used to shave it often." Shaolin was also very curious about this original protagonist, and immediately jumped down from the sky to chat with Sun Wukong. It felt surreal to be conversing with the character from his beloved anime, almost like a dream. As they walked side by side, Goku warmly invited Shaolin to his home. "Shaolin, it seems you've gotten stronger. You must have used the instant transmission to arrive, but I didn't sense your chi at all." "Is that so? This is one of my key training projects. Even in battle I do not reveal my chi." "That's right, in martial arts it all boils down to the heart, body, and technique. I may not have the confidence to surpass a Saiyan in terms of heart and body, but in terms of technique I dare to claim the title of the best in the world." Techniques aren't merely about the use of chi, they encompass various martial arts moves. For instance, the early techniques like the solar flare afterimage technique and forebody technique are all quite powerful, aren't they? However, in later stages Goku and the others stopped using them and excessively relied on transformations and fusion to enhance their combat power. This might be correct for the exceptionally gifted Saiyans. But for someone like Shaolin who is human, it feels more like a misguided approach. It's worth noting that in later arcs Goku heavily relied on various transformations. His normal strength hardly improved at all. Every time a movie starts, the normal Sun Wukong is often on the receiving end of a beating. Ultimately, he defeats his enemies using the Super Saiyan form. Clearly focusing on enhancing normal combat power is the most rewarding method. Shaolin is not a Saiyan, so he naturally cannot adopt their methods of enhancement. Thus he plans to develop unique techniques in his research. For instance, right now, not revealing your chi in battle. What's the point of that? Wouldn't that mean you can't exert your full strength? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat confused, as he believed that battles should be fought with all one's might. "Is that so?" Shaolin understood that merely stating the theory would not help Wukong comprehend, so he countered, "Wukong, if I were to use the afterimage technique against you, how would you accurately hit my real body?" "Of course it would be through sensing chi," Sun Wukong blurted out. Having undergone training with the gods, Goku learned to use chi to sense the movements of opponents faster than himself. Upon reaching this point, Goku understood. "I see now, Shaolin, you are quite clever." Sun Wukong sincerely complimented him, but after a moment added, "However, it feels a bit cunning." "Really?" Shaolin replied with resignation. "Do you think everyone has the same extraordinary talent as you? I don't have that ludicrous protagonist aura. I can only delve into other areas." "What is the protagonist aura?" Wukong asked, puzzled. "It's hard to explain, it's simply something very impressive." Shaolin suddenly turned to Wukong, his face serious. "No matter how strong you become, I will definitely surpass you. After all, we are both disciples of the Kame school. I don't want our differences to be too great." "I look forward to it, Shaolin." Goku was also excited by Shaolin's words. "Since we have this rare opportunity, why don't we spar a little?" "That sounds great, but let's eat first." Shaolin readily agreed, as he was curious about how far he had come after 3 years of hard training, and it was perfect to practice with Goku. "Wukong, we have guests. Could you at least curb that rude way of eating?" At the dining table, Chi-Chi, Wukong, Shaolin, and 3-year-old Sun Wufan gathered around a spread of food. Chi-Chi could not help reproving Wukong as she watched his ravenous manner. "I can't help it. Shaolin brought food that is simply irresistible." Wukong munched, the sounds of his appetite filling the room. "You acting like a father that way? Aren't you afraid of setting a bad example for Wufan?" Chi-Chi stroked the head of the little boy with a monkey tail affectionately and admonished Wufan, "You must grow up to be a great scholar. Do not become a brawler like your father." Wufan blushed under the pat, nodding shyly and offering a small sound of assent. In truth, he longed to gorge himself like his father. After all, the food Shaolin had brought was unbearably delicious. But he was afraid of disappointing his mother, so he restrained himself. Watching the little domestic scene, Shaolin felt an awkwardness rise within him. "I'm so sorry, Shaolin. What a rare visit, and I didn't expect you to see Wukong in such poor manners." Sensing the change in Shaolin's expression, Chi-Chi smiled politely at him. "No, it's nothing. I grew up seeing Wukong eat like that." Shaolin hastily waved his hand to show he was not offended. After dinner, Chi-Chi took Wufan to bed. Wukong and Shaolin flew several kilometers out to an open plain to spar. Wukong wore his classic turtle school gi, while Shaolin stood opposite him. "Shaolin, I'm going all out this time. Don't hold anything back," Wukong called. Gladly Shaolin answered, gravely assuming a fighting stance. And you mustn't hold back either, Wukong. Before him stood the mightiest scion of the Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong. It was a rare opportunity. Though he had inherited Shaolin's fighting experience after crossing over, this would be his first true test in real combat. He had to give it everything. I'm coming, Shaolin, Wukong declared and vanished from where he stood. Shaolin's face grew serious. At the very instant Wukong moved, he read the motion. Wukong launched himself like a spring from the spot toward him. In moments he appeared before Shaolin. Such speed! Shaolin could not help but exclaim. Having come from the real world, this was the first time he had seen such raw power. Shaolin struck, unleashing a full power punch toward the oncoming Wukong. The impact shattered a small dirt mound the size of a cottage, scattering earth and stone. Shaolin stood dumbfounded, frozen for an instant. After some time, a battered arm pushed aside the rubble. Wukong, his clothes torn, crawled out with difficulty. Phew! That was close to dying. Wukong wore a pained expression, yet his voice still carried a cheerful tint. Shaolin, you've become so much stronger. Are you all right, Wukong? Shaolin, stunned, rushed to him and fed him a senzu bean. He could hardly believe it. The future Super Saiyan had been floored by a single punch. Could his deep-sea training truly have made him a super powerful fighter? It seemed his chosen path was correct. If he persisted, he might one day surpass the Super Saiyan. How he wished for a power detector to gauge his current strength. Feeling better. One more, Shaolin. True to the fighting spirit, Wukong, having skirted death, thought not of rest but of continuing the duel. Shaolin did not object. A duel decided in a single blow was hardly satisfying. All right, Wukong. He vaulted back to create distance between them. Although their combat power was not equal, it did not matter. Shaolin treated this as an opportunity to train. He planned to practice his theory fight at full strength while suppressing the chi within. After the earlier rout, Wukong now wore a markedly solemn expression. The two figures flashed and collided in the middle of the plain. A violent gust of wind erupted around them, hurling sand and rock in all directions. Shaolin clearly felt Wukong's energy climbing, far stronger than before. Was it the Saiyan trait of growing might nearer to death? After a while, Wukong seemed a little bored. Shaolin, you're not giving your all. Your later punches were noticeably weaker than the first. I already gave everything, Shaolin replied with a smile. I'm training to fight at full power while suppressing my chi. That move, using afterimages to sneak and attack. Wukong remarked. It's powerful, but your strength is reduced. It can't really hurt someone. The first punch was far stronger. Wukong sounded perplexed, unable to grasp Shaolin's seemingly self-defeating logic. Is that so? Shaolin smiled mysteriously, then said, Wukong, believe me or not, I'll close my eyes next, and you won't land a single hit. Impossible. You may be stronger than me, but don't underestimate me. Then let's bet, if you can touch me once, I'll cook you a feast. If you can't, you must lend me the 4-star ball for a while. Deal. Wukong agreed without hesitation to Shaolin's wager. They squared off. Shaolin slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, Wukong felt the opponent's energy grow even fainter, like a reflection in water. Wukong made no delay. His fists began to rain down like a torrent. Such a dense barrage would be impossible for most to dodge entirely. At least one blow would have to be parried. Wukong had thought so, but once he struck, he realized how naive that assumption was. His fists came and came. Each attack met only with the faintest of evasions. Shaolin moved so subtly that Wukong's strikes found only empty air. It was less a dodge than the sense that Shaolin had foreseen every next motion. So strong. It's as if he predicted my every move. Then how about this? Wukong flashed into the air and assumed the classic gesture with both hands. Kamehameha. The earth trembled. Seconds later, an outrageous mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Hills in the plain were blown away. A blinding white light turned the horizon to day. People within miles who had been asleep were jolted awake, thinking some apocalypse had come. The ki wave struck the ground and blasted a colossal crater. High above the pit, Wukong looked like an ant compared to the chasm. He panted heavily, clearly exhausted from expending so much energy. Oh no! I got carried away and used my full power. I can't sense Shaolin's ki at all. Could the shockwave have killed him? Wukong strained to sense the surroundings, but Shaolin's energy was nowhere to be felt. He began to flail, panic rising. What could he do? Shaolin had already been revived once by the Dragon Balls. If he died now, it would be for real. Sun Wukong felt an immense regret over the incident of killing Shaolin. However, this feeling did not last long, as he soon heard a reassuring voice. Yo, Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately turned around to find Shaolin floating behind him, smiling casually as he greeted him. Shaolin! Wukong exclaimed in surprise, excitedly embracing him. Great. You're okay. Wait, Wukong, let go. I don't like being hugged by men. Xiao Lin tried to break free from the embrace. It was his first time experiencing such a situation. In his past life, he did not believe in friendship, as humans were ultimately selfish beings who could not truly care for others. However, today, he was somewhat caught off guard by Wukong's sudden embrace. Besides bringing him a sense of awkwardness, it also carried a hint of a friend's concern. It was a feeling of being valued by another. In battle, I could only faintly sense your chi at close range, and eventually I could hardly feel it at all. I thought you had died. Sun Wukong released Xiao Lin and, curiously, looked him up and down, discovering that Xiao Lin had not sustained a single injury. While his own clothes were torn, Xiao Lin remained spotless, showing no signs of having just engaged in a fierce battle. You managed to dodge the Turtle School's Kamehameha just now? Sun Wukong asked curiously, though he already had an answer in mind. He was just a bit too surprised. The Turtle School's Kamehameha was currently his strongest skill, capable of instantly amplifying his chi sixfold, meaning the damage he dealt was also 6 times his full combat power. He had not expected Xiao Lin to evade it so easily. That was indeed impressive. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. In that fleeting moment, he too had felt the power of the Kamehameha. If he had been hit, he would likely have been severely injured. Xiao Lin continued, but dodging it was really quite simple for me in that state. That state just now. Wukong was puzzled by Xiao Lin's words. Reflecting on the earlier battle, he suddenly said, it felt strange when I attacked you. It seemed as if you had seen through all my attack patterns. It's not that it seemed. I truly saw through them, Xiao Lin replied, confidently smiling. Indeed, this was a technique he had developed with pride over the years. He named this technique Heart Eye. Due to spending many years underwater, visibility was often poor, and most of the time Xiao Lin trained with his eyes closed. While his eyes were closed, his mental strength became highly focused, and he would unconsciously use his chi to sense his surroundings. Gradually, Xiao Lin discovered that almost all objects in the world possessed chi. Static objects had still chi, while dynamic objects had moving chi. Moreover, when an object moves, its chi moves first, and only after that does the object follow the trajectory of the chi. This inspired Xiao Lin to create the Heart Eye technique. To put it more simply, it was akin to the observation hockey from One Piece, allowing him to predict his opponent's next move. However, Xiao Lin had not yet mastered it completely. To foresee an enemy's action 0.1 seconds ahead, he must reduce his chi to a minimum to avoid disrupting his perception. Of course, the consequence of this was that his peak combat power would drop to about a third. But Xiao Lin was confident that he would eventually train himself to suppress his chi even at full power and continue using the Heart Eye. Xiao Lin generously shared the method of using Heart Eye with Wukong, who marveled at this skill. Though it could only predict actions 0.1 seconds ahead, it was already quite impressive. It was important to note that masters like them could unleash a flurry of punches within 0.1 seconds. Heart Eye, huh? That's really amazing. Sun Wukong sincerely praised, but is it really okay to tell someone about such a powerful skill? Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. In the future, if you learn any powerful martial arts, be sure to let me know. The essence of martial arts is in constant exchange for improvement. Xiao Lin said with a smile. He indeed had his selfish moments, but he couldn't help but share everything with the simple-minded Wukong, perhaps due to the influence of Xiao Lin's past memories. In this story, Wukong would teach Xiao Lin the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb, which would become the protagonist's strongest skills later on. Of course, they would be modified through his own research. Sun Wukong knew that his strength was inferior to Xiao Lin's, but he felt no disappointment. Instead, he was excited to have a rival. The two continued to spar until dawn, during which Wukong also taught Xiao Lin the method of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. This resulted in Wukong being scolded by Shishi for not returning all night. Xiao Lin felt a bit embarrassed. As soon as Wukong handed him the 4-star Dragon Ball, he immediately flew away. While flying, Xiao Lin suddenly sensed a strong chi nearby the Kame house. This presence was even stronger than Wukong's. Could it be Piccolo? Is he looking for Wukong too? Xiao Lin wondered aloud, but he had no intention of stopping, as he was eager to see what the dragon looked like. To avoid being disturbed during his wish, Xiao Lin specifically chose a distant location for the summoning. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full chi and flew off. Not long after Xiao Lin flew far away, a surprising face emerged from the shade of a tree at the Kame house. It was none other than the Saiyan Raditz. This character, who was supposed to arrive on Earth a year later, had unexpectedly appeared a year early. At this moment, Raditz, who should have looked relaxed, wore a very serious expression. No wonder that cockroach fellow couldn't eliminate the local inhabitants here. I never expected such monstrous beings to appear on such a low-level planet. Raditz was drenched in cold sweat, and the power level detector on his left eye was fixed at one number, 3754. That was the power level of the short earthling Xiao Lin. Raditz had actually already reached Earth. Though he arrived a year early, it was still consistent with the original story. Raditz first eliminated an armed Earthling, and of course he mocked them, calling Earthlings weaklings with a power level of only 5. At the same time, he wondered why his foolish brother had not exterminated the planet's inhabitants. He then began to scan for the highest power level on this planet. They turned out to be 408 and 427. He suspected that his brother Kakarot, being a low-level warrior, would have a power level around those values. Raditz first found the person with a power level of 408. Unsurprisingly, it was Piccolo. At that time, Piccolo's face turned pale, but the proud Piccolo maintained his tough demeanor, ultimately getting beaten up by Raditz. Subsequently, Raditz found Wukong, who had a power level of 427. However, at that moment Wukong was engaged in battle with a very short Earthling. When Raditz found son Wukong, he discovered that the latter was engaged in combat with a small Earthling. At that moment Raditz activated his scouter and noted that son Wukong's battle power was 427, making him the mightiest being on this planet. Kakarot looks just like my father. Yet this guy has not exterminated all the Earthlings, and instead he is playing house with someone whose power level is 0. Raditz felt furious at son Wukong's carefree demeanor. Such a disgraceful duel with a weakling was a humiliation to their noble Saiyan identity. It seems necessary for me to educate this foolish Earthling. Raditz prepared to intervene in the duel. At this moment, it was the beginning of the sparring match between Wukong and Krillin. Wukong made the first move, followed by Krillin unleashing a powerful punch. Raditz, who had initially approached with a disdainful smile, found his scouter's readings skyrocketing uncontrollably. His gaze was immediately drawn to Krillin. Bakala, this Earthling's battle power has suddenly increased. Raditz exclaimed in horror at the scouter. 337. 3754. How is this possible? Aren't Earthlings only supposed to have a power level of 5? What is up with this short fellow? Is it because the smaller they are, the stronger they can fight? Before Raditz could fully register his astonishment, he saw his brother Kakarot, also known as son Wukong, being sent flying by the short Earthling's punch. It appeared that he was on the verge of death. However, the next moment, after seemingly consuming something strange, Kakarot was instantly revitalized. Dee. Raditz's scouter began to beep furiously. 427. 523. 637. 637. Raditz was utterly bewildered. His little brother Kakarot could actually enhance his battle power. The battle reached the point where son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a technique that could amplify his energy 6-fold and attack the enemy. Raditz's scouter readings began to soar. Kakarot's battle power is surging again. 786. 1320. 2560. 3901. That guy Kakarot actually has a battle power of 3901. Raditz's expression turned to one of terror as he immediately flew away from the area. Damn, it wasn't Kakarot born with only 2 points of battle power. How could he become so strong? He had completely surpassed me. His own battle power was merely 1500. Raditz felt a deep sense of discomfort. He had thought that bringing Kakarot back to Earth would be an easy task, but he never expected things to exceed his imagination. However, Vegeta had said he must bring Kakarot back. Raditz distanced himself from the heart of the battle, his mind calming down. If he returned empty-handed, Vegeta would surely not let him off easily. This time, bringing Kakarot back might not require the use of force. Moreover, even with a battle power of 3000, he had ways to defeat them. Raditz took out a small bottle from his pocket. It contained 30 cultivation capsules he had obtained from Chio-E before leaving. Each cultivation capsule had a power level of 1200. Even against 3000 battle power, if they swarmed together, they wouldn't necessarily be inferior. Raditz patiently awaited the dawn. At this moment, Krillin had already departed far away, while son Wukong was still being lectured by Shishi. Unexpectedly, son Wukong, who usually never complained, even when scolded, suddenly interrupted Shishi. Chi-Chi, get inside the house. What? I haven't finished speaking yet. Stop talking nonsense, hurry inside. Ugh, you've learned to be fierce with me now. Shishi was still throwing a fit, but son Wukong ignored her and turned to seriously gaze at the horizon. At that moment, a figure was flying rapidly towards them. It finally stood slowly before son Wukong. It was Raditz. Kakarot. What a strong energy, but also very evil. Who exactly are you? I am. Scene. Break. Line. Since this is a Dragon Ball fan fiction, the main character is someone else, so our scene shifts back to Krillin. To prevent others from stealing his wish, Krillin specifically sought out a deserted island for the occasion. The sky was dark and the dragon appeared with a flash. It immediately asked Krillin what wish he desired. Krillin wanted to exploit a bug. I want to become a Saiyan. The outcome was predictable. Of course that was not possible. In the end, he had to settle for a wish he had thought of previously, hoping to gain regenerative abilities like the Namekians. This time his wish was indeed granted. With this ability, he wouldn't fear being cut down in future battles. After granting the wish, the dragon entered Sage mode, transforming into 7 stone-like entities, prepared to disperse. Krillin seized the opportunity to grab the 4-star ball that was about to fly away. He had to return it to Wukong. After all, it was borrowed. He took some time to return to Kame House. Now the sun was high in the sky, but due to the windy weather, a large number of clouds had been blown in front of the sun, blocking the rays of light. The wooden chicken used to test wind direction on Kame House's roof was spinning wildly. Krillin took out the 7 dragon balls, and under the watchful eyes of Master Roshi, an old turtle shouted, "Come forth, dragon!" A beam of light shot up to the sky, darkening the sky, while thunderclouds gathered, ultimately transforming into a magnificent green dragon. "State your wish." A voice of great authority echoed. "Let me become a Saiyan." Krillin attempted, but the dragon had no such capability. "Then give me a gravity training chamber with a maximum of 2,000 times the gravity." The dragon shook its head again, indicating it was impossible. Damn it! In the end, Krillin wished for a chance to be revived. This time it was finally granted. At that moment, a white shockwave streaked across the distance, growing closer, and eventually landing on the beach of Kame House. An anxious figure jumped down and grabbed Krillin by the shoulder. "Hurry, go save Wukong and Gohan." The person was none other than Son Wukong's wife Chi-Chi, who looked pale as she recounted the recent events. A long-haired man with a tail suddenly grabbed Gohan, and when Wukong tried to rescue him, he was held back by several green-skinned beings. After an explosion, Wukong lay in a pit, his life uncertain. Without a doubt, it was Raditz. Damn, it wasn't the plot supposed to start a year later. Raditz's arrival also signified that Vegeta would come next year. Damn it! Without giving it much thought, Krillin leaped into the sky and flew away. Currently, Krillin couldn't sense energy on a global scale unless the opponent's energy was strong enough to affect the whole world. Halfway through his flight, Krillin suddenly sensed over 20 powerful energies. They were twice as strong as Wukong's. Wait, where is Wukong's energy? Krillin suddenly spotted a pit where Wukong lay in a classic Yamcha pose, still emitting wisps of black smoke. "Wukong!" Krillin exclaimed as he flew down to check. To his shock, he found that Wukong had lost all signs of life. Although I don't know why Shaolin has such high combat power. Even if he is caught in the self-destruction of several vegetable people, he shouldn't survive. A man dressed in a black Saiyan battle suit slowly emerged from the forest, activating the power detector beside his eye and scanning the surroundings. He discovered that there were only a few with combat power, around 1,000 units. These were all his vegetable people. The man was Raditz. In the original work, he is the elder brother of the protagonist's son Wukong, and the first enemy encountered at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, defeated through the joint efforts of Piccolo and Son Wukong. When he appeared, his combat power was 1,500. With Son Wukong and Shaolin dead, then Shishi and Android 18 are mine. I always liked these female characters when watching the anime, and I never expected to have my wishes fulfilled today. Raditz muttered to himself while reaching down to touch himself. The assets are quite considerable. No wonder I am a Saiyan. Now those female characters are in for a treat. Oh! Before he could continue his self-talk, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Before he could get up, he felt a weakness throughout his body as a strong hand grabbed his tail. He struggled to turn his head and found it was Shaolin. The battle tester began calculating. Shaolin's combat power was 1056. Raditz realized that Shaolin had not been harmed by the explosion. Instead, he had quickly controlled his chi to hide in the forest amidst the dust raised by the explosion. Since his chi was similar to that of the vegetable people, Raditz's power detector could not register him. Raditz wanted to say, "You don't play by the rules," but with his tail being grabbed and his life dependent on another, he truly did not dare to say anything tough. Reluctant to perish without even enjoying himself, Raditz sought to beg for mercy. But Shaolin spoke first. "Who are you? Why do you know about Shishi and Android 18? Shaolin had just hidden Wukong's body and returned intending to strike hard. However, he heard Raditz mumbling to himself, mentioning words related to the anime Chi-Chi and Android 18, which made Shaolin's heart tremble. He had a suspicion that Raditz, like him, was also a transmigrator. Therefore, Shaolin did not immediately strike. Raditz seized this opportunity and hurriedly told Shaolin about his background. It turned out that Raditz had temporarily crossed over after killing Wukong. The real Raditz had killed Wukong beforehand. Skeptical, Shaolin listened, but due to Wukong's body and the earlier attack, he remained cautious. and did not immediately release Raditz's tail. It was only after Raditz mentioned the ongoing plot of Dragon Ball Z that Shaolin decided to loosen his grip. Since the plot had advanced by a year, the most critical issue was that Sun Wukong was gone, and he had also used up the Dragon Balls. They had entered a stone dormancy period, meaning he wouldn't be able to seek the Dragon Balls until a year later. Coincidentally, Vegeta would arrive a year later, which simply wasn't enough time to resurrect Wukong. During this time, Shaolin asked Raditz for his combat power. Even at full power, it was only around 3,800. His 3 years of effort had only raised his power from 280 to 3,800, which was far too slow. With only a year left to train, he could not possibly increase his combat power to surpass Vegeta. Moreover, Vegeta could transform into a giant ape. Thus, Shaolin needed Raditz's assistance, even if the latter's behavior was quite strange. Given the Saiyan's talent, a year of training should yield greater progress than his own. Even if he couldn't match Vegeta, he could at least buy some time until Wukong's resurrection. Finally, Shaolin released Raditz and agreed to join forces against Vegeta a year later. Raditz surprisingly complied. Shaolin, you really don't need to train. If you follow the plot, you'll have a beautiful wife. Enjoy the joys of family. Isn't that better than fighting to the death? Raditz replied in confusion. Anyway, in Dragon Ball, Earthlings can't rank in the top tier of fighters. But that doesn't mean you should give up on yourself. Shaolin was first taken aback, then firmly said, since heaven has given me this opportunity, I must make an effort because I am a martial artist. You are so middle school. Raditz suddenly became lewd. Since you're pursuing martial arts, do you plan to avoid romance? How about letting me have Android 18? Whatever you want. Oh, everyone deserves the right to pursue love. If you can succeed, then go for it. Shaolin was eager to enhance his combat power. Really, everyone else who transmigrated had a golden finger, yet he did not. He flew at high speed to find Wukong's body, and the unconscious little Gohan then continued flying away. In the desert area, a tall stone cliff bore witness to a green humanoid creature turning pale with fright. What is going on? How could there be such powerful chi on Earth? Piccolo was greatly surprised. He could sense a powerful force drawing closer. Little bald head. Piccolo looked incredulously at Shaolin, who had landed in front of him. Why do you have hair now? The situation was dire, and Shaolin didn't care about others commenting on his hair. Piccolo, no, Piccolo the Demon King. Shaolin informed him about the arrival of the Saiyans on Earth in a year. After hearing this and glancing at Wukong's body that Shaolin was carrying, Piccolo's face turned pale with fright. However, as the former boss, he had to act aloof and couldn't agree immediately, nor could he outright refuse. Humph, I don't care about saving the Earth, but training Wukong's son to become a warrior of the Demon Clan does sound quite interesting. A mysterious smile appeared on Piccolo's face. If one day those two fight, I wonder what kind of expression Son Wukong would have. Shaolin looked at him speechlessly, thinking that he would resemble Wukong more than Wukong himself in the future. If he hadn't seen Dragon Ball, he would have been fooled by this Piccolo. After handing Gohan over to Piccolo, Shaolin brought Wukong's body back to Master Roshi's house. Upon hearing that Wukong was dead, and that even stronger foes would arrive in a year, everyone fell into a gloomy mood. Shishi cried bitterly while holding Wukong's body. Shaolin sighed on the side as Earth began its decade of calamity. In the heavenly realm, the gods arranged for Wukong to be sent to Planet King, then summoned a group of Z fighters for special training. Raditz was also invited, but he withdrew after only a few days. Xiaolin was among them, but his sole purpose was to utilize the time and spirit room in the heavenly realm for cultivation. This place served as a sacred training ground where one day equated to a year. Unfortunately, Xiaolin entered and immediately became dizzy, getting teleported out. The time and spirit room first appeared after Wukong defeated Piccolo Daimau's father. At that time, Wukong was unable to enter due to insufficient strength and was immediately sent out. It seems that one must have a battle power of at least 1 million to enter. Knowing this truth, Xiaolin felt a tinge of sadness. If he could train in the time and spirit room for 2 years, he would undoubtedly raise his battle power to over 10,000. Training with the gods would not yield significant improvements. Xiaolin decided to pursue his own path to enhance his control over Qi. At this moment, Xiaolin had a bold idea. If this idea could be realized, he might stand a chance against Vegeta. Xiaolin returned to the Turtle Hermit's house to bid farewell to Master Roshi, then set off alone to an uninhabited island, training underwater in the morning and practicing the Turtle School's Kamehameha on the island in the afternoon. However, Xiaolin's Kamehameha did not fire out like in the manga. Instead, it remained condensed in his hands, spreading. 1 year later, in the western city of the Dragon Ball world, 2 large orbs descended from the sky, and 2 tailed figures emerged amidst the astonished gazes of countless people. These were the Saiyans Nappa and Vegeta. As they looked around at the crowd surrounding them, both felt irritated. As two socially anxious Saiyans, they raised their fingers, and the entire city was instantly reduced to ruins. It was a classic entrance scene. The Z fighters on Earth naturally noticed this situation, especially Xiaolin, who was currently discussing with everyone the plan to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect Wukong. Unexpectedly, the Saiyans had arrived. Yamcha Kaiotsu, you guys go with Bulma to find the Dragon Balls to revive Wukong, Xiaolin said with a serious expression. I will go with Tien to intercept the Saiyans. Thus they used the flight technique to swiftly head towards the Saiyans' location. By the time they landed, others were already waiting: Son Gohan, Piccolo, the babysitter, and the time traveler Raditz. Upon seeing Raditz, Gohan was as frightened as a mouse seeing a cat, filled with both anger and fear. Raditz meanwhile insisted, I am your uncle. Even with such claims, Gohan could not forget the scene of his father's murder. At this moment, Xiaolin and Tien also landed. After some pleasantries, Xiaolin turned his gaze towards Raditz. What is your battle power now? Xiaolin asked, because he could only sense a chi level from Raditz that felt about 1/3 of his peak strength. However, most people in the Dragon Ball universe can control their chi, hence this question. 2000. At full power. Still 2000. Xiaolin was dumbfounded. Something was off. Were all the other travelers in the Dragon Ball universe not training hard? It felt like a waste of his Saiyan bloodline. Don't worry, I have a golden finger. I will find a way to increase my battle power soon, Raditz said, completely unfazed. Xiaolin wanted to say more, but suddenly sensed two waves of chi approaching from a distance. In just a few breaths, they arrived within 10 meters of him. 3,938. 1,800. 2,000. 1,500. Is this the strongest battle power on this planet? The bald Saiyan Nappa sneered. He then turned to Raditz and said, Raditz, I never expected you as a noble Saiyan to betray us. Such powerful chi. Piccolo, the babysitter, turned pale with fear. Tien and Gohan looked similarly alarmed. Xiaolin was silently calculating. Currently, he was using only a quarter of his strength, estimated at 1,500. Therefore, his full power would be around 6,000. It was strange, other travelers could achieve billions of battle power in a year, while he only had a few thousand. Where had it all gone wrong? Enough talking, Nappa. It's just a piece of trash with 2,000 battle power. If it's gone, then it's gone. Let's fight, but don't make too much noise. This planet might fetch a good price, Vegeta said, arms crossed, looking proud, showing no concern about Raditz's betrayal. All right. Nappa nodded, a cruel smile spreading across his bald head, and in an instant he entered a battle stance. At that moment, Piccolo, Tien, Gohan, and Xiaolin also readied for battle. Each of them had beads of sweat of tension on their faces. Only Raditz remained standing still, appearing calm and unconcerned. Nappa charged forward, resembling a massive mountain of flesh. With one punch, he struck Piccolo and Tien, while a kick took on Xiaolin and Gohan. After a few exchanges, Xiaolin and the others were sent flying. In reality, Nappa's battle power was only around 5,000 while Xiaolin's was 6,000. During the encounter, Xiaolin was constantly mindful of his teammates' safety, to prevent them from being killed by Nappa. The reason for this cautious defense was solely to buy time. As long as he could stall until Wukong was revived, he and Wukong could achieve the classic two-known situation in the canyon. Of course, there was no need to encourage Vegeta to help Ooh with his pride. He would never do such a thing. But when fighting a Saiyan, shouldn't they first deal with the vegetable people? Where were the vegetable people now? Just as Xiaolin recalled this reality presented him with an answer, he saw over a dozen green figures darting around him. It was the vegetable people. After image fist. BM. The vegetable people exploded. Xiaolin narrowly dodged. These vegetable people could actually hide their chi. Fortunately, he was alert. However, on the other side, Piccolo and Nappa were suffering. Piccolo was bombarded by 3 vegetable people left on the brink of collapse. Nappa was bombarded by over a dozen vegetable people. His clothes were torn and his body was bleeding from multiple wounds. Raditz. Nappa roared in anger. Where was Raditz? Raditz actually punched the barely conscious Piccolo, who barely managed to dodge. Unexpectedly, Raditz then unleashed a powerful energy wave at Gohan. Gohan was caught off guard, and Piccolo suddenly blocked in front of Gohan. After a chorus of screams, Piccolo's spirit departed this world. The gods of the heavenly realm also vanished. Everyone present was left stunned, Xiaolin included. Raditz had unexpectedly betrayed them. The most critical part was that Xiaolin could sense that after Raditz killed Piccolo, his own chi surged. The surge was precisely the amount lost by the deceased Piccolo. Was this guy awakening a golden finger that allowed him to steal others' battle power? Xiaolin regretted deeply. If he had been ruthless back then, Piccolo wouldn't have died. With Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls were rendered useless. This meant that Wukong could not be resurrected. The plot did not unfold as it did in the anime, and a wave of despair enveloped the Dragon Ball world. Across the plains, two figures flickered with blinding speed. Thuds of flesh striking flesh echoed in rhythmic succession. Proud Vegeta, confident in his overwhelming power, intended to toy with Krillin, matching his strength, deliberately savoring the duel like a master toying with an apprentice. Though Krillin was a transmigrator, his consciousness fused both lifetimes' memories, granting him martial insight far surpassing Vegeta's, refined over decades of disciplined cultivation. Their exchange remained evenly matched, until Vegeta suddenly spotted an opening. In that instant, he thrust both palms together and slammed them downward with explosive force. Whoosh! His fist pierced only a fading afterimage. What? Vegeta recoiled in shock, just as a gust of wind stirred behind him. He twisted his head and met Krillin's knuckles square on the face. Ugh! Vegeta's features contorted grotesquely. His body rocketed from sky to earth like a meteor shearing through a mountain peak, before embedding itself deep within the bedrock. Vegeta spat a torrent of crimson blood. How could this be? How had that diminutive earthling landed such a devastating blow? He, a Saiyan prince, had been wounded by a single punch. Before Vegeta could grasp the answer, a searing white energy wave hurtled toward him. Kamehameha. Vegeta barely dodged. But too late, the beam grazed his left cheek, obliterating the entire mountainside where he'd stood moments before. His scouter shattered on impact. In its final flicker, it displayed Krillin's power level 18,000, nearly equal to his own. Cursed earthling, you dare deceive me with such underhanded tricks? Utterly unchivalrous. This is martial technique. Krillin stood with the sun at his back, casting a long, still shadow. His voice sounded muffled. Not from injury, but because he held a senzu bean between his teeth. A faint shimmering white current coiled around his hands. Same origin as the Kamehameha. Indeed, it was the Kamehameha, reforged, not released but bound. Unlike the traditional Kamehameha, a concentrated blast hurled outward, this variant coiled tightly around his limbs. As the ultimate technique of the Kame Sennin style, the Kamehameha amplified one's ki threefold before unleashing it. Over the past year, Krillin had relentlessly trained, not merely to project ki but to reclaim it. Through obsessive repetition, he mastered the art of simultaneous emission and reabsorption, drawing his own energy back into his body like breath returning to lungs. To conserve every iota of power, he channeled ki solely to points of impact, either offense or defense, causing it to ripple fluidly across his muscles like living light. He named this state the Kamehameha stream. When wielded with precision, it tripled his combat power, without strain, without cost beyond his own ki reserves. Tripled Krillin's power now rivaled Vegeta's exactly. That parity was why he dared stand before the Saiyan prince, not as a supplicant but as an equal. Wounded and humiliated, Vegeta abandoned restraint and engaged Krillin in full unrestrained fury. The air convulsed. Shockwaves detonated across the horizon, deafening, cataclysmic, their movements blurred beyond human perception. Lightning given sentience and wrath. Far away on King Kai's planet, Son Goku halted his training and crouched beside the deity eyes, locked on the crystal orb broadcasting the battle in real time. Krillin is truly extraordinary. He's trading blows with a Saiyan as if born to it. Goku murmured, awestruck, tinged with envy. He longed fiercely for his own chance to test himself against Vegeta in unbridled combat. Alas, Piccolo was dead. Without him, resurrection remained impossible. Indeed, he's a prodigy, King Kai added. His Kamehameha stream multiplies his power threefold, yet imposes no physical toll. It demands only ki, nothing more. As King Kai spoke, Krillin's jaw moved, swallowing the senzu bean whole. In an instant, his vitality surged back to its zenith. King Kai sighed, speechless. Self-contained healing, truly unfair. Krillin's cunning knows no bounds, holding the bean in his mouth all along. Vegeta's defeat seems inevitable. Goku pouted, disapproving. In my view, true combat must be honorable and direct. Fool! King Kai retorted. Wisdom is strength. With that, King Kai delivered a sharp punch to Goku's temple. Meanwhile, back on Earth at Kame House, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Shishi stared in shared despair. The Dragon Balls they just retrieved had turned to stone. They recognized this omen. It had happened once before when King Piccolo slew the Eternal Dragon. These stones meant only one thing: Piccolo had fallen to the Saiyans. Piccolo, equal in might to Goku himself, had been slain. With the Dragon Balls inert, Goku could not be revived. Humanity faced its gravest crisis since the dawn of recorded history. At that moment, Tien Shinhan entered, carrying Gohan and Piccolo's lifeless body. The group froze in horror. Shishi collapsed, clutching Gohan and weeping uncontrollably. Master Roshi and Bulma rushed forward, urgent questions spilling from their lips. Tien's expression darkened. Then slowly, he recounted the battlefield's grim truth. That Raditz is despicable. Bulma clenched her fists and swung them furiously at empty air. Can Krillin really hold his own against a Saiyan? Kaiotsu asked, anxiety sharpening his voice. After all, Krillin had once fought him to a draw in the World Martial Arts Tournament. He'll prevail, declared Master Roshi, his voice unwavering. For 4 years Krillin has trained daily. His dedication will not betray him. The others exchanged uneasy glances. They too trained rigorously. Yet none could withstand a Saiyan. What's that? Bulma pointed at the strange device clutched in Tien's hand. A Saiyan artifact brought to Earth. Designed to scan our power levels, Tien explained. Is that so? Let me see. Bulma snatched it, instantly deciphering its interface. It reads 2 signatures, 1,800 kilometers distant. 18,000 power units. 16,000 power units. To contextualize those numbers, Bulma scanned everyone present. Oolong and Poir registered mere 2s and 3s, the weakest. Tien peaked at 2,000, the strongest among them. By contrast, the distant readings, over 10,000, were terrifying beyond measure. The 18,000 reading belongs to the Saiyan, right? Then Krillin's in grave danger. Wait, no. Yamcha and Tien locked eyes. Grim faces softening, then dissolving into incredulous, almost comical grins. 18,000, that's Krillin. I can feel his ki surging past the Saiyans. And the gap widens with every second. They shouted in unison. A beat of silence followed. Then came house erupted in jubilant cheers. The plains were no longer plains. Mountains lay pulverized. The earth gaped with craters. Wild creatures fled en masse. Like a prehistoric exodus. The Saiyans' descent had raised a major metropolis. Earth's governments and media had taken immediate notice. News helicopters buzzed overhead, eager for footage. But this battle transcended mortal reach. Once again Vegeta fell for Krillin's afterimage technique, and flew backward, struck clean. Last time it was his left cheek. This time his right. Damn you! Vegeta erupted, blasting nearby, rubble into dust with a surge of ki. In their brutal exchange he'd realized, cruelly, that Krillin outclassed him utterly. Krillin's martial intuition dwarfed his own. Not a single advantage could Vegeta seize. Worse, prolonged combat had exacted its toll. Each blow absorbed eroded his stamina faster than he could replenish it. He even sensed his reflexes beginning to lag. Slightly but unmistakably. I am a Saiyan prince. How dare I lose to some backwater peasant from this wretched planet? Vegeta summoned his resolve. Arms whipping, he launched volley after volley of golden energy spheres. His signature royal assault. Krillin bit down on another Senzu bean, dodging the barrage with practiced ease. Relief washed over him. Never had he imagined his year-long refinement of the Kamehame stream, paired with Senzu beans, would yield such dominance. It tripled his base power without injury. And combined with his unparalleled combat experience, it let him press Vegeta relentlessly. Only drawback, the ki consumption was staggering. Without Senzu beans, he doubted he could last half an hour. He needed to subdue Vegeta, fast, and banish him from Earth forever. Yet Krillin hesitated, torn. Should he end Vegeta's life? Though villainous now, Vegeta was indispensable, vital to defeating future threat Cell then Bu. The dilemma gnawed at him even as Vegeta continued his royal assault. And Krillin danced between attacks, mind racing. Suddenly Vegeta slammed a blast into the ground before him, kicking up a colossal cloud of dust. Was it accidental? Krillin sensed Vegeta's ki plummeting. Having in seconds, Krillin assumed Vegeta had misfired, until from the haze a brilliant blue sphere ascended. A miniature moon, radiant and ominous. Krillin's blood ran cold. No! I missed it entirely. Saiyan's primal ability under moonlight, they transformed into great Saiyan apes. Krillin fired a Kamehameha, straight at the orb. Boom! It detonated midair miles away. In legend, Master Roshi and Piccolo had thwarted transformation by destroying the moon, but that tactic worked only for low-tier warriors. Destroying the moon to prevent transformation. That's clever, but useless against elite fighters. As the smoke cleared, a colossal ape, armored towering, rose from the plain. It was Vegeta. Even a sliver of moonlight had sufficed. This was how Saiyans ranked themselves. Only the strongest achieved transformation effortlessly. As a Saiyan prince, Vegeta stood at the apex. You dare reduce me to this grotesque form? Little man, you won't die easily. Great Saiyaman Vegeta loomed like a mountain. Radiating dread, his aura denser, fiercer, more oppressive than any ki Krillin had ever known. On television it had been spectacle. Now, feeling it firsthand, Krillin understood true terror. Even kilometers away the Kame House group felt it, instinctively, viscerally. Bulma's scouters spiked wildly. displaying 90,000 power units. Boom! As Bulma screamed, the scouter exploded, shattering into fragments that seemed to herald Earth's doom. Boom! 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 Each of Great Saiyan Vegeta's punches carved black fissures into the earth. Boulders the size of automobiles soared through the sky, shrapnel from a shattered world. Krillin had no foothold, only flight. He darted erratically through the air, searching desperately for an opening. Any chance to land a strike. The Kamehameha stream blazed at full intensity, white energy flowing like liquid light over his skin, forming a radiant protective membrane. His proudest technique, yet pitifully inadequate before this titan. Piccolo was gone. The Dragon Balls were inert. Goku could not return. The timeline had fractured, diverging irrevocably from fate. Now Krillin stood alone, the last bulwark protecting Earth. He would not yield. He still possessed techniques, less potent perhaps but perfectly suited to this desperate hour. Annoying little insect. Great Saiyan Vegeta rampaged, his innate arrogance flaring in victory. With absolute power, he chose to prolong the game. He seized a mountain peak, snapped it clean in two, and hurled the jagged remnant like a spear toward Krillin, though the spear dwarfed skyscrapers. This time Krillin did not evade. He met the projectile heathen with a full-force Kamehameha. Energy and stone collided, unleashing a storm of blinding dust. From the chaos, Krillin shot forward, aiming straight for Vegeta's eye. Great Saiyan Vegeta roared, a sonic blast halting Krillin mid-lunge. Then a massive furred hand closed around him, crushing bone like dry twigs. Krillin choked back a scream, swallowed every remaining senzu bean, and healed instantly. Then he bellowed, "Solar flare!" Blinding light erupted before Vegeta's eyes. He slammed them shut, but his grip tightened, terrified now of vulnerability, of unseen strikes in blindness. Yet behind him, another figure materialized. It was Krillin. Yes, his self-crafted technique, the clone technique modeled on Tien's four-way fist. It split his body and halved his combat power. His earlier assault on the mountain had created the perfect blind spot to deploy this very trick. All for one purpose: severing Vegeta's tail. The clone behind Vegeta unleashed his original technique. Spirit Blade cut a whirling disc of condensed ki capable of cleaving any substance. "Lose your tail, Vegeta!" Krillin willed silently, blade inches from impact. When Vegeta spun impossibly fast, the Spirit Blade cut missed, shearing a distant mountain instead before vanishing into the heavens. Simultaneously, Vegeta lashed out, a devastating kick to the clone's torso, his fist following with crushing force. Agony consumed Krillin. With only half his power, he could not withstand the blow. His vision faded to black, and his life signs ceased. His final thought carried Vegeta's mocking voice. "After all this time, I've mastered your earthling concept of ki. Your parlor tricks hold no power over me." Gazing at the lifeless diminutive figure in his hand, Vegeta released it without a trace of pity, letting it plummet freely toward the ground. A dull thud echoed. Little Gohan lay supine, his face twisted upward, mouth slightly agape, eyes extinguished, void of light or life. Vegeta, now masterful in sensing and wielding ki amid battle, perceived Gohan's aura extinguished entirely. Irrevocable death. Vegeta had come to Earth solely to investigate why Raditz had failed to return, but never anticipated that Nappa too would fall here. With no choice but to make the trip worthwhile, he resolved to eradicate Earth's native population and sell the planet at premium price to off-world buyers. After all, Saiyans were by tradition interstellar real estate dealers. No time wasted transforming into a Great Saiyan. Work began immediately. As Vegeta advanced slowly, a small helicopter circled him erratically, its occupants brandishing gleaming devices. They were Earth's journalists, having drawn near only after Gohan's death, silenced the battle's crushing pressure. Dutiful reporters, they broadcast frontline coverage worldwide. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at Kame House, despair descended anew as Gohan's aura vanished from their senses. Amid their helplessness, live footage erupted on-screen. A colossal ape filled the frame, dismissed by outsiders as cinematic special effects. But those at Kame House, who had witnessed Son Goku's own transformation, knew it was real. Worse still, even as a Great Saiyan, Vegeta retained full consciousness. Oppressive silence suffocated the cramped room, until Bulma gasped sharply, her expression trembling, as she pointed rigidly at a corner of the television screen. All eyes converged there, and beheld a frail figure rising unsteadily to its feet. It was Gohan. Recognition dawned instantly. Though distant and slight, his vibrant turtle school uniform confirmed his identity. How could he have returned from death? Master Roshi recalled an event from 1 year prior: Gohan's wish upon the eternal dragon, for a single chance at resurrection. A miraculous stroke of fortune. The dragon granted only one revival per person, yet Gohan's reserved wish had finally manifested, as if exploiting a cosmic loophole. Meanwhile, atop King Kai's planet at the end of Snake Way, both Son Goku and King Kai watched intently. Within the crystal orb, Gohan swallowed a senzu bean, regained strength, and raised his hand to unleash the spirit ball blast. Incredible! Goku murmured in awe. Even now, straining every fiber of his perception, he could detect not a whisper of Gohan's ki. He remembered their sparring match a year earlier when Gohan had explained the art of suppressing one's aura while amplifying power, rendering oneself imperceptible to foes. Now a year later, he witnessed that theory realized in combat. On-site Vegeta, irritated by the helicopter's flashing cameras, reached out to swat them from the sky. Indeed, to destroy them. The great Saiyan Vegeta would shatter a helicopter before the world's gaze. The journalists aboard shrieked, urging the pilot to flee, but they were far too slow. Before them, the great ape's face curled into a mocking grin, as his left hand swung upward, poised to strike. The reporters aboard collapsed into panic, never imagining their assignment might cost them their lives. At this precipice of annihilation. Ah! Vegeta roared in sudden agony. Frozen mid-motion, his arm arrested mid-swing. Something had struck. He felt it. The thick, powerful tail severed cleanly from his lower body. His tail gone. Shrinking rapidly, Vegeta whirled around, eyes blazing crimson, searching for the dishonorable assailant. When he saw Gohan, disbelief stunned him motionless. How? He had died. And yet, Gohan had attacked him without emitting a single ripple of ki. How was such stealth possible? The ensuing battle pitted human form Vegeta against Gohan. Utterly one-sided. Stripped of his great Saiyan form, Vegeta's power waned drastically, while Gohan, revitalized by the senzu bean, stood at his absolute peak. Vegeta entered a state of pure endurance, his pride as a Saiyan prince forbidding retreat even under relentless assault. Only at the final desperate moment, when true annihilation loomed, did he curse bitterly and attempt escape, but strength had fled. He could only crawl. He dragged himself forward, breath ragged, eyes swollen, nearly shut. Gohan! A voice, long absent, sounded suddenly behind him. Gohan scanned the horizon, finding no one, before calling out, "Is that you, Goku?" Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku pressed close behind King Kai. King Kai muttered under his breath. What an unruly fellow. Whatever happened next, he'd wash his hands of it. Yes. I am now on King Kai's planet, communicating with you through his divine ability. The voice resonated again. Gohan understood. Goku, stirred by the intensity of his duel with Vegeta, had yearned fiercely to fight the Saiyan prince himself, and thus pleaded for Gohan to spare him. Gohan fell speechless. So while he'd fought with every fiber of his being, a group of spectators had watched leisurely from afar, as if observing a film. Truly astonishing. Hurry back, Goku. This role of Dragon Ball protagonist is yours alone. I never sought to claim it. Gohan hadn't intended to kill Vegeta anyway. How else would humanity confront the androids and Bew? Damn you, Kakarot. A low-class warrior, powerless and foolish. Once I recover, I'll take your lives. Vegeta, boarding his ship, still heard Goku's voice, and retorted defiantly, and you runt. Next time die clutching your tedious sanctimonious mercy. The vessel ignited, blasting skyward, vanishing into the void. The Saiyan prince may lack prowess, but his tongue remains unbroken. Gohan watched the fading speck vanish into the heavens, wondering if this had been his sole opportunity to ever best a Saiyan. To traverse life without cheat codes truly demands resilience. What nonsense am I thinking? Gohan shook his head sharply. As Zhuge Liang once said, one must not undervalue oneself. Though his innate talent paled beside the Saiyans, that was no reason to cease striving. Even incremental growth matters. I will train relentlessly. One more vital matter remained to tell Goku. Gohan threw back his head and shouted into the sky, Goku, are you still watching? A pause. Then came the reply, what is it, Gohan? Goku's voice unmistakable. I'm heading to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and revive you and Piccolo. During your time on King Kai's planet, do not neglect training. Greater enemies await. Greater enemies? That's wonderful. Goku's excitement surged. He abandoned conversation entirely, diving straight into rigorous practice. Thereafter, King Kai's planet remained in perpetual disarray. The Saiyans have already fled Earth, but due to the ineffectiveness of the Dragon Balls, the cities destroyed by the Saiyans and the people killed cannot return. Not long after Vegeta's departure, the Turtle Hermit and his companions took a plane to this side, exchanging pleasantries with Shaolin for a grand reunion. Looking at the joyful atmosphere, Shaolin could not bring himself to be happy, for he alone knew that in the near future stronger enemies would come. This was merely the beginning of the disasters on Earth. Thus Xiao Lin solemnly gathered everyone and began to tell the story of Piccolo's origins. After a lengthy explanation, everyone learned that Piccolo was a Namekian. Namek is a mystical planet where the residents possess various magical powers, and among them the Dragon Balls are created. What we need to do now is to go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and Piccolo as well as those killed by the Saiyans. Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping took Bulma to the Heavenly God Temple to find Mr. Popo, asking him to lead them in searching for the Heavenly God spaceship. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, planned to continue his training. Previously, he had not disclosed the existence of the Dragon Balls to Vegeta, and the others, believing that the current Frieza force also did not know about the mystical orbs on Namek. Thus, he still had ample time. In the original work, Master Roshi had two types of water for unlocking potential: the Super Holy Water and the Super Divine Water. The Super Holy Water is just ordinary water, while the Super Divine Water is the real deal. However, the Super Divine Water is highly toxic and has a significant effect on those with malicious intent. If one can withstand the poison, it can unleash their potential, enhancing their combat power several times. The last time the Heavenly God gathered the Z fighters, they had already consumed it, but Xiao Lin did not participate, so he had not drunk it. Xiao Lin decided to try it now. If it truly could enhance his combat power, he should be qualified to enter the Time and Spirit Room with his current level of strength. With a bang, Xiao Lin used the instant transmission technique to fly towards Orin Tower. During the flight, he noticed that his chi had actually increased after experiencing a fierce battle. It was approximately 1/20th of his original power, so his current base combat power should be around 6,300. Fighting is also a form of training. Not long after Xiao Lin arrived at Orin Tower, Orin, who was already accustomed to Xiao Lin's sudden appearances, noted that this time Xiao Lin was not here for the Senzu beans, but rather for the Super Divine Water. Orin stated that the Super Divine Water must be obtained through trials. Xiao Lin naturally had no objections, and after passing through a door, he encountered someone who looked exactly like him. He understood now this was a classic trial scene in many works to defeat oneself. The essence of overcoming oneself is to surpass the former self. Xiao Lin had long had plans for his development, however he knew that breaking through would take some time. Orin had mentioned that the time flow within this illusion was quite slow, allowing him ample time to break through. Xiao Lin decided to modify the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique he had practiced for a year. The principle of the Kamehameha is to envelop it around one's body, allowing every attack to carry the power of the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha's power is a threefold enhancement of one's base combat power. Now Xiao Lin aimed to upgrade to the God Turtle's Kamehameha he learned from Goku. The God Turtle's Kamehameha is an upgraded version of the Kamehameha modified by Goku to achieve a six-fold enhancement instead of the original threefold. Due to the differing usage of Chi, Xiao Lin needed to re-experience the flow of Chi when unleashing the God Turtle's Kamehameha and identify its weaknesses. Then by releasing and absorbing he would achieve balance. In any case he could pass, so there was no need to elaborate too much on the method of training. 6 months later, within the illusion, the two Xiao Lins engaged in intense sparring. Both used the same techniques, and as they fought, white auras enveloped their bodies. Kamehameha. The threefold combat power enhancement caused even the stable illusion to shake slightly. They exchanged blows for several dozen rounds. The real Xiao Lin suddenly smirked and exclaimed, "Ha!" releasing a burst of energy. A blue aura immediately rose from his body, gradually shrinking to envelop him, forming a blue outline. God Turtle's Kamehameha. Xiao Lin's power surged again, becoming 6 times his base. I need to strike swiftly. Although this doesn't harm my body, as a beginner it consumes a significant amount of my chi. Xiao Lin moved at an exaggerated speed, unleashing a flurry of punches that finally knocked down his illusory counterpart. Afterwards, a stone platform appeared in the environment on which the Super Divine Water rested. After drinking it, Xiao Lin felt intense pain, and then it seemed like something was surging into his body, while something else was being expelled from within. He did not know how long had passed, but Xiao Lin felt that his strength had increased 5-fold. Although he did not know his exact combat power, this feeling was at least half of the Great Ape transformation of Vegeta. This enhancement was equivalent to 5 years of training. Truly, the wealthy rely on technology while the poor rely on mutation. Xiao Lin emerged from the illusion only to be informed by Orin that only half a day had passed. Although he had clearly trained in there for 6 months, Xiao Lin couldn't help but marvel at how miraculous the Dragon Ball world truly was. Afterwards, Xiao Lin headed to Bulma's house, where she had returned driving the Heavenly God's spaceship. Bulma told Xiao Lin that the modifications would be completed in about a week. By the way, Xiao Lin, you mentioned a year ago that the gravity training room had already been built. Really? Where is it? Xiao Lin was extremely delighted. With this, he could reach even greater heights in the Time and Spirit Room. Bulma handed Xiao Lin a capsule stating that this gravity training room could support a maximum of 50 times the normal gravity. After Shaolin mentioned it a year ago, Bulma had started researching this device. Shaolin took the capsule and praised Bulma as a genius girl. To his surprise, this compliment made Bulma show off. It was unclear whether she was boasting about being a genius or simply about being a girl. After all, Bulma was already in her 20s this year. Naturally, Shaolin dared not mention her age. With a few days left for the spaceship modifications, Shaolin hurried to train. He initially wanted to train alongside Gohan, but in the time and spirit room each person could only stay for 2 days. Later during the Android saga, Gohan trained to become a Super Saiyan 2 with the help of the time and spirit room. Shaolin was afraid that by staying behind, he would prevent Gohan from becoming a Super Saiyan 2. It should be noted that in the Android saga, Gohan was the main character. Furthermore, with Gohan's current combat power just over 900, he could not enter the time and spirit room. After much deliberation, Shaolin decided to enter alone. Success. Shaolin looked at everything before him with joy. Mr. Bobo, unable to enter due to his low combat power, indicated he would help me open the door in 2 days. The door closed, marking the beginning of Shaolin's debut. He first mapped out his cultivation route. In the martial path, it is merely the enhancement of heart, body, and skill. Heart, as Shaolin understood it, represented the tenacity and confidence of his character. It meant being able to cultivate oneself at all times, undaunted by hardship, and not losing oneself due to external influences. Body, of course, refers to physical strength. Skill pertains to techniques in combat. Shaolin believed he had already mastered the heart, because he would never give up on improving himself, and was not afraid of the pain that came with training. Thus, the next focus was on body and skill training. First came the body. Shaolin planned to choose rapid running as his main training method. Running would engage many parts of the body, allowing for very even training, achieving comprehensive improvement. He initially ran at full strength for a day under 10 times the normal gravity. After eating something and resting, he continued. However, this time the running duration stretched from 1 day to a day and a half. Gradually, he increased it little by little, until he could easily run for 10 days. After that, he added more weight, increasing to 5 times the normal gravity and running for 10 days. After a year and a half, Shaolin could finally run for 10 consecutive days under 50 times the normal gravity. So Shaolin added weight, donning a specially made turtle shell, making his total weight reach half a ton. Under 50 times the normal gravity, it further reached a height of 25 tons. After another 3 months, Shaolin could finally run for a month while carrying the turtle shell under 50 times the normal gravity. After resting for a few days, he stored away the gravity training chamber and returned to the Grand Plaza of the Time and Spirit Cabin. In the following month, Shaolin used a duplication technique to create a clone identical to himself, then engaged in combat. During the battles, he gradually recalled and refined his past combat skills. In the final month, Shaolin chose to refine his Kame House technique, aiming to maintain this state without relying on the magical beans for a more sustained performance. Finally, 2 years had passed. Exiting the Time and Spirit Cabin, he was greeted by the long-missed Earth, feeling the meager gravity, which truly made him feel relaxed. First, he took a shower and changed into clean clothes, then hurried to the barber to have his messy beard and hair all trimmed. At last, to Cleanshaven, Shaolin re-emerged. Using the instant transmission technique, he arrived at Bulma's home, discovering she was still engrossed in modifying the spaceship. Imagine a blue-haired beauty with a stunning figure dressed simply for convenience, tightening screws with a wrench. After admiring her for a moment, Shaolin was drawn to a device on the workbench. Isn't this a Saiyan power level detector? How did it end up here? Oh, that thing. I borrowed it from Tianjin Fan a while ago, but it broke. Bulma replied while continuing her spaceship modifications, so I just set up another one. Can I borrow it for a bit? Sure, it's just a simple gadget. Shaolin took the power level detector and flew towards Kame House. At that moment, Master Roshi was gazing at a fashion magazine, smiling at the well-proportioned models, when Shaolin suddenly burst in, startling him into jumping up. Master Roshi, can you check my combat power? What? On the beach of Kame Island, Master Roshi had already put the power level detector to his eyes. Ding ding ding. The detector started operating. Ready. With Master Roshi's command, Shaolin suddenly erupted with power. A visible white aura rose from him, towering higher than the coconut trees on the island. Then the previously calm sea began to ripple. The white clouds in the sky were pushed forward, the coconut trees swayed, and the wooden sign on Kame House spun continuously. Wow! What a powerful aura! Master Roshi trembled as he saw the power level detector flashing rapidly. The old turtle beside him was so frightened it shrank back into its shell. 6,000, 12,000, 36,000, 60,000, 168,000. 168,000 combat power, Master Roshi exclaimed. Hearing the reading, Shaolin gradually calmed down. 160,000. The improvement over 2 years in the time and spirit cabin far exceeded his previous 4 years. Shaolin believed it was due to the super divine water unlocking his potential as well as the gravity training chamber. Gravity training in the Dragon Ball world is truly special. Just entering it makes one stronger. After regaining his calm, Shaolin began to prepare a meal for Master Roshi. Since Lan Chi met Tianjin Fan, she had left Kame House. During this time Shaolin had been busy with his training and hadn't returned to Kame House for a long while. Master Roshi, his 3 meals a day were mostly solved by going to larger islands. This time Shaolin had finally returned and Master Roshi was eager to have a meal. After all, for some reason Shaolin's culinary skills had suddenly skyrocketed to an impressive level at one point. When he finished preparing a feast, he placed the rice cooker in an accessible spot. Suddenly, as Shaolin looked at the rice cooker in his hand, he had some ideas. He turned to Master Roshi and asked his question. After a satisfying meal, several familiar figures visited Kame House. It was Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Chaozi among others. They had all been training in various places. However, they suddenly sensed a powerful aura that made them tremble. Upon careful perception, they realized it was Shaolin's aura. But why had Shaolin's aura changed so dramatically in just a few days? They all wanted to see for themselves. After some conversation, they learned that Shaolin had consumed the super divine water and had been training for 2 years in the time and spirit cabin. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha lowered their heads upon hearing this. They had also consumed the super divine water, but their improvements were not as remarkable as Shaolin's. In fact, they had already sensed it. The potential of humans truly has limits, and they felt they could not keep up with the changes of the times. Don't show such expressions. As a true martial artist, Shaolin said, seeing their expressions, he voiced his thoughts, hoping to give them a strong motivational boost. What we need to surpass is not others but ourselves. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, then their eyes gradually sparkled with light. Since they were here, they might as well stay. Shaolin suddenly thought to teach them his Kame technique. After all, he had learned the instant transmission technique from Chaozi, the 4-body fist from Tianjin Fan, and the energy ball technique from Yamcha. Everyone was very interested in this. However, they just couldn't learn it. The Kame technique Shaolin developed required an incredibly fine manipulation of chi. Even Yamcha, who understood the energy ball technique, could not master it. On Turtle Island, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were practicing the Turtle School's Kamehameha under the guidance of Shaolin. The first step is to wrap the Kamehameha around both hands. The second step is to let the Kamehameha flow from the hands to other parts of the body. Then there were 3 explosive sounds of BM, 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 and all 3 were blown away by their own Kamehameha. This is also the most difficult part of the Kamehameha. The energy itself transforms into a powerful attack which can also harm the user. The technique of Kamehameha emphasizes releasing the energy wave while absorbing it back, giving the Kamehameha its destructive power on the surface while the absorbed energy transforms back into the user's own energy, thus preventing self-harm. Shaolin explained once again. However, everyone found it difficult to achieve this effect in such a short time. Take your time, Shaolin encouraged them, joking that it was strange for a technique he created to be learned so quickly. Before learning Kamehameha, Shaolin had trained by wrapping energy around air and submerging it in the ocean. It was precisely because of such detailed training that he was able to create the Kamehameha. 2 days later, the spaceship was finally completed. Boarding were Shaolin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha. Son Gohan did not join as Shishi wanted him to complete his studies from the previous year. Yamcha, being the last to improve during training, decided to stay on Earth to continue his practice. Bulma also stayed because Yamcha did not die as he did in the original story. The spaceship was fast, but it would still take half a month to reach Namek. During this time, the 3 did not give up on training, and Shaolin continued to teach Yamcha and Tianjin Fan the Kamehameha. The 2 initially grasped it, managing to increase their power by 0.5 times. Beyond that, they would lose control and self-destruct. Since Shaolin did not disclose the Dragon Ball information to the Science, Namek was not targeted as it had been in the original story. It appeared peaceful, and upon logging in, Shaolin met the locals and expressed his desire to see the Elder. The Elder had the ability to view others' memories, and Shaolin felt that if the Elder understood the developments in the Dragon Ball world, he would allow him to use the Dragon Balls. The Namekians could sense energy, and upon realizing that Shaolin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha did not carry any evil intent, they agreed to lead the way. Having seen them in the anime, Shaolin was not particularly surprised. In contrast, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha found it amusing and remarked on how many Piccolo lookalikes there were. It's no wonder they were impressed, as Tianjin Fan had once challenged King Piccolo and nearly lost his life. No wonder such an impression was etched in their memories. King Piccolo is pure evil because he is a deity's dark side, but the Namekian natives are not like that. Please do not act disrespectfully later, Shaolin cautioned. Shortly after, he saw the aged and enormous Elder. Beside the elder was the strongest warrior of Namek, Nail. The elder was kind much like in the original story. After Shaolin explained his intentions, the elder agreed to view Shaolin's memories. Shaolin did not resist, and the elder saw the Dragon Ball anime through Shaolin's memories. How fascinating. A person like you exists in this world, the elder expressed. If you had not deliberately withheld the information about the Dragon Balls, perhaps Namek would have been attacked by Frieza by now. Although Namek is peaceful now, the elder still expressed his gratitude to Shaolin. He also activated Shaolin's latent potential just like in the original story. Suddenly, an incredible surge of energy erupted from Shaolin, and his power soared. 1 times, 2 times, 10 times, 25 times. The power surged like a tsunami. What an incredible feeling. He felt remarkably light. Shaolin asked Tianjin Fan to use the power scanner to check his current battle power. Tianjin Fan, however, was so intimidated by Shaolin's energy that his legs went weak. After a while, he finally managed to test Shaolin's battle power. Beep beep beep. 4200000. 4,200,000. Tianjin Fan's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Shaolin was also stunned. So high. Felt like winning the lottery. Remember, Shaolin had trained for nearly 7 years to raise his battle power from 280 to 168,000. And now he had reached 4,200,000 just by a pat on the head. Excited Shaolin immediately thanked the elder. No need to thank me, Earthling, the elder chuckled. Your 2 souls have fused, which means your potential is much higher than average, especially since the current soul is significantly stronger than your original one. The elder explained the principle behind the potential being unlocked. This sudden spike in battle power did not come from nowhere. It was just that Shaolin's potential had been activated, fully realizing the benefits of his past training. It could be said that Shaolin was now operating at full potential. This battle power of 4,200,000 was the true result of his nearly 7 years of training. Following this, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha also had their battle powers increased. Tianjin Fan's battle power multiplied by 7, reaching 21000. Yamcha's battle power multiplied by 5, reaching 8000. Their increases were the normal multiples for Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world. People like Shaolin, who had a Traverser's soul fused with his original soul, had higher potential than other Earthlings. After unlocking their potential, the elder requested Nail to take Shaolin and the others to various villages to search for the Dragon Balls. In less than half a day, the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, summoning the eternal dragon Purunga. This dragon was hundreds of times larger than the Earth Dragon, and its majestic appearance stunned Shaolin and the others. The eternal dragon Purunga asked for their wishes. Shaolin voiced his first wish to resurrect those who died due to the Saiyan invasion of Earth. The second wish was to teleport the revived Goku and Piccolo to Namek. The final wish was for Shaolin to have a very sturdy rice cooker. As a rice cooker descended, the eternal dragon Purunga transformed into the Dragon Balls and flew off in all directions. Shaolin, what were you thinking? You wished for a rice cooker. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha wore a bewildered expression. I think it will be useful in the future, Shaolin replied, putting the rice cooker away, surprised to find it could transform into a capsule. Meanwhile, the resurrected Goku and Piccolo arrived on Namek. The two were still sparring when they suddenly noticed the surroundings had changed, leaving them in a daze. What happened? We suddenly ended up in this place, Goku said, bewildered as he observed his surroundings. This feeling. Piccolo quickly deduced what had happened, raising his hand and gesturing, it seems we have been resurrected. Resurrected? Goku looked at Piccolo in confusion, surprised to find the halo of light around him was gone. Really? Our halos are gone. Goku immediately touched the top of his head, realizing there was nothing there. Although he knew he had been revived, he was unclear about their current location. It's okay, we can just ask someone familiar, Piccolo said, taking on the role of the intelligent one at that moment as he sensed Shaolin, Tianjin Fan, and the others' presence. Thus the two unleashed their energy and flew at full speed. Baiyu. 2 white waves of energy tore through the sky. This chapter ends. Shaolin, Tianjin, rice dumpling, long time no see. Wukong greeted the others from a distance. He realized that it had been many years since he last saw these former cultivation companions. The last time Tianjin Rice and Dumpling saw Wukong was at Wukong's wedding with Chi-Chi, which was 4 or 5 years ago. Shaolin had also not seen Wukong for 3 years due to his training in the Time and Spirit House. Piccolo remained silent in the back. Although he had developed a closer friendship with Wukong during their time on King Kai's planet as a proud warrior of the demon race, second only to Vegeta, he would never smile at others. Piccolo, uninterested in the warm reunion between Shaolin and Wukong, turned his face away. Just then he saw someone who looked exactly like him. This is... Piccolo was incredibly shocked. It was the first time he had seen a demon who resembled him so closely. What is this? Piccolo's face turned green. The one he was staring at was Nairu, who had just noticed Piccolo as well. In the past, Namek had suffered an unprecedented disaster, leaving only the Elder alive. The current Namekians are all descendants of the Elder. This means that the Namekians today are all closely related. Nairu, having never seen a Namekian like Piccolo, was also taken aback. Perhaps Namekian warriors are all aloof, so Nairu just stared at Piccolo without saying anything. It was Wukong who broke the silence. This natural fool became excited when he saw Nairu. Wow, there's another Piccolo here. Fool. Idiot. I'm the real Piccolo. Piccolo was displeased when he heard Wukong mistaking him for someone else. Yahaha, is that so? I find it quite hard to distinguish. Wukong laughed. Piccolo's face turned green. That muscular fool. Isn't it great for Piccolo? You've finally made a friend in Wukong. We need to communicate well in the future. Shaolin approached Piccolo to converse. To be honest, Shaolin had always liked the character Piccolo in Dragon Ball. Especially his relationship with Gohan, where he was both strict with Gohan and attentive to his well-being. If it weren't for Piccolo teaching Gohan would not have become the most powerful being among the Saiyans in Dragon Ball Z. Humph, don't flatter me. I only chose to temporarily ally with you because I heard there are more powerful enemies. I still intend to conquer Earth. Piccolo turned his head away shyly. Is that so? Why do I feel like you're more responsible for Gohan than Wukong, his own father? You even stepped up to save Gohan back then. Shaolin recalled the scene when Piccolo saved Gohan teasingly. That's not true. I just. Piccolo, hearing Shaolin mention this, felt like he was socially dying, becoming at a loss for words. It was just that I accidentally slipped and happened to block that little brat Gohan. Don't be so heartless. If Gohan knew, he would definitely be very sad. Humph, whatever. Piccolo gradually regained his composure, his arms, still anxiously crossed over his chest, turning away to avoid conversing with Shaolin. But as he turned away, Wukong's smiling face came into view. By the way, I really appreciate you for Gohan, Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo did not want to speak anymore and turned his face to the other side. Tianjin Rice and Dumpling found the scene amusing. They were initially quite afraid of Piccolo, but now. At that moment, Nairu suddenly interrupted, informing everyone that the Elder seemed to have something to say to them. The group followed Nairu to the Elder's residence. During the flight, Shaolin used a battle power detector to check Wukong and Piccolo's battle powers. Wukong had a battle power of 150000 while Piccolo had 10000. Shaolin was taken aback after he saw the numbers. He remembered that a year ago Wukong's battle power was only about 400 points and now it had directly soared to 150000. Truly extraordinary talent. To think that it took him 6 months in the Super Divine Water Illusion and 2 years in the Spirit Time House just to reach around 168000. Actually, I wasn't that powerful a few days ago. Son Wukong seemed to be reminiscing. He told Shaolin that after Piccolo's death, he came to North Kai's planet to train. When Wukong was sparring with Piccolo, he suddenly wanted to try Piccolo's new move, the Demon Flash Cannon. Piccolo initially refused because that move was too powerful and could easily lead to death. But Wukong insisted that they were already dead, so it was fine. Eventually, after being thoroughly bothered by Wukong's persistence, he gave it a try. Little did he know that Piccolo's single move put Wukong in a near-death state. He didn't understand why he entered a near-death state even though he died. A few days later, Wukong recovered and his strength skyrocketed, leaving both North Kai and Piccolo in awe. Shaolin realized the ability of a Saiyan to grow stronger after recovering from a near-death experience. Upon reaching the Elder's residence, Wukong exclaimed upon seeing the giant Namekian, "What a big Piccolo!" Piccolo's face turned green with anger. Strangely, at the moment he saw the Elder Piccolo, who usually showed little interest in others, had a change in expression for the first time. "You're called Piccolo, right? You look just like your father Kadaz when he was young." Kadaz. The Elder also noticed Piccolo. "That's right. When Namek suffered a disaster, your father Kadaz sacrificed his life to send you to Earth. What a pity. He was one of the few geniuses of our race." The Elder continued. "Just like you, except your body was divided into two so it went unnoticed." Piccolo's eyes flashed with a strange color, but he eventually said calmly, "I am who I am. There's no such thing as being divided into two. You're right. Regardless of talent, life must go on. It's the plain and simple that matters." The Elder said slowly, "Come here, child." As a white mist rose from Piccolo, his energy multiplied. It increased nearly 20-fold. "What is this?" Piccolo was astonished as energy continuously surged from his body. Shaolin also saw Piccolo's battle power on the detector. 200000 battle power. He never expected to gain such unbelievable strength in just a few seconds. In the original story, you were meant to fuse with Nail, but now Namek faces no crisis. This surge in latent potential serves as compensation. The Grand Elder had already reviewed Krillin's memories, which contained the full Dragon Ball narrative. Thus he knew of the fusion between Piccolo and Nail. In the anime, Piccolo's fusion with Nail elevated his battle power to 1 million. A truly staggering figure. Now, however, Piccolo and Nail merely lock eyes in silence, their thoughts inscrutable. Truly remarkable, Piccolo. You've surpassed me in an instant. Goku exclaimed, his expression guilelessly earnest. Krillin glanced sidelong at him, thinking you'd overwhelm him instantly with tenfold Kaioken. The Grand Elder also noticed Goku. Within Krillin's memories, Goku was the central protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Saiyans are a malevolent race, innately warlike and ruthless. Yet you are different. I sense profound kindness in your aura, the Grand Elder said. Your Saiyan physiology grants you the ability to recover from near death and emerge vastly stronger. It is widely known among Dragon Ball enthusiasts that Saiyans grow exponentially stronger after surviving mortal wounds. Yet why did this potent ability vanish from use after the Frieza saga? The Grand Elder's next words startled Krillin. Near-death recovery is in essence a form of latent potential activation. However, such activations are strictly limited in number, and subjecting oneself repeatedly to life-threatening peril is both arduous and perilous. Allow me to assist you instead. The Grand Elders offer illuminated Krillin's understanding near-death recovery was not mere biology. It was cultivation of dormant power. Once that latent potential is fully exhausted, the ability ceases to function. No wonder Goku never resorted to it again during the Cell or Buu sagas. Is that so? Yet I prefer strengthening myself through disciplined training. Sudden awakenings feel like a shortcut, almost illegitimate, Goku mused, troubled. Go on, Goku. This is no detour. It simply magnifies the returns of all future cultivation. Krillin urged, gently nudging Goku forward. In the original chronicle, Goku never received such an awakening from the Grand Elder, but here they would test its possibility. Though Krillin's battle power now exceeded 4 million, defeating Frieza still hinged entirely upon Goku. With no alternative, Goku stepped forward. As brilliant white aura erupted around him, he gasped, "Whoa!" Krillin deftly activated his battle power scanner. The digits surged wildly across its display. Nearby, Piccolo, Nail, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu exchanged stunned glances, their bodies trembling with... At last, the scanner stabilized 5,000,000. 5 million. Goku's battle power had multiplied 50-fold. Krillin had believed his own dual-soul fusion, yielding a 25-fold amplification, to be extraordinary, yet before Goku even that paled into insignificance. Truly worthy of being Dragon Ball's chosen protagonist. I can feel my strength, immense, overwhelming. Goku gazed down at his palms, astonished. He had never sensed such colossal power coursing within him, nor such effortless dominion over the very planet beneath his feet. Thank you, Grand Elder. Goku declared, sincere gratitude resonating in his voice. The Grand Elder waved dismissively. No grand gesture required, and none rejoiced more than Krillin. Victory was secured. With 5 million battle power, once Goku achieved Super Saiyan transformation, Frieza would pose no threat. Yet even as that thought crossed Krillin's mind, the Grand Elder interjected. I suggest you return to Earth immediately. Ha! Puzzled, they turned toward the Grand Elder, only to learn he had foreseen Frieza's arrival on Earth within 15 days. What? Krillin reacted first. Shocked anew, for the timeline had shifted once more. He could not fathom why Frieza would target Earth. He had revealed nothing about the Dragon Balls during his battle with Vegeta. So why would Frieza come? But speculation was futile now. They must depart without delay. They boarded their vessel that very day and departed Namek. Before leaving, Krillin requested the Grand Elder use the Dragon Balls 1 year hence to restore Earth and resurrect its people. He feared Frieza might obliterate Earth outright, annihilating them all, so he prepared this contingency. Yet the Grand Elder, who likewise knew the Dragon Ball saga through Krillin's memories, shook his head. If Earth fell, it would mean Krillin's group had been defeated by Frieza, and Frieza would inevitably turn his wrath upon Namek. In the end, however, the Grand Elder consented. Krillin exhaled in quiet relief. Aboard the ship, Goku, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu exchanged puzzled glances. Why did the name Frieza provoke such urgency? Krillin recounted Frieza's terrifying stature, galactic overlord, sovereign of cosmic real estate, and battle power exceeding 120 million. 120 million? Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu cried out in unison. Having believed their own Tensofthassan's battle power supreme, they were stunned to confront a figure measured in hundreds of millions. More chilling still, Frieza's mere fraction of power dwarfed their totality. 120 million. Goku scratched his head baffled. Roughly 24 times your current strength, Piccolo clarified. What? Goku's eyes widened. Not in fear but exhilaration. Excellent. 20 times stronger than me. I'd love to fight him. True to his Saiyan nature, even Goku's innate kindness could not suppress his warrior's thirst for battle. His unwavering optimism rekindled Krillin's resolve. Indeed, the protagonist stood with them, and this time Goku would not perish. Krillin knew their utmost priority was guiding Goku to master the Super Saiyan transformation. A 50-fold instantaneous surge would render his 5 million battle power invincible. Yet how to teach it remained a formidable challenge. Krillin himself had only witnessed it, never embodied it. Cut to 1 hour after Krillin's departure for Namek. A streak of white light carved across the heavens, trailing a luminous arc before descending upon Earth's eastern metropolis. It was a spherical spacecraft. If Krillin had been present, he would have recognized it instantly as Vegeta's vessel. With a sharp hiss of displaced air, Vegeta emerged. TCH. Forgot to recalibrate the landing coordinates. Back to this wretched place again. His scowl deepened, his blue battle armor bore multiple rents and scorches. That treacherous Raditz dared ambush Prince Vegeta. That vermin shall pay. I will never forgive him. Clutching the ship's hatch for support, Vegeta staggered forth. He needed shelter and fast. Otherwise, Earthlings who recognized him in this battered state would surely kill him on sight. He took another step, then lost his balance, tumbling headlong onto the ground. He lay face down, his back exposed. A grotesque gaping wound bleeding profusely. How dare you bring a random man home? But he collapsed right at my doorstep, and he was injured. Besides, there was a spacecraft beside him. He must be an alien. Saving him might reveal advanced extraterrestrial technology. You're lying. You just think he's handsome. You're such a fickle woman. What? You have the nerve to call me fickle? It's you who's easily infatuated. Any woman who approaches you sends you into a daze. First came their bickering. Then a thunderous slam of the door so forceful it rattled the entire house. It was Bulma quarreling with Yamcha. With Yamcha's current battle power exceeding 1,000, shaking the house with a slammed door was hardly extraordinary. As for the man they mentioned, it was Vegeta. Woken by their shouting, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, tubes and needles piercing his body. His eyes flared with fury. Who dares? Dare mock me? I am the proud. Ugh. This is all your fault. You made me fight with my boyfriend. Before Vegeta could finish, Bulma cut him off mid-rant. Without waiting for his reaction, she stormed out, her frustration blazing. What on earth is going on? Vegeta muttered, bewildered. He reached to pull out the 4 needles, determined to leave, when an elderly man with a cat perched on his shoulder glided in on a self-propelled hoverboard. Bulma, honestly, bringing someone home and abandoning them like this. The diminutive elder was none other than Bulma's father, Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief approached to examine Vegeta's wounds, and upon seeing their remarkable recovery, his eyes lit up. Oh, impressive! He sustained grievous injuries yet healed entirely overnight. Vegeta understood at once that this man had treated him, so he withheld lethal force. Still, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, he refused to speak casually to strangers. He merely let out a cold, dismissive snort, and turned to leave. Oh my, look who's awake! A hunky gentleman. Just as Vegeta stepped toward the doorway, he was met head-on by a soft, warm collision. It was Mrs. Brief balancing a tray of desserts in one hand. Vegeta felt an unexpected softness press against his chest. While still puzzling over how her pectorals could feel so yielding, Mrs. Brief had already looped her arm through his. That soft sensation returned. Wait! What are you doing? To his utter disbelief, the haughty Saiyan prince yielded without resistance. Guided gently back to sit on the bed. Patients need nourishment to heal quickly. A wheeled food cart materialized before him. Then, with practiced grace, Mrs. Brief placed the dessert before him. It was a strawberry milkshake parfait. Mrs. Brief adored crafting sweets, though Vegeta had no idea what it was. Yet, under the earnest, hopeful gazes of Dr. and Mrs. Brief, he relented, grasping the spoon and devouring it with vigorous bites. He only wished to finish quickly and depart. But, what was this? His movements froze. Cool, sweet, refreshingly crisp, with a rich velvety aroma of cream. Delicious. In his past, Vegeta subsisted solely on nutrient paste. Food existed only to sustain strength, never to delight the senses. He never imagined earthly fare could taste like this. After a brief pause, he devoured the parfait in a whirlwind of hunger. More. What a spirited young man. Mrs. Brief clasped her hands together, beaming. Within minutes, a procession of dessert-laden carts rolled in through the doorway. A dazzling array of confections spread before him, so overwhelming that even the stoic Vegeta's expression softened into something oddly reminiscent of a husky's eager grin. Suddenly, this low-power planet seemed less contemptible. After a full-scale feast, Vegeta patted his rounded belly and let out a satisfied belch. Beside him, Dr. and Mrs. Brief burst into enthusiastic applause. "Are you a professional competitor in eating contests? A young, handsome champion of the stomach? Humph. At least you're perceptive. Since your hospitality has pleased me, this prince shall grant you one boon." He wiped his mouth with his forearm. "Whether slaying a man or annihilating a planet, it shall be done." He added pointedly, "Understood." Dr. and Mrs. Brief exchanged glances, then turned back to Vegeta. "No, thank you. Since you were brought here by our daughter Bulma, you're among friends. Friends don't trade favors. Saiyans require no friendship." The word clearly unsettled him. Saiyan society knew only hierarchy, not equality. "Enough talk. State your request now, or I'll erase you both." Dr. Brief blinked, momentarily flustered by Vegeta's intensity. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth lightly. "Are you angry? Well then, if you insist, find our daughter Bulma for us." Seeing Vegeta's agitation, Dr. Brief offered the request lightly. "Find someone?" Vegeta raised a brow. Was this a slight to the prince's worth? "Once found, we'll prepare a grand dessert banquet," Mrs. Brief added, smiling warmly. "Humph, a waste of royal talent." He scoffed, but strode resolutely toward the door. His silence spoke louder than words he'd accepted. "You can't go out like that. You'll be mocked." Dr. Brief suddenly grabbed his arm. Vegeta wore only athletic shorts, his sculpted torso swathed in bandages. "Let anyone laugh. I'll kill them." Vegeta shrugged it off. Strength, not appearance, defined a Saiyan. "Honey, why not lend him one of your old shirts?" "Brilliant idea." As Dr. Brief hurried off to fetch clothes, Vegeta tried to remain aloof, only for Mrs. Brief to seize his hand again. Powerless against her persistence, he stood rigid and impassive, until Dr. Brief returned with garments and insisted on dressing him himself. Only then did they relent. "Dashing. You've got my youthful charisma. Yes, do come home early for dinner." Dr. and Mrs. Brief waved cheerfully from the threshold. Vegeta departed Capsule Corporation clad in a floral shirt, board shorts, and flip-flops, his face etched with profound unspoken dismay. Bulma was troubled by the matter concerning Lu Ping and went alone to a bar to drown her sorrows. Coincidentally, she unexpectedly ran into Yamcha at the bar. Yamcha was leaning against the bar, attracting numerous women around him with his looks, enjoying drinks and laughter. Bulma was instantly infuriated. She felt humiliated right in front of him. How could a headstrong woman like her tolerate this? Bulma's temper flared as she rushed over to scold him. Yamcha, caught off guard by Bulma's outburst, was left speechless. After all, no matter how thick-skinned he was, being caught in the act was quite uncomfortable. Yet Yamcha remained silent, while the other women who wished to entangle him became increasingly aggressive. In no time they surrounded Bulma, each showcasing their verbal talents, bombarding her with insults. Surprisingly, Bulma felt a sense of guilt. Yamcha stood nearby, trying to mediate like a referee on the field. However, his attempts to resolve the conflict only escalated the situation further. Ultimately, Bulma ended up in a physical altercation with the other women. Although Yamcha was quite formidable, adhering to the gentlemanly principle of not resorting to violence against women, he could only stand by and mediate. "Stop fighting!" Yamcha shouted from the sidelines, simultaneously troubled by his own damnable charm, which had caused the women to fight over him. Bulma, who had spent years tinkering with machinery, was strong among women, but it was hard to fend off 4 opponents at once, and she was about to be pinned down. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Bulma, swiftly sending the women surrounding her flying. They crashed against the bar chairs and liquor cabinets like sandbags. Her eyes spun like spirals. "You scoundrel, how could you hit women?" Yamcha exclaimed in shock, as those women were all quite beautiful. The person being referred to was none other than Vegeta, who had been sent by Bulma's father. Brief had given Vegeta a locator before leaving, allowing him to find Bulma quickly. Despite having experienced the invasion of Earth by the Saiyans, Bulma and Yamcha, not being present at the time, were unaware that the man before them was one of those invaders. Vegeta merely cast a sidelong glance at Yamcha, seeing him as just an ordinary person. Thus he chose not to speak to him, and instead turned his attention to Bulma. "Are you the alien who fainted in front of my house?" Bulma asked in confusion. In the next moment she was seized by Vegeta, who forcefully pulled her away. Yamcha naturally would not stand by this time and immediately stepped in front of them. Who are you? Why are you taking my girlfriend? Step aside, I don't feel like killing anyone right now, Vegeta replied, raising an eyebrow. Kill me. Yamcha seemed to find this amusing. After years of training, he was now one of Earth's top martial artists. Though Bulma had mentioned that this guy was an alien, he looked just like a human and his combat power seemed unimpressive. Just as Yamcha was about to perform his Wolf Fang fist move, the mocking expression on his face was not fully formed before he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck and collapsed. Vegeta coldly glanced at the fallen man and then lifted Bulma off the ground, flying into the sky. For the first time without relying on technology to fly, Bulma's face turned pale. Put me down, put me down. As Vegeta was holding Bulma with one hand, she struggled and squirmed, making his flight unstable. In the end, with no other choice, Vegeta wrapped both arms around Bulma, pressing her closely against him to prevent her from moving around. Feeling the sudden embrace, Bulma stiffened, realizing the strength of his muscular build accompanied by the warmth of a man's body. Bulma quieted down, reflecting that this alien man was quite handsome. Vegeta, with his stern expression, was just a facade. In reality, he was internally stirred. Holding Bulma was merely a temporary measure. He hadn't expected the sensation to be so strange, especially the softness against his chest, which was driving him slightly insane. Vegeta's home planet, Planet Vegeta, had been destroyed when he was young. He had traversed various planets, mostly encountering bizarre and grotesque creatures. This was the first time he had seen a woman who resembled him, let alone have such intimate contact. However, as a proud Saiyan prince, he could not allow himself to show any peculiar expressions. The two remained silent. Eventually they returned to Capsule Corporation, and Vegeta eagerly released Bulma, walking silently inside. He ignored Bulma's calls from behind. This made Bulma somewhat angry. Was this really her home or his? Upon entering the living room, she only saw Bulma brief. Where's the old man? Vegeta asked in confusion. He went to tinker with some machines, Bulma brief replied with a smile. Oh, Vegeta crossed his arms and the atmosphere in the hall fell silent for a moment. Then he suddenly asked, what about the dessert? You promised that. There is indeed that matter. Bulma brief still wore a smile. Can you still eat? Just bring it here, he said. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. Young people sure are spirited. Bulma brief seemed quite pleased. Mom, how can you be so nice to him? He's just a stranger, Bulma said angrily upon seeing this scene. Ella, Bulma is back. Don't say that young Vegeta is a good person, Bulma brief said with a smile, walking out as if to prepare the dessert. Not long after the dessert was ready and Bulma could only resentfully watch Vegeta dine in her home. Vegeta was devouring the food and Bulma was helpless. Seeing that even Yamcha was no match for him, she realized his martial arts were surely impressive. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but reminisce about Krillin and Goku. Krillin, hurry back after you, revive Goku. Bulma involuntarily prayed. Vegeta suddenly reacted. He had heard the name Krillin. He remembered that not long ago when he first came to Earth, the bald man who had fought him until the last moment was named Krillin. In terms of strength, that short bald man was about equal to him then. Now, after experiencing 2 near-death revivals, his power had skyrocketed, leaving Krillin far behind. Vegeta believed he was already the #1 expert on this planet. Remembering how he had once been defeated by Krillin, who had spared him alongside Kakarot, his pride as a proud Saiyan prince could hardly bear it. Now Vegeta wanted to beat Krillin to the ground, forcing him to beg for mercy to wash away his humiliation. The misunderstanding between the two sides was temporarily set aside under Bulma's forceful mediation. Through Bulma's account, Master Roshi and the others learned that Frieza's army had already invaded Earth. A galactic emperor, Master Roshi murmured softly, his cane-trembling frame seeming to sink even lower. Since King Piccolo's resurrection, Earth's calamities had never ceased. By the way, have the Dragon Balls been restored yet? Bulma asked. Krillin and Tien Shinhan departed for Namek long ago. They should have revived Piccolo by now. Master Roshi nodded, confirming the Dragon Balls had been restored, and were currently kept at his home, gathered previously in preparation to revive Goku. So Uncle Piccolo has been revived too, Gohan exclaimed, elated. Master Roshi affirmed with another quiet nod. Excellent. Let's use them immediately, so I can attain immortality, Vegeta commanded imperiously. Immortality? Master Roshi blinked in surprise, then turned toward Bulma. Yes. I promised him, she replied. So long as he obeys us and refrains from harming Earth or its people, I'd help him locate the Dragon Balls. No, Aunt Bulma. He's a villain who once tried to conquer Earth. Gohan was the first to object. He had witnessed firsthand the Saiyans' brutality. The very man before him had slain his father and murdered Uncle Piccolo. You're absolutely right, Bulma. This concerns Earth's very survival. It cannot be dismissed with a mere word. Yamcha added firmly. As a man he couldn't help but feel a subtle distance had grown between himself and Bulma. Seeing universal opposition, Vegeta frowned. Ordinarily he would have imposed his will through sheer martial dominance. But today he restrained himself, having pledged obedience to the blue-haired woman, vowing not to harm Earth or its inhabitants. As dissent swelled around him, Bulma stepped forward once more. Don't worry. He possesses immense pride. Vegeta watched Bulma stand before him, speaking earnestly on his behalf. And for the first time an unfamiliar warmth stirred deep within his chest. Mrs. Briefs chimed in beside her. He has quite a fondness for sweets. People who love sweets are rarely truly wicked. Dr. Briefs nodded in agreement, the little black cat now curled peacefully upon his shoulder. Thus the Briefs family stood united beside Vegeta. Vegeta glanced briefly at the three of them. It struck him as strange. Until now no one had ever felt close to him. He had long grown accustomed to solitude. Yet today for the first time someone stood resolutely at his side, as if granting him recognition. Even if those acknowledging him were weaker, the sensation was not unwelcome. Vegeta, please restate our original agreement. So everyone may rest assured, Bulma said, turning to him. What need is there to repeat such words? Though reluctant to speak aloud, Vegeta's hesitation stemmed less from defiance than from uncharacteristic shyness. Reluctance to utter the same vow twice. Pure-blooded Saiyans surpassed their prior limits after recovering from near-fatal injury. With immortality, and my innate intellect retained even in Great Saiyan form, I could easily defeat Frieza. Having served in Frieza's forces for years, Vegeta knew the tyrant's power well. His battle power peaked at 530,000. Yet, with immortality, Vegeta could swiftly ascend beyond that threshold. Suddenly Vegeta sensed every gaze fix upon his lower back. He realized his tail was gone. For the foreseeable future, transformation into a great Saiyan remained impossible. A surge of fury rose within him. That accursed bald brat had done this. Is immortality even feasible? Earth's dragon god can only grant wishes within the bounds of his own power. At the sound of an unfamiliar voice, all eyes snapped toward its source, where beyond Master Roshi, Yamcha, the Briefs family, the Sun family, and Vegeta himself stood a new figure. You? Raditz? Vegeta roared, his aura erupting violently the instant he recognized the intruder. Beside him, Gohan recoiled like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. This man had slaughtered his father and murdered Uncle Piccolo, a true arch-villain without question. Over 30,000, while yours barely scrapes 4,000. Pathetic. Raditz sneered, glancing dismissively at the numbers flashing on his scouter. Like Krillin, Raditz was a transmigrator. But unlike him, Raditz possessed a unique ability, the power to absorb battle power. Slaying a stronger foe granted him 100 of their power. Defeating a weaker one still yielded one. After fleeing Earth, pursued by Vegeta, Raditz piloted his Saiyan pod back to Frieza's forces, and soon after witnessed a gravely wounded Vegeta returning in the same vessel. With his absorption system active, Raditz saw opportunity, and attempted to ambush Vegeta, but interference from Frieza's troops foiled his plan. Raditz fought desperately to break through, only to be captured by elite forces from Frieza's central command. When Frieza learned of the incident, he grew intrigued. Among his entire legion, only 3 Saiyans served him, and Raditz, the weakest, had somehow slain Nappa. Now he dared plot Vegeta's assassination. Trembling before Frieza, Raditz, unwilling to die, fabricated a grand lie. He claimed to be a prophet. He declared Vegeta would betray Lord Frieza, and insisted he merely sought to purge the legion of its most dangerous traitor. To cement Frieza's trust, Raditz divulged key events from the Dragon Ball saga, including the fate of the Dragon Balls themselves. Frieza, deeply fascinated, spared Raditz's life, and ordered him to lead the way to Earth. Raditz accepted eagerly. En route he paused to annihilate several planets, massacring countless beings and absorbing their collective battle power in return. How much exactly? No, impossible. Prince Vegeta, striking first, was struck down by a single blow to the abdomen, crumpling to his knees in agony. How frail you've become, Vegeta. Shall I show you the gulf between us? Raditz removed his scouter and tossed it contemptuously before Vegeta's face. The device landed lensupward, displaying Raditz's battle power 120000. Damn, you're nothing but a low-class warrior. How did you grow so strong? As they witnessed the powerful Vegeta being taken down with a single punch, the others fell into a deep silence. The aura emanating from the 120000 battle power made everyone present tremble. Logically, many present were experts capable of sensing aura. It was impossible for such a formidable enemy to approach without being detected. There was only one possibility. When I killed Piccolo, I even absorbed the skills he knew. This ability to control battle power is quite impressive. Raditz mumbled to himself. He then gazed at the unfamiliar yet familiar faces. Although he had seen them many times in the anime, this was the first time he was seeing them in reality. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you're too weak to be worth absorbing. Besides, you are part of my childhood memories. Raditz said, his eyes suddenly turning to Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Mrs. Brief. The beauty of these three women was striking, especially Bulma, whose figure was simply stunning. An evil smile crept across Raditz's face as he made his decision. He would have these three accompany him tonight, fulfilling a dream from his youth. With a battle power of 120000, he was practically invincible on Earth during this time period. If he didn't take advantage of this moment to enjoy himself, when would he? Just hand them over to me and I won't kill you, Raditz proposed, licking his lips in a rather lewd manner as he did so. Everyone immediately understood the situation. Bulma, seeing this long-haired, long-tailed guy, thought he was a bit tall and handsome, but she was extremely unwilling. She crossed her arms and shouted, "No!" Bulma looked at Yamcha for help, and though he wanted to rescue her, he was met with a malicious glare from Raditz, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. They could only watch helplessly as Raditz extended his claws toward Bulma. Raditz! A blue figure punched Raditz squarely in the face. It was Vegeta. Caught off guard, Raditz took the hit squarely. Although his battle power reached 120000, it was all stolen and he had very little actual combat experience. He couldn't react quickly enough to the sudden ambush. Vegeta, being a seasoned fighter, immediately seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. In line with Vegeta's roar, countless fists pounded against Raditz's head, abdomen, and chest, culminating in a powerful kick that sent Raditz soaring into the air. Thud, thud, thud. Oi! Vegeta utilized the prince's fighting style. Although this move had little damage in Dragon Ball, its visual effect was undeniably impressive in reality. Countless clouds of smoke filled the sky, and the violent explosion was so forceful that even the sea was blown away. Ultimate explosion. A beam of light shot forth, and soon everything in the world became invisible. No one could open their eyes. Even from far away in space, a conspicuous and massive flash was visible above Earth. The sea level dropped due to the shockwave, only to surge back like a tsunami, creating a stunning scene. As everyone gradually regained their senses, they were astonished to find Vegeta on the ground, exhausted, propping himself up with his hands and gasping heavily. Did we eliminate him? Someone unknowingly set up a flag. Soon an angry voice from above echoed, "Is the proud Saiyan prince only capable of ambushes?" Raditz's clothes were nearly torn and blood was visible in several places. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and a wave of light began to gather. "I've changed my mind. I will wipe you all out. This is the consequence of defying me." Raditz had already made up his mind to give this group a taste of fear. At worst, he could use the Dragon Balls to bring back Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Mrs. Brief. He could still enjoy himself in the same manner. A yellow energy wave shot from Raditz's hand, and the terrifying energy filled everyone on Kame House with despair. Vegeta, having been beaten by Raditz and exhausted from the previous powerful explosion, now had no strength left. Gohan was also completely suppressed by Raditz's aura due to his low battle power, unable to move at all. Yamcha and Master Roshi were in similar situations. Vegeta still attempted to struggle. How could the Prince of the Saiyans be killed here? Just as it seemed like a certain death, a familiar red figure appeared before everyone. A classic crisis rescue. That red figure punched away Raditz's energy ball. "Goku! Goku! Dad! Hey!" The red figure turned around to greet everyone. "Long time no see, everyone." Compared to the cheerful atmosphere around, Raditz was seething with rage. Son Goku! Indeed, the newcomer was the main character of Dragon Ball Son Goku. Killed by Raditz a year ago, he had miraculously come back to life. "TSK, just like a cockroach." Raditz complained, saying how these hot-blooded protagonists could never be killed no matter what. "You once said that you are my brother. Why are you doing this?" Son Goku loudly questioned Raditz. Raditz did not respond or confront him. He realized that Son Goku could easily repel his energy attack, indicating that he must possess considerable strength. Perhaps he was even stronger than himself. Raditz firmly believed that only those who survive have the chance to dominate the world. Moreover, he currently had the plundering system, making him undoubtedly the chosen one. There was no need to fight such unnecessary battles. With this thought, Raditz fled without looking back. Son Goku did not pursue. And so they witnessed Raditz's escape. Where's Raditz? Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan also arrived on the island one after another. Krillin said nothing upon learning this. After all, he had never killed anyone, and besides, Raditz had claimed to be a fellow traveler like himself. It was not easy for someone like Krillin, who had received 9 years of compulsory education in a lawful society, to make a decision to kill without saying a word. After scaring Raditz away, it was time for everyone to chat. Master Roshi and the others shared what had happened during this time. Krillin also told Master Roshi about the Namek situation. Everyone already knew about Frieza's arrival on Earth and felt anxious. Only Son Goku seemed very excited, expressing his desire to fight Frieza and see what would happen. The 15-day journey through space had not taught Son Goku the Super Saiyan transformation. However, it did allow Goku to learn Krillin's Turtle School technique, which could increase his battle power 6-fold. Combined with Goku's 20 times Kaioken, it could reach a maximum amplification of 26 times. Son Goku's current maximum battle power had reached 130 million. But this stacked power could only be maintained for a short time, as the Kaioken put an immense strain on the body. During those 15 days, Krillin also sought Goku's advice on the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Goku taught him, and Krillin was able to use the 20 times Kaioken. He realized that this technique directly damages the body to gain power, especially around the heart. When Krillin used the Kaioken, he could feel his heart racing as if it would burst out. It was likely that in the original story Goku developed heart disease due to the overexertion from the Kaioken. His strength could be increased through training, but this self-destructive technique should be used sparingly. Speaking of which, his Turtle School technique is much more practical. At least it has no side effects. Our spaceship's landing site was Bulma's home, but by the time we reached Earth, Bulma's house had already been destroyed, said Son Wukong. What? That's outrageous. Those guys! Bulma exclaimed furiously. There are also quite a few aliens wandering around the city, but we have dealt with them. Tianjin Fan said. There are also 5 old guys making strange movements. I think they are called the Jinyu Force, and we have eliminated them as well. The dumpling flying in the sky said. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Vegeta, who had been lying on the ground, got up his strength, recovering slightly. However, when he heard that even Frieza's Jinyu Force had been wiped out, disbelief still flickered across his face. After working for so many years in Frieza's army, Vegeta knew better than anyone the prowess of the Jinyu Force. Oh, you are... Son Wukong finally noticed Vegeta. You are the Saiyan who invaded Earth before, right? I remember you. Your name is Vegeta. Vegeta was puzzled. He looked closely at Son Wukong and suddenly felt that he resembled someone. Bardock. Vegeta suddenly reacted. No, wait, you are Kakarot. Kakarot. During the 15 days of space travel, Xiaolin had also mentioned the Science matters to Wukong. According to Xiaolin, Kakarot is his Saiyan name. That's right, but I grew up on Earth. So just call me Son Wukong, Wukong reminded. Vegeta still remembered that he had just been saved by the Kakarot in front of him. Kakarot was just a low-class Saiyan. As a proud Saiyan prince, he absolutely could not allow a low-class warrior to save him. Kakarot, come fight with me. I want to prove that I am the strongest among the Saiyans. Vegeta thought of a way to soothe his pride. However, that's possible. But you need to train first. You are too weak now, Son Wukong said without malice. Half a month ago, he indeed wanted to fight Vegeta, but after his own diligent training coupled with the Elder's potential development, his combat power had reached an astonishing level. Looking back at Vegeta, he really couldn't muster the desire to fight. If it was about fighting, he would rather face Xiaolin or that guy called Frieza. Damn it, you actually said I am weak. Vegeta shouted, his pride exploding, as he threw a punch directly at Son Wukong's face. But it was easily caught. Let's save the duel for next time. Now we have to find that guy called Frieza, otherwise Earth will be in danger. Son Wukong released Vegeta, then turned to Xiaolin. Let's go, Xiaolin. Xiaolin agreed, and then followed Wukong as they flew away from Kame House. Humph. Piccolo, who had been leaning against a coconut tree, glanced at the disappearing Wukong and Xiaolin, huffing softly. Are you not feeling resentful? Tianjin Fan stepped forward and asked. After 15 days of space travel together, they no longer felt the initial fear towards Piccolo. In their interactions, they discovered that this Piccolo was not as evil as his father King Piccolo. Instead, it was more of a sense of indifference. But this indifference was something Tianjin Fan also exhibited before meeting Wukong. It was just a distance from unfamiliar individuals. In essence, there was no malice involved. I have no resentment. If Frieza really has a combat power of 120 million, then I would only be a burden back then. Piccolo said, suddenly smiling confidently. As long as I keep training, I will surpass them sooner or later. You're right. I won't lose to you guys either. Tianjin Fan also grinned. Great Uncle Piccolo, you're still alive. Piccolo? In that instant, turning his head, he was unexpectedly embraced by Gohan. Hey, what are you doing, you brat? Piccolo tried to shake off Gohan, but seeing Gohan suddenly in tears of joy, he gave up struggling. Turning his head away, his green face already had 2 red clouds. You have become an excellent warrior. Oh, don't do such sentimental things. It was a very touching reunion moment. However, their conversation once again stimulated the prideful Vegeta. Vegeta felt his self-esteem being repeatedly trampled upon. 120 million combat power. Frieza's combat power is actually 120 million. Once upon a time Vegeta had been proud of his combat power of 30000. But he never expected to be a clown. First he was defeated by the weak Earthlings and then by his former subordinate Raditz. Now even that low-class warrior Kakarot was several streets ahead of him. No, not several streets. If Kakarot could truly compete with Frieza, then his combat power would not be lower than 2 billion. Damn it. 120 million is 4,000 times stronger than him. How can he fight? Vegeta was in despair. Everyone was still caught up in the joy of reunion, and no one noticed Vegeta. After all, Vegeta was still just a stranger now. Only Bulma had been paying attention to this side. Just now, when Raditz attacked her, it was Vegeta who saved her. Although Vegeta's intention might not have been to save her, it was still a fact. In contrast, her flirtatious boyfriend Yamcha seemed a bit lacking. Now seeing the dejected Vegeta, Bulma suddenly felt a surge of pity. Are you feeling lost? Bulma asked gently. In fact, the adjective gentle shouldn't apply to Bulma, but today she couldn't help it. Vegeta glanced at the woman, and then coldly snorted, seemingly trying to act strong. No. Then Vegeta looked at Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and the others, saying, Women, hurry up and go over there. It seems you no longer need to hand the Dragon Balls over to me since Kakarot and that little bald guy. Here he paused for a moment, his voice seemingly tinged with a bit of reluctance. It seems there is a way to deal with Frieza. Bulma had not known Vegeta for long, but she seemed to understand his character very well. She also stopped mentioning Frieza. Instead she talked about the time she met Wukong when she was young. What? Are you saying Kakarot once lost to that old guy and that three-eyed guy? Vegeta looked incredulously at Master Roshi and Tianjin Fan, finding it hard to believe that Kakarot, who was confident enough to confront Frieza, had once been defeated by such weaklings. Yeah, but Wukong has never been discouraged. Instead he absorbs experience and continues to train to enhance his skills. Bulma mimicked a fighter throwing punches and kicks, but it was a bit off and her comical appearance made Vegeta want to laugh. But as a proud Saiyan prince, he couldn't laugh casually as that would ruin his image. He couldn't hold it in anymore and turned his head away. Did you just laugh? Bulma wanted to lean closer to Vegeta to check her tone, a bit playful. Vegeta felt embarrassed and said to cover up his awkwardness, You're so annoying. Saying this, he took off, directly chasing in the direction where Sun Wukong and Xiaolin had disappeared. No way, he was a proud Saiyan prince. How could he give up easily? This time during Kakarot's battle with Frieza, he definitely had to watch closely. Hey, where are you going? Bulma suddenly said angrily. Damn it, this man with no romantic sense. He should be going to watch Wukong and Xiaolin fight against the enemy. Master Roshi came over with his cane. Then let's go too. Bulma suggested. Maybe we shouldn't. This level of battle isn't something we ordinary people can just watch. Yamcha was quite reluctant. To be honest, ever since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha had been living a life of ease and was really unwilling to go back to that desperate training life. After all, human lifespan is limited and it's better to enjoy life than to spend it on training. You idiot, if Wukong and the others fail, Earth will be doomed. If you guys aren't going, I will. Saying this, Bulma threw out a flying capsule and set off. The others looked at each other, feeling that Bulma's reasoning made a lot of sense. Moreover, they also wanted to see the epic battle between Wukong and Xiaolin against the Cosmic Emperor, so they followed. Wukong and Xiaolin are both masters of Qi, and they immediately sensed the enormous energy from Frieza. During their flight, Wukong curiously remarked to Xiaolin that Frieza's energy did not seem formidable. Xiaolin advised against underestimating the opponent, stating that Frieza had 3 transformation stages, with the final bald one being the strongest. His combat power reached 120 million. Wukong still couldn't grasp the concept of 120 million. Xiaolin explained that it was equivalent to enough food to keep Wukong full for 5 years. Wukong smiled happily. At that moment, he was even more eager for battle with Frieza. A foe capable of providing 5 years' worth of sustenance must be incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Oh Raditz, you're back. How did it go with the Dragon Balls? Asked a rare white creature sitting in a baby carriage. Lord Frieza, I have located the Dragon Balls. However, we are blocked by a powerful enemy. It seems only you can retrieve them personally. Raditz remained unperturbed, knowing the plot gave him an advantage, which pleased Frieza greatly. Oh, very good. Frieza smirked, then lead the way. No, Lord Frieza. It seems we have guests arriving, said Sabo, who had returned to serve Frieza. Sabo noticed his power level detector indicating 2 power levels of 1000 rapidly approaching. This speed did not seem typical for a power level of 1000. Its son Wukong and Xiaolin. Raditz carefully sensed and immediately recognized them. Oh, is that the one you mentioned who can transform into a Super Saiyan? Frieza glanced sideways, a slight smile forming on his lips. Interesting. I truly want to see the one destined to defeat me as per your prophecy. That's just a prophecy and prophecies can change. As long as you don't kill that bald one named Xiaolin in front of Son Wukong, there won't be a Super Saiyan. Otherwise Son Wukong will become a formidable opponent. No, there's no need to worry about that, Frieza dismissed. Didn't you also mention another prophecy? I've already acted upon it. It's true. What? Raditz was surprisingly astonished. The other prophecy he mentioned was, let's keep it a secret for now. Frieza interrupted Raditz's explanation, indicating he had a surprise for everyone. At that moment 2 figures dressed in turtle school uniforms appeared before Frieza. Xiaolin was stunned. As a Dragon Ball fan, it was his first time seeing the real Frieza. This was a milestone character. He was a pivotal figure in the Dragon Ball storyline. Wow, is that Frieza? Wukong said, bypassing the real Frieza and pointing at Sabo beside him. He looks quite handsome. Everyone present felt awkward. Xiaolin coughed, indicating that the one in the baby carriage with horns was the real Frieza. Is his power level only 1000? Frieza asked, uncertainly, sensing that the opponent seemed weak. Yes, Lord Frieza. Frieza turned to Raditz, intending to have him test the opponent. Raditz immediately refused. Before Frieza could act aggressively, Sabo, understanding workplace dynamics, promptly volunteered. Sabo believed in the power of science. A guy with only 1000 in combat power could be dealt with by a single punch. This was a chance to showcase himself before Frieza and reclaim some glory from Raditz. Sabo declared, Lord Frieza's heart will always belong to me. He stepped forward only to be knocked away by Xiaolin's punch, turning into a star in the sky. While fighting, Xiaolin reflected on how chaotic the Dragon Ball storyline had become. Raditz, the time traveler, willingly submitted to Frieza, which was completely contrary to a time traveler's character. It was puzzling what he was plotting. Could it be that he planned to seize Frieza's combat power? Frieza's power was 120 million. If Raditz remained at 120 million, wouldn't he reach the heavens upon becoming a Super Saiyan? He must be watched closely. Oh, that's right, I have an idea. Xiaolin suddenly addressed Frieza. Mr. Frieza, are you aware that the Saiyan next to you possesses a special ability? Frieza looked at Raditz in surprise. Without waiting for Frieza's approval, Xiaolin directly revealed Raditz's secret. That person should be able to absorb the combat power of those he kills. Otherwise his unwillingness to train wouldn't lead to sudden strength. You should be cautious. Is that really possible? Frieza began to take Raditz seriously. Frankly, those who truly possess such abilities are quite dangerous. You never know when they might stab you in the back. No! Lord Frieza, you must trust my loyalty. Raditz panicked. There was no way he could escape now. He didn't expect Xiaolin to use a counter-scheme against him. It's fine. Frieza regained his composure and stated, as long as you have that intention, it's not a problem, just as long as you can do it. No, absolutely not. Seeing that Frieza had no intention of attacking, Raditz immediately pledged his loyalty. He then let the battle begin. Frieza said no more and directly transformed into his final form, a short, bald figure. The once weak energy surged infinitely. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised that the opponent's energy had become so powerful, and he felt quite excited. Xiaolin, on the other hand, began to worry. This was different from the original storyline. In the original, Frieza had to undergo a lengthy transformation sequence to reach his final form. Here he transitioned directly. Moreover, this short, bald state was not even Frieza's full power. In the original story, his full power form involved increased muscle size and height. However, the current state should already be close to 120 million in combat power. Xiaolin judged this based on his own strongest form. He had learned the 20-fold Kaioken during his 15-day journey in space, combined with his turtle school energy, resulting in a 26-fold increase. His usual combat power of over 4.8 million would roughly reach 120 million at full capacity. However, Wukong's usual state was 5 million, and with the Kaioken and full power, he would have a combat power of 130 million. If the two teamed up, they might be able to defeat Frieza. The premise was that they needed to do it within 10 minutes, as they could only last that long. After all, the 20-fold Kaioken was extremely taxing on the body. The issue was, when Xiaolin proposed a partnership, Wukong surprisingly disagreed. He insisted on a unknown confrontation. Well, that was Wukong's character. Reluctantly, Xiaolin could only suggest he fight first to let Wukong assess the situation. Shall we take the little bald head first? Fu Li Sa asked with a teasing smile as Xiaolin stepped forward. although La DZ said you must not be killed in front of Wukong lest a special buff be triggered. But this monarch takes no mercy. Buff. Shaolin blinked then smirked. You even understand matters of sacrificial rites. Unfortunately, this time things may not go as you wish. The two kept facing off. Fu Lisaw's forces had cleared the area and humans were nowhere to be seen. Only ruined walls, black smoke, and smoldering fires remained. Shaolin made no attempt to hold back. A proverb from his former life came to mind when a lion contests a rabbit use every ounce of strength. No holding back. Shin Gui Pai Chilio Turtle School Energy Wave and 20-fold Jie Wang Quan Kaioken. A visible red tide of energy rose from Shaolin, its edges traced in a brilliant white. This was Shaolin's greatest strength, now a 26-fold instantaneous amplification that pushed his combat power into the span between 120 million and 130 million. The colossal ki made the very ground tremble. With such power, Shaolin ought to have rejoiced. After all, compared to those alien elites, he was mere an ordinary earthling. Moreover, after the updates following the Dragon Ball Z era, Earth's natives no longer matched the pace of the Great Age. Yet, regrettably, his opponent was the Cosmic Emperor Fu Lisaw. This landlord-turned-overlord was not a feeble merchant. He was universally acknowledged across the cosmos as second only to the gods of destruction. At the moment of the power surge, both Shaolin and Fu Lisaw vanished from sight. The sky filled with thunderous sonic booms, signs of their fierce clash. La DZ could barely make out anything. Only Wukong's eyes could just discern fragments of their movements. Among the elite of Dragon Ball battles were not watched with the eyes alone. They were felt through ki. To perceive the fight clearly, Wukong began sensing both their ki. La DZ lacked that instinct, so remained blind to the details. Far away still, en route, Vegeta suddenly sensed two incomparable surges of energy rising ahead. Even the weather turned savage. So strong that Vegeta could hardly believe he might ever reach such heights himself. Yet those familiar traces of ki belonged to known presences. One was Fu Lisaw, the other the bald-headed youth who had once fought him to a standstill. That had been only half a month ago. How had this little bald man become so formidable overnight? Vegeta could not fully accept it and hastened toward the battlefield. The Z warriors in planes behind also felt the immense ki. Even those who could not sense ki noticed the suddenly overcast sky and the thick bolts of lightning spearing from the clouds. Seas roared, trees in the forests were bent by hurricanes, and countless beasts fled in panic. High above in the celestial pavilion, the guardian deity stared grave-faced, feeling the turmoil below. Witnessing that titanic clash, he swore he had never seen a battle of such magnitude. At last he sighed. Though he was Earth's guardian, he found himself powerless to protect it. Although Shaolin's present prowess rivaled Fu Lisaw's, Shaolin, as a traveler from another world, possessed an imagination and honed combat techniques far beyond this realm's ordinary expectations. Things Fu Lisaw, who had long lived pampered, could not match. Especially since Fu Lisaw did not sense ki. More often he relied on eyesight to catch Shaolin's motions, making his attacks and counters a heartbeat slower. In contrast, Shaolin parried with comparable strength and steadily pushed Fu Lisaw onto the defensive. But Fu Lisaw was a prodigy in battle. He could refine his technique mid-fight. Moreover, Shaolin's 20-fold Jie Wang Quan could not be sustained long. He urgently needed a finishing move. Indeed, the divine technique Qi Yuan Zhan Spirit Circle Slash. That technique once let a mere tenth of sand power Shaolin wound the million-power Fu Lisaw, a legendary feat. Because Fu Lisaw could not sense ki, Shaolin adopted the Prince tactic against him. The Prince tactic had never killed anyone in the saga, but it generated dense smoke. That haze concealed Fu Lisaw's sight perfectly. Fu Lisaw remained on guard, and suddenly Shaolin's silhouette burst from the smoke. He launched a furious assault, but Fu Lisaw parried most blows. At equivalent power, Fu Lisaw took many hits, yet as a combat genius, he acclimated to the rhythm. He gradually managed to soak up Shaolin's strikes. Fu Lisaw had never before confronted such a worthy adversary. Once, when he was overwhelmingly strong, combat bored him. Now, facing an equal, his blood thrilled. After matching Shaolin's moves, he finally halted his opponent's assault. This was a first in the battle. That first successful defense revealed a flaw in Shaolin, and Fu Lisaw grew exhilarated. After taking hits for so long, he could finally counterattack. "Diebald brat!" Fu Lisaw snarled, throwing a full-force punch toward Shaolin's left cheek. But, whoosh, his fist passed through an afterimage. It was the afterimage fist. Shaolin's phantom wore an almost mocking arc. Fu Lisaw, never having seen the trick, glanced around in confusion. Smoke blurred his sight. The real Shaolin had already formed the Qi Yuan Zhan behind him. Qi Yuan Zhan compresses one's ki into a razor-like edge, its potency some 20 times normal. It can be stacked with Jie Wang Quan and Shun Gui Pai Chilio. Shaolin now wielded 20-fold Jie Wang Quan, 6-fold Shun Gui Pai Chilio, and a 20-fold Qi Yuanzhan. Altogether a 46-fold combat multiplier, nearly 230 million in power. After unleashing it, Shaolin would be utterly spent. But if it struck true, Fu Lisa would be cleft in two. Wukong watched, mesmerized, his eyes shining with excitement. Shaolin had indeed advanced greatly. His tactics were far more seasoned. To have brought Fu Lisa of equal strength to such a pass was astonishing. La DZ at last discerned Shaolin forming the Qi Yuanzhan. This was a superbug technique. If it hit, Fu Lisa might be finished. La DZ, thinking himself loyal to Fu Lisa, naturally wanted to help. He shouted, "Master Fu Lisa, watch your back." At that same instant the Qi Yuanzhan was released, cutting through the air so fast that space itself seemed to part. Fu Lisa heard La DZ and turned, but it was too late. The Qi Yuanzhan had already reached him. The Emperor finally registered panic and crossed his hands into a cruciform guard over his chest. The yellow Qi Yuanzhan met Fu Lisa like a high-speed cutter, sparking like fireworks for those watching from afar. Fu Lisa's face twisted into a savage mask of veins bulged across his body. Ah! He roared, bursting with energy as a white tide of Qi enveloped him. His strength doubled in an instant. With both hands, he thrust outward and shattered Shaolin's Qi Yuanzhan into fragments. Fu Lisa escaped from death, panted harshly as a furious heat rose within him. "Damn you, little bald head, to trick this monarch with such tricks. If I had not hidden my true strength, you would have died here." Fu Lisa glanced at his hands. A terrible line of blood marked his arm. How many years had it been since he felt genuine pain? Embarrassed by his recent humiliation, an unnamed fury welled up. He glared at Shaolin with a cruel light. "I had once thought of recruiting you. Your combat power impressed me. But your stunt just enraged me. Next time." Ah! As Fu Lisa flared, Shaolin already sensed something was wrong. He thrust out a Taiyang Quan solar fist, momentarily blinding Fu Lisa's vision. Indeed, the script had shifted. The Fu Lisa of this world possessed greater combat power than in the original tale. No matter, he had a finishing move of his own. Shaolin shouted for Wukong. Reluctantly, Wukong came to his side, grumbling that he had wanted to fight Fu Lisa single-handedly. Complaint aside, Wukong understood the gravity of the moment. Seeing Fu Lisa's doubled power, he knew this opponent would not be easy. They could fight together, but sustaining 20-fold Jie Wang Quan and Shin Gui Pai Chilio simultaneously was far too brief. There was but one ultimate option. Fu Lisa still clutched his eyes while Wukong and Shaolin assumed a strange posture at their side. With a single cry, fusion, a new warrior born of their union appeared in this world. Sun Wulin, this is the name I have chosen for myself. When Frieza regained his sight, he saw a small figure resembling Lin, but with the hairstyle of Sun Wukong standing in front of him. Raditz looked on in astonishment. He never expected that Lin could use the fusion that appeared only in the Bu saga. His power level detector also reacted. 50 million battle power. In its normal state, Raditz felt somewhat puzzled. In Dragon Ball, there are two methods of fusion, one through movements and the other through earrings. The former results in a warrior whose power is the sum of the two, while the latter is less clear. However, it has been said that the Vegeta who fused with Goku using earrings has their battle powers multiplied. Currently, Sun Wukong and Lin clearly fused through movements. Logically, their final result should be the sum of their battle values. At most, that would be 10 million. But why has it reached 50 million? Raditz was puzzled. Sun Wulin was equally perplexed. Even when fused with Wukong, his thoughts remain primarily those of Lin. Moreover, after the fusion, he also gains a fixed 5 times the total battle power. Perhaps it is Lin's identity as a traveler that makes his soul appear stronger. This is quite favorable. Sun Wulin clenched his fist, feeling this unparalleled power. In this way, even if Frieza is stronger, he can still contend with him. "Frieza, let us continue," Sun Wulin said with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Though Lin's personality is dominant, he has already fallen victim to the most fatal flaw of Saiyans' overconfidence. At this moment, the main characters from Dragon Ball gathered together, starting with Vegeta, followed by Master Roshi, arriving by plane along with Bulma, Chi-Chi-Sun, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha, and others. They looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Sun Wulin, bewildered. It was Tien and Piccolo who explained to them what Lin and Wukong had done during their 15 days on Namek, which enlightened them. During those 15 days, Wukong and Lin not only learned each other's skills, but Lin also attempted something called fusion. It involves performing some flashy movements after which the two merge. The resulting fusion grants them immense power. The expressions of Master Roshi and the others were a mixture of surprise and relief. Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with both anger and helplessness. Kakarot actually fused with a lowly earthling. He is trampling on the pride of the Saiyans. Vegeta clenched his fists, speaking with resentment. Yet at the same time he sensed Sun Wulin's aura, which was unfathomable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could hardly imagine such immense power existed in the world. A lot of people have come. Frieza finally recovered from the impact of the solar flare, and his anger had calmed down considerably. During the recent battle, Frieza had noticed that the opponent could seemingly determine his direction without sight while he could not. If he continued to rage, it would only affect his subsequent performance. Moreover, he had no need to be angry. After all, he still retained his strength. He had been too complacent. It seemed that the upcoming battle would have to be fought without holding back. Otherwise, he would fall victim to the schemes of these earthlings. "Oh, seeing me like this, are you not afraid?" Sun Wulin noticed Frieza's gradually calming demeanor, feeling displeased. He was currently very powerful, and if he unleashed his full strength, his battle power could reach the level of Super Saiyan 2 from the original story. With such immense power, Frieza showed no signs of surprise, which felt like a slap in the face to him. What's there to be surprised about? It's just two small fry fused together. Frieza's face twisted into a mocking smile. Small fry. Sun Wulin's lips curled into a smile. Originally intending to play around with Frieza, using only a portion of his strength, he didn't expect the other party to be so unappreciative. Since that's the case, let me show you my full power. As Sun Wulin struck a powerful pose, a red aura surrounded him. Then his energy surged exponentially. This is a tenfold Kamehameha, stronger than the God Turtle's energy wave. Sun Wulin declared proudly, "It can increase my battle power tenfold. Now my battle power should be around 500 million. The tenfold Kamehameha is an idea Lin came up with in the hyperbolic time chamber. It mimics Goku's tenfold Kamehameha from Dragon Ball GT, enveloping it around his body. However, this requires extremely stringent control over energy and physical quality, and Lin, with only over 100,000 battle power, couldn't accomplish it. Now fused with Wukong into Sun Wulin, he could easily execute it. The spectators, Master Roshi, Tien, and Piccolo, were all stunned. That guy Lin still has such formidable techniques. Son Gohan exclaimed. Dad and Uncle Lin are truly amazing. Is this move the one that little bald head used to defeat me? Vegeta's expression darkened. Although he didn't want to admit it, the opponent, who was once on par with him, now left him in awe. Goku and Lin have fused. Oh, what should I do now? Should I still? Shishi covered her face and collapsed to the ground. Oh, not bad, huh? Frieza's expression remained unchanged then. He also struck a powerful pose, instantly raising his energy to a level close to Sun Wulin's. No, wait. It should be even higher than Sun Wulin's. Such a sudden change left those below feeling anxious. Is this your full power? Sun Wulin mocked, then continued to unleash his energy. Today, let this cosmic emperor witness the most powerful force in the universe. Tenfold Kamehameha combined with 20-fold Kaioken. Boom! The earth trembled, the sea roared, and hurricanes filled the space between heaven and earth. The entire planet seemed to mourn. As the red aura from Sun Wulin surged into the sky, it slowly diminished. His facial contours appeared more defined. 1.5 billion battle power. Raditz's power level detector emitted a string of terrifying numbers. This was just the early Z phase. How could such terrifying battle power emerge? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Raditz's mind was roaring, and beads of sweat began to form on his face. He wondered whether he should betray. If Frieza lost, he would likely be dealt with. Such strong energy. Tien Yamcha and others who served as the atmosphere crew revealed looks of astonishment. 1.5 billion battle power. As of now, I can contend not just with Frieza but even with Cell. Sun Wulin was filled with confidence at this moment. Cell, what is that? It doesn't matter anymore. Frieza's expression remained the same, and he crossed his arms, a dismissive smile appearing on his face. So are you not going to attack? I remember that this red form of yours doesn't seem to last long. Don't worry, my body can withstand the damage from Kaioken after fusion. Sun Wulin held up two fingers. About 2 hours. You should think about how to preserve your life during this time. I quite like your boldness, King. However, relying on such strength to defeat me is still a bit premature. Sun Wulin didn't understand why the other party would say such a thing, but the next moment Frieza suddenly vanished from before him. Then it felt as though Sun Wulin's stomach had been struck. A sharp pain surged, and before he could react, a tail swept in and slammed him into the ground. A massive pit was created on the ground. What just happened? Sun Wulin found it hard to believe that he had been effortlessly knocked into the ground. How was it? Frieza slowly descended, hovering above Sun Gokulin. Before coming to Earth, Raditz told me much about the Dragon Balls, the science, and cultivation. Cultivation? Sun Gokulin rose to his feet, his body still aching faintly. Hearing Frieza utter that word sent a subtle tremor of unease through him. But this is still the early stage. Surely it's absurd for that to appear now. How could anyone possibly fight it? As if confirming Gokulin's suspicion, Frieza continued, You just claimed you'd show me the greatest power in the universe. Then tell me, where does this power rank among the cosmos? Golden light erupted from Frieza's body radiant as a sun pressed against the horizon, bleaching all other colors from existence. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes and raised their arms to shield themselves. Yet before they could react, a violent gale surged forth. Even the sheer pressure of his transformation hurled them backward like fallen leaves. Only Son Gokulin stood firm, bracing himself with grim resolve to avoid total humiliation. At last, the celestial storm subsided. And there he stood, Frieza, bathed in blinding golden radiance. Behind him, Raditz Scouter exploded at the edge of his eye. Overwhelmed by a power reading exceeding 100 million, yet shattered by the sheer intensity of Frieza's ascension. The mere atmospheric pressure generated by his transformation sent Master Roshi flying. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu, each boasting tens of thousands in battle power, managed only to remain upright, shielding their faces with trembling hands, straining desperately to hold their ground. Shishi and Bulma, neither trained in martial arts, were instantly swept away. Shishi clutched her son Gohan as they tumbled helplessly through the air. Bulma fared worse. Yamcha was flung aside, leaving no one to catch her. As she soared higher, gravity seemed to abandon her. Her fate appeared sealed. Realizing her peril, Bulma's breath hitched in terror. Watching the earth recede beneath her, she believed her final moment had arrived. Yet instead of impact, she landed softly, cradled in warm, steady arms. Before she could lift her gaze to see who held her, a cold, detached voice cut through the chaos. A worthless wretch without even a trace of battle power. Why dare intrude upon this battlefield? It was Vegeta. Bulma could scarcely believe it. The very warrior who had invaded Earth not long ago had chosen to save her. Meanwhile, Frieza's transformation had completed. Not some crude approximation, but the true Golden Frieza. A tyrant destined to emerge in the next major arc of the Dragon Ball saga. Yet appearing over a decade ahead of schedule. That golden aura shimmered only during his metamorphosis. Then abruptly Frieza vanished from sight. Not because he had disappeared, but because his speed surpassed mortal perception. His movements dissolved into pure invisible motion. Son Gokulin suffered most, though he could sense Frieza's ki. His body lagged hopelessly behind. Struck again and again without chance to retaliate. His head, abdomen, dantian, every vital point, was pummeled in rapid succession. To onlookers, the sky screamed with sonic booms. The earth cracked open, skyscrapers splintered, clouds pierced like paper, and a swath of ocean evaporated instantly into parched, lifeless dust. Each cataclysm marked where Gokulin had been slammed, into the ground, into buildings, into the heavens, into the sea. He could not counterattack, not even draw a senzu bean. At last, after being driven deep into the earth and detonating a crater, Gokulin collapsed. Reverting to Krillin and Son Goku, both lying side by side, racked with agony. Krillin, gritting his teeth against the pain, reached for a senzu bean. When suddenly, dare you consume sustenance while battling the king? What a disobedient child. Frieza snatched the bean midair and obliterated it with a focused blast. Senzu. Krillin's eyelids drooped, his strength utterly spent. His body was a ruin. Wounds everywhere, organs ruptured beyond repair. Death felt imminent, and Goku beside him was no better. Humph! Frieza sneered, then flicked his tail, hurling both Krillin and Goku from the crater onto the scorched earth. Ugh! They crashed down in a cloud of dust, groaning in muffled anguish. Goku, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Bulma cried out in unison. They lost. Vegeta stared, disbelief widening his eyes to their limits. If even that state wasn't enough to defeat Frieza, what chance did he stand? Damn it! What pride of the Saiyans! Against such a foe, victory seemed impossible. Vegeta sank into despair. In an instant, Frieza reappeared before Krillin and Goku, intending to crush Goku's face beneath his boot, until he recoiled. Saiyan hair prickled sharply against his soul. He redirected his foot instead, to Krillin's bald head. Excellent texture. Frieza remarked appreciatively, then began grinding Krillin's skull with deliberate force. Raditz, you kill this Saiyan. I hear you can absorb battle power. Yai's Lord Frieza. Raditz, emboldened by Frieza's overwhelming triumph, silently thanked the stars he hadn't betrayed him earlier. He approached the near-lifeless Goku, raising his hand for the killing blow, when a thunderous roar split the air from afar. Stop! Everyone froze, startled by the sheer ferocity of the cry. By the time they turned, Son Gohan had already struck Raditz full force across the face. A single blow fueled by raw, incandescent rage, propelling his battle power to terrifying heights. Raditz flew backward like a shattered puppet. Fool! Piccolo spat, launching himself forward without hesitation. Worthless trash. Unable even to seize opportunity. Frieza scoffed, disgusted that Raditz had been humiliated by a child. His patience had worn thin. This game bored him. Time to end it, and seek the Dragon Balls. Frieza charged a golden energy blast aimed squarely at Gohan's face, the light reflecting starkly off the boy's bewildered expression. Fool! Get away! Piccolo arrived just in time, snatching Gohan and vanishing from the blast's path. Frieza's attack missed, but detonated directly where Goku and Krillin lay helpless. The ground exploded. Goku was blasted clear, lifeless upon impact. Krillin fared little better. His body hurled toward Master Roshi barely caught in time. Trembling Krillin fumbled a capsule from his robes and gasped his final words to Roshi, Master Roshi. I was too arrogant. I'll never get to unleash the... His breath failed. Eyes wide unblinking forever frozen in regret. The end? Hardly. It seemed a mere mortal without divine intervention could accomplish nothing grand. The true protagonist of the Dragon Ball Chronicle would have to step forward. At that moment Piccolo stood solemn and still, while son Gohan's voice quivering whispered, "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Thank you." Piccolo fell into deep thought due to Gohan's words. In fact, it should be me thanking you, Gohan. Piccolo had lived alone his entire life. Every human would see him and run away in fear. No one wished to communicate with him. He had always thought that becoming stronger and ruling the world was the entirety of his life. Although his power grew day by day, the loneliness in his heart pressed upon him like a great mountain. Until Gohan appeared. This little guy, while afraid of him, seemed willing to talk. Until just now, the embrace after a long separation brought a different warmth to Piccolo. For the first time he felt valued. Uncle Piccolo. Actually, I'm not that much older than you. As a warrior, being distracted in battle should be criticized. But Gohan, take your mother and leave Earth. Piccolo stood in front of Gohan facing the mocking golden Frieza. Gohan, being pure-hearted and kind, should not be dragged into such a fight. However, Gohan hesitated. Hurry and go. With Piccolo's angry shout, Gohan reluctantly left. Oh, roar. Are you planning to stop me alone? The golden Frieza said with amusement, like a cat toying with a mouse. Gohan, holding back tears, flew a distance away but ultimately recalled the training he had with Piccolo. The scene felt like a lifetime ago, and in the end he turned back to find Piccolo. But he discovered that Piccolo was being trampled under Frieza's foot, barely hanging on. Frieza learned from Raditz that the Dragon Balls on Earth were created by the Eternal Dragon. Piccolo, sharing the same origin, would cause the Dragon Balls to disappear if he was killed. Gohan immediately shouted Uncle Piccolo, and charged towards Frieza. Frieza sneered, then extended his finger to shoot a beam. Just as the beam was about to pierce Gohan's head, a green figure covered in wounds stood in front of him. With all his strength, he could only utter a few words: fool. Run. Hurry. Meanwhile, the Eternal Dragon far away in the Heavenly Temple was speechless, not expecting to report back to the underworld so soon after being revived. However, a smile of relief appeared on the Eternal Dragon's face. Piccolo finally showed that he was not inherently bad. Bobo, Goku, Krillin. On the other side, Master Roshi personally brought back the bodies of his two disciples. Damn it, we can't even defeat him. When Goku and Krillin fused together, Yamcha's face showed despair. It seems Earth is really going to perish this time. Kiki was crying heavily over Goku's body. Bulma was also sobbing beside her. Tsk. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenching his hands in frustration. Tianjin Han looked at Master Roshi, who was silent, and the capsule tightly held in his hand. That is... Could it be that Master Mutato wants to... BM? A soaring golden aura erupted in the distance, accompanied by lightning. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. A young man with golden hair and a stern expression stood confronting golden Frieza. Such powerful energy. He is... Tianjin Han, with the strongest power, immediately recognized him. This energy felt somewhat familiar, but it couldn't be so strong. Is it Kakarot's son? Vegeta noticed first because the golden-haired youth had a tail behind him. It was the characteristic of a Saiyan. And although the appearance of the golden-haired youth had changed somewhat, he was undoubtedly Kakarot's son. But why did he become like this? Such powerful strength. Could it be? Vegeta suddenly recalled the widely circulated legend among the Saiyans. Super Saiyan. But it can't be. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he the noble Saiyan prince, the most likely to become a Super Saiyan? Why is it the lowly warrior Kakarot's son? Is that Gohan? Yamcha's eyes nearly popped out. Is this powerful strength cultivated? Or is it a cheat? It should be from training. Master Roshi sighed. Training? Vegeta was quite puzzled. He had been hearing this term ever since coming to Earth. For him, the genius Saiyan prince, it was still a novel concept. Meanwhile, Gohan, in his anger, suddenly felt a surge of power within his body. So strong. Gohan's confidence surged. He wanted to use this power to avenge his father and Uncle Piccolo. Is this what Raditz meant by Super Saiyan? Golden Frieza stood with his hands behind his back, suddenly intrigued. Let him try to hit me with one punch. With a fierce shout, he instantly appeared before Frieza and threw a punch that struck directly at Golden Frieza's face. The fist and face clashed. Frieza wanted to resist, but under Gohan's forceful shout, he ultimately couldn't help but back away. Not bad, quite powerful. Stronger than those two who just fused together. But your opponent is me, the Great King. Golden Frieza punched, sending Gohan flying like a cannonball. The exaggerated impact created a massive explosion, causing those watching from afar to react. Gohan. Kiki ran directly towards the spot where Gohan fell. It's dangerous, Kiki. Others wanted to stop Kiki but ultimately gave up because it was too terrifying. This battle was beyond their ability to influence. It seems the prophecy is just a bunch of lies. Frieza was genuinely bored now. Pointing a finger at the sky, a golden sphere began to gather. Since the Dragon Balls on this planet are gone, then this planet has no reason to exist. What a waste of my time. Frieza complained. Vegeta in the distance immediately became alert. Although he was concerned about being weaker than other Saiyans, he still had to think clearly in life and death situations. Damn it, is there any way? Oh right, that kid is also a Saiyan. Then, Vegeta gathered a blue energy ball in his hand. It was the technique he mimicked during the battle with Krillin using the full moon. A Saiyan can unleash their true power only under a full moon. Hey kid, look at the sky. As Vegeta threw the fake full moon into the sky, he shouted loudly. Frieza in the distance heard him and paused to look at the sky. What is that? On the ground, Gohan was still dazed. Even though he was heavily injured by Golden Frieza's punch, he maintained his Super Saiyan form. Suddenly his gaze met the fake full moon. His tail behind him swelled up immediately. Gohan's tail had grown several days ago. Vegeta only thought of this idea after seeing this. Gohan felt his heart racing, then he fell into endless darkness. But outside, everyone saw his body rapidly expanding. That is just like when a young Goku transformed. The Great Ape transformation. This is the true power of a Saiyan. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Vegeta couldn't help but feel proud. A giant golden great ape appeared between heaven and earth. Roar! The overwhelming power swept in. Next, the legendary Super Saiyan Gohan. A colossal golden ape emerged like a mountain, its body wrapped in thunderous lightning. With a thunderous roar, it scattered the Kaibal Frieza had gathered. Frieza arched an intrigued brow. He sensed that this golden ape was at least 10 times stronger than before. He was about to test its power when the golden ape's son Wufan suddenly went mad, trampling, smashing, and roaring, as if it were a beast devoid of reason. What an ugly monkey! Frieza halted and rose slowly into the air. His words were cruel, yet there was a playful mischief beneath them. Perhaps I should let this monkey finish this planet, he thought, then restore him and gloat. Not only did you fail to protect your world, but you helped destroy it. He smiled, forming a cold arc with his lips, imagining the expression that would cross its face. At that moment, the ape-formed son Wufan unleashed a blast from his mouth into the distant sky. The firmament flickered with countless visible streaks of light as nearby planets and drifting debris were struck. Had that shot struck Earth, it would likely have been obliterated. Far away, Vegeta, Erma, and Yamcha watched in terror. It seemed that Wufan, transformed into the great ape, had lost his reason. Damned low-class warrior, Vegeta muttered. He had not expected even a Super Saiyan great ape to descend into madness. Apparently bloodline mattered most. Thinking this, Vegeta felt both anxious and a small swell of pride. We cannot remain here. To outer space, he proposed. The others nodded in agreement, all but Gue Shenron, who said plainly, No, I will stay. Bulma shouted. You lecherous old man, what are you thinking? Do you want to die? We can go to Namekian and use the Dragon Balls to revive Sun Wukong and Shaolin. Yamcha urged. Yes, Master Turtle. Bulma is right. His voice trembled under the weight of life and death. It is all right, old man, here has died once already, Gue Shenron replied, and began moving toward Frieza despite the distance. He could not use flight and so had no choice but to walk. If I had not been so useless, my 2 beloved disciples would not have had to stand in front of me, he murmured. His tone was oddly serene, yet the knuckles clutching his staff bulged with blue veins, whether from bitter regret or burning anger at the deaths of Sun Wukong and Shaolin, no one could tell. Vegeta watched Gue Shenron's resolute back and for a moment could not fathom why this frail old man felt no fear of the unimaginable Frieza. Then almost as quickly understanding flickered across his face. In the end, he seized the still protesting Erma and flew off, barking, Move! Yamcha, seeing Vegeta and Erma depart, hurried after them. Tianjin Fan muttered, Master Turtle, I really cannot stand the turtle school. Jiaozi looked puzzled. Tianjin Fan pointed to the bewildered Niu Moang and said, Jiaozi, take this Ox King uncle and follow Bu Er Ma. But Tianjin Fan, you go at once. If all goes well, we will use the Dragon Balls on Namekian to resurrect them. He said, then flew toward Gue Xianren. Tianjin Fan understood that if Fu Lisa New Earth had Dragon Balls, he would suspect Namekian did too. For now, they could only gamble on a chance with Gue Xianren. Shall we use that technique, Master Turtle? Or should we both go together? The enemy is formidable, Tianjin Fan asked. Gue Xianren, surprised that Tianjin Fan had come soon, replied calmly, yes. With the answer, Tianjin Fan hastened, bringing Gue Xianren toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi had rushed to Wufan's feet, crying, Wufan, wake up! But the great ape Wufan seized her with one hand. Ah! The crushing grip hurt even Chi-Chi, once the strongest woman on earth. Fu Lisa watched with relish. A mother and son tearing each other apart. Intriguing. Chi-Chi. Gue Xianren, seeing the scene, shed his shell, and his muscles swelled. I will not let Wufan kill Chi-Chi. He would regret it for the rest of his life, he growled. Tianjin Fan increased his speed. Understood. Chi-Chi could barely draw breath. The loss of her husband and the sight of her son in such a state inflicted a sorrow deeper than any physical pain, tears streaking her pale face. Her tears caught in Wufan's bloodshot eyes, and in that instant something like reason flickered back within him. The giant ape loosened its grip and began to clutch its head, howling in torment. No one noticed that the golden ape was slowly shrinking. Chi-Chi dropped like a fallen stone, but Gue Xianren and Tianjin Fan arrived in time to catch her. Fu Lisa scowled at the ruined spectacle. What a shame my little show spoiled, he said, annoyed. Useless monkey. Let me finish you myself. Fu Lisa unleashed a beam of light at Chi-Chi. Anticipating it, Tianjin Fan used the airstream technique Shaolin had taught. A turtle stream current, to whisk Gue Xianren and Chi-Chi aside to safety. The blast's force still shook their footing, and all three were thrown to the ground. Fu Lisa fired another key wave at them. A cloud of smoke erupted beside Chi-Chi, Gue Xianren, and Tianjin Fan. Fu Lisa admired his handiwork, unaware of the adage that smoke often means no harm. He quickly sensed that something was wrong. How could those three scoundrels endure his key blast? And why were there 4 silhouettes where there had been 3? Who was that? None of them could answer. Even Gue Xianren, Chi-Chi, and Tianjin Fan were dumbfounded. A tall man now stood before them, his black hair falling from beneath a red sweater and brown training pants. Most conspicuous was the long red tail curled behind him. The silhouette was strangely familiar. Could that figure be Sun Wukong? He turned his head. His features and bearing resembled Sun Wukong 80 or 90%, though his hair was sparser and his eyes framed by an arresting red. No, I am not your father, the tall man said. I am Sun Wufan. His declaration stunned the three. In their minds, Sun Wufan was still a child under 10. How could he appear now as a full-grown man? Had Shaolin been alive, he would have recognized at a glance that this was Sun Wufan grown to adulthood, his form aligning with the Super Saiyan 4 transformation from Dragon Ball GT. Perhaps the Super Saiyan 4 metamorphosis had forcibly accelerated Sun Wufan's maturation. Whatever the cause, the presence of this towering reeded warrior transformed the battlefield into something altogether different. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd, and none could fathom how a child of merely 4 or 5 years had instantaneously transformed into a youth of 18 or 19. Moreover, they sensed not a trace of Son Gohan's familiar ki emanating from him. None at all. Son Gohan gazed down at his hands, clenched them tightly, and felt the overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. A force far exceeding even that of his golden-haired transformation, fueled by rage. And yet he knew, this new form allowed him to harness every iota of that power with absolute precision. Another newcomer, this insignificant planet grows tiresome. Always these vermin scurrying in to interrupt his majesty. Golden Frieza hovered above, seething with impatience. He had no idea who this red-clad man was, but he had endured enough of this absurd, interminable farce, the kind where one fool after another rushed headlong to their own ruin. No choice remains. His Majesty shall grow serious, at last, and erase you all. With a thunderous burst of energy, Golden Frieza shot forward toward Master Roshi's group, clearly intent on closing in for a brutal point-blank annihilation. Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, and Shishi recoiled in alarm. But then, Grandmaster Roshi, please step back. The words still lingered in their ears when Son Gohan vanished from sight. All Frieza perceived was a flash of crimson. Only then did a searing pain erupt deep within his abdomen. Ugh! What? When? Golden Frieza instantly realized. He had been struck square in the gut by Son Gohan. Worse still, he hadn't seen the blow land. Not a single motion. Impossible. How could he, in this perfected state, possibly lose? Frieza instantly teleported behind Son Gohan to counterattack, yet his outstretched arm was seized mid-strike. Son Gohan turned his gaze upon Frieza, meeting those fierce crimson-rimmed eyes of Super Saiyan grade, for Frieza felt an unmistakable primal fear rise within his chest. Could it be? This truly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza recalled the ancient cosmic myth whispered across galaxies, and seethed inwardly at Raditz' omission of the truth. That golden-haired form was never the true Super Saiyan. This, clad in crimson eyes edged with scarlet, was infinitely superior to that lightning-scarred boy with golden hair. Frieza crushed that thought instantly. He was the emperor of the universe. How dare he betray such cowardice? He hadn't yet unleashed his full might. With absolute commitment, victory remained possible. He was the mighty ice demon. How could he possibly fall to barbaric simian wretches? Not bad. But if you believe such a display will defeat His Majesty, you are grievously mistaken. Roaring Frieza erupted once more, golden aura blazing skyward like a pillar of divine wrath. Frieza attempted to create distance, to regroup, to recalibrate his battered body. But Son Gohan gave him no respite. A torrent of blows descended upon him before he could blink. His body erupted with countless contusions, each fist imprinting itself like a seal of humiliation upon his flesh. Then, with a sharp clap of his palm, Son Gohan delivered a devastating strike straight to Frieza's smooth, gleaming skull, sending him crashing into the earth. The more arrogantly he had boasted moments before, the more utterly he was now shattered. Wincing in agony, Frieza struggled to rise, only to feel his tail seized tight. Before he could even glimpse his captor, the world spun violently. He was flung about like a rag doll. At last the strain snapped his tail clean off, and Frieza tumbled aside in a deafening crash, burying himself beneath rubble and shattered stone. Gasping, he tried again to stand, only to realize with dawning horror that his golden form had receded, reverting him to his base state. His power had plummeted by orders of magnitude. Damn it! Frieza roared. But as Son Gohan advanced slowly, calmly, dread coiled ever tighter within him. Too strong. Unimaginably so. Such terror had not gripped him since he stood before the god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza, your end is here. Son Gohan murmured, a fury unlike any he had ever known burning cold and absolute within him. Frieza froze, speechless, paralyzed. Just then a flash of emerald caught his eye beside him. Guldo? Frieza slapped the green dwarf awake on the spot. As Guldo stirred, he found himself clutched tightly by Frieza, hurtling forward. Lord Frieza, use your ability, sever that Saiyan's tail now. Frieza bellowed. Yet Son Gohan remained unruffled. Indeed, he found their movements painfully sluggish. So perish here, Frieza. Son Gohan raised his hand to deliver the final blow. When suddenly... When did he? Son Gohan whirled, only to find a diminutive green figure standing directly behind him. He hadn't even glimpsed his approach. It was Guldo, panting heavily. Fool, you've fallen for it. Guldo possesses the power to halt time itself. Frieza threw back his head and laughed, a triumphant echoing peal. Though slightly askew, in the end this peerless warrior had still succumbed, not to strength but to His Majesty's supreme intellect. Even as Frieza laughed, Son Gohan's frame began to shrink. Finally he collapsed onto the ground, a naked, unconscious child. So, it was this brat, Frieza muttered, heart still pounding. He had never imagined Saiyans possessed such a terrifying ability. They must be eradicated, without delay. As Frieza raised his hand to strike the final blow. Fu? Frieza turned curiously, only to see an elderly bald man and a three-eyed bald man standing side by side, forming an unlikely duo of bald sages. Beside them sat a rice cooker. Frieza, of course, had no notion what a rice cooker was, nor did he consider the two men before him formidable. Though stripped of his golden form, even these feeble wretches could not hope to harm him, even at their utmost limit. So he dismissed them entirely, and refocused his murderous intent upon the fallen Son Gohan. There would be no further delay. Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan joined their energies in unison, casting the evil containment wave. With a shriek of utter distortion, Frieza twisted, convulsed, and was sealed irrevocably inside the rice cooker. Tien Shinhan immediately affixed sealing talismans to the cooker, then compressed it into a capsule. Exhausted beyond measure, he and Master Roshi collapsed to the ground. We won. Old Du saw that Frieza had been captured, and he had long since disappeared without a trace. Master Roshi and Tien were also unable to move due to exhaustion. The two had already foreseen the price of their lives when they unleashed the Demon Seal wave. However, they did not expect that Lin, before his death, had somehow given his rice cooker the the power to strengthen the Demon Seal Wave, allowing Master Roshi and Tien to seal Frieza with ease. And they did not need to sacrifice their own lives. That guy Lin had learned the Demon Seal Wave from me long before we set out for Namek. I just didn't expect that he wouldn't have the chance to use it himself, Master Roshi said with a hint of regret. It's alright, Master Wutien. The Dragon of Namek can revive the same person an unlimited number of times. Tien closed one eye, panting heavily. Far away, Vegeta and the others suddenly stopped. Just moments ago, Vegeta looked shocked. Frieza's energy has vanished. Not only Vegeta but Yamcha and Kairatsu also sensed it. Vegeta immediately turned back to see what was going on. But Bulma cried out not to go. With no other choice, Vegeta found a safe place to set Bulma down and flew towards the battlefield. Upon arriving, he found a scene of devastation. There was no sign of Frieza, only Master Roshi and Tien supporting each other along with Shishi holding Gohan in her arms. What happened? Vegeta curiously approached Master Roshi and Tien. Faced with this former enemy, Tien, though exhausted, showed no fear. Thanks to the Turtle School's energy technique taught by Lin and the Elder's potential awakening, he was not afraid of Vegeta at all. Therefore, Tien did not hold back, explaining the battle between Gohan and Frieza, as well as the final sealing of Frieza by him and Master Roshi. After hearing this, Vegeta fell silent, biting his teeth tightly. He had always thought of himself as the chosen one. After finishing their conversation, Master Roshi and Tien limped past Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Gohan, who was being cradled by Shishi in the distance. Damn it, Vegeta muttered under his breath before suddenly turning around to call out to Master Roshi and Tien. Master Roshi and Tien looked back in confusion. Vegeta suddenly turned his head away, then turned back after a moment, seemingly finding it hard to speak. Can you tell me what cultivation is? Master Roshi and Tien exchanged glances. Meanwhile, King Kai transported Goku's and Lin's bodies to King Kai's planet. Not long after their deaths, they saw King Kai. It was the first time Lin had seen this round, pudgy deity, and he was quite curious. But then King Kai sighed. You actually dared to provoke that guy Frieza, you really have guts. As he said this, King Kai used a crystal ball to observe the battle between Gohan and Frieza. Seeing Piccolo get killed by Frieza, while trying to save Gohan, Goku stood up with a whoosh, his face filled with growing anger. In the end, he transformed into a Super Saiyan with a shout. Damn! Lin couldn't help but curse. Why didn't he transform when he was still alive? Now he does. On one hand, he was mocking Goku's transformation, but on the other, Lin's side. This version of the Dragon Ball world was completely different from the plot in the anime. It was truly frustrating. As a traveler, he had been killed by the locals, which was a disgrace to everyone. While Lin's side, the plot in the crystal ball took a sudden turn. First, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then into a giant ape, and finally into Super Saiyan 4. Lin was completely stunned. What kind of plot is this? Originally, Frieza transforming into Golden Frieza was already quite miraculous. But Gohan transforming into Super 2 and Super 4 was even more ridiculous. In the meantime, Gohan lost his tail, making everyone's hearts ache. Finally, when he saw Master Roshi and Tien sealing Frieza with the Demon Seal Wave, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Master Wutien has understood my intention. This kind of ups and downs in emotions reminded him of watching the Cell games. Gohan is really amazing, Goku said with great emotion after watching. It seems that, as his father, I have to work harder. Let's train Lin. Goku's fighting spirit was ignited, inviting Lin to train. Lin nodded in agreement. He was of the same mind. With such a vast plot in this world, if he didn't cultivate, he might have to come back to King Kai's planet during the next android saga. Thus Lin began to train under King Kai's guidance. Goku's training direction was unclear, but Lin focused on learning the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Of course, he also had to continue developing the Turtle School energy technique. He had to find a technique that was more powerful than Super Saiyan. After Frieza was sealed, the Z fighters all went back home. Although many places were destroyed, as long as there were Dragon Balls, they could be restored, which was quite convenient. Bulma and the others planned to create a new spaceship to go to Namek and search for the Dragon Balls. However, this is not the time to describe them. Let's shift the focus to another character. Dr. Gero and Android 19. An old man with a Mediterranean look in a white lab coat and a fat pale man. Their clothes bore the double R insignia representing the Red Ribbon Army. Unlike the original story, Dr. Gero did not modify himself. I didn't expect Goku to provoke an alien, Dr. Gero said, looking at the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, a small robot stopped on Android 19's hand. Doctor, the data on Golden Frieza and Red Form Gohan has been fully collected, Android 19 said respectfully. Good. With this data, I can create the strongest android warrior, Dr. Gero said excitedly. Alright Goku, this time I'll let you know that science is the true #1 in the world. Just wait and see, you bunch of brutes. There is a Saiyan here, doctor. As the two were about to leave, Android 19 pointed to the ruins nearby. A head was sticking out. It was Raditz, who had been knocked unconscious by Gohan with one blow. Interesting. Take him away, he can serve as a test subject before the strongest warrior. Baotou Mountain, Goku's home. Guagua. Two knocks sounded at the door. Coming. Chi-Chi, who was guarding the sleeping Gohan in the bedroom, came out. She did not understand who would visit her in this deep mountain. As she opened the door, she saw two strangely dressed individuals. The one in front had white hair and pointy ears, and a somewhat sinister smile. May I ask who you are? Before she could finish her sentence, Shishi fainted when the other pointed at her forehead. Please sleep for a while, madam, the leader said before Shishi fell unconscious. The big guy behind quickly supported Shishi and gently set her down. What happened to Shishi? Ox King, hearing the commotion, also came out. Who are you? Ox King was about to speak when he was knocked out by the big guy. The two then walked into Gohan's bedroom. The white-haired, pointy-eared man placed his hand on Gohan. After a flash of white light, he said, All right, it's sealed. Isn't this unnecessary, Lord Kaioshin? The big guy said, I don't think this kid is an evil person. His power is too great. Aside from Lord Beerus, I have never seen such powerful strength. If things go wrong, the entire universe may be destroyed by him, the white-haired, pointy-eared man said before vanishing with the big guy. The dragon of Namek grants wishes 3 times within 4 months. Vegeta trained on Earth for 4 months, residing in the Kame House, learning martial arts knowledge from Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi's strength is not impressive, his understanding of martial arts has greatly benefited Vegeta. Of course, Vegeta would never show it on the surface. Sai, at my age, don't make me go through all this trouble. Master Roshi, worn down by Vegeta, reluctantly engaged in sparring with him. Don't worry, old man. I will only use a little bit of strength against you. In fact, I am quite interested in the offensive and defensive techniques of you Earthlings. Vegeta posed nearby. Since Vegeta suppressed his own power, even Master Roshi could spar with him evenly. However, in the end, Master Roshi fell behind because Vegeta pressed for time, exerted a bit more force, and accidentally knocked Master Roshi to the ground. Vegeta was taken aback and rushed forward, asking, Are you okay, old man? If you can't handle it, don't push yourself. You're the one who insisted on sparring with me. It's not my fault you're too weak. Although Vegeta felt a hint of guilt, as the prince of the Saiyans, he was very stubborn. He couldn't bring himself to say soft words. Forget it, I won't need you as a sparring partner next time. I'll find another opponent. Seeing Master Roshi, his distressed expression, Vegeta ultimately felt sorry. It has been 4 months since Frieza was sealed, and with Master Roshi, his training, Vegeta's strength has significantly increased. His battle power should be around 150000. However, such battle power finds no equal opponents on Earth. Tien was completely surpassed by Vegeta a month ago. Vegeta originally wanted to spar with Gohan. However, Gohan's battle power seemed very unstable, dropping to around 20000 without the boost of anger. He had been so strong when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt as if the other side was just putting on a show. He angrily yelled at Gohan, saying he had forgotten the pride of the Saiyans, which frightened Gohan into tears. Shishi was furious and scolded Vegeta away. Just as Vegeta was in a dilemma, a plane flew down from the sky. Bulma descended from the plane. Hello, Vegeta. Vegeta turned away with a huff. It was this annoying woman again, always interrupting his training. Along with Bulma was Yamcha, whose face was green at the moment. Overall, his mood was quite unpredictable and unfavorable. Recently, Bulma had been constantly seeking out Vegeta, who was training at the Kame House, and Yamcha felt that something big was about to happen. Moreover, Bulma was becoming increasingly indifferent toward him. He used to think he had Bulma wrapped around his finger and wasn't worried at all, often going out to play with other girls. However, as Bulma began to neglect him more and more, he found himself focusing all his attention on her. Every time Bulma came, it was precisely when Vegeta was training. That was quite rude. So every time Vegeta saw Bulma, he felt a headache coming on. Vegeta, do you want to go to Namek with me? Bulma leaned closer to Vegeta, speaking gently. In the past, he would have ignored such things. After all, he was the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could he accompany someone else on a trip? However, during his training with Tien, Vegeta learned about Tien's and Krillin's experiences on Namek, hearing that the Grand Elder there had the ability to unlock others' potential. To be honest, Vegeta was quite tempted. So this time Bulma's secret was indeed accurate. Vegeta, of course, playfully declined Bulma's invitation. After all, he was a prince. I didn't want to go, but I just injured the old man and can't train. So I'll go with you for a bit. That's great, Vegeta. Bulma joyfully hugged Vegeta. What are you doing? Vegeta suddenly felt flustered by such warmth. Damn it, the elite education he received as a child did not teach him how to deal with this. Wait. Yamcha rushed over, quickly separating the two. Vegeta took a step back, looking disdainful on the outside but secretly wishing it could last a bit longer. What? It was clearly you who didn't want to go with me back then. Bulma looked a bit angry. Ever since the bar incident, she had become increasingly disappointed in Yamcha. A while ago, she planned to go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku, and Krillin wanting Yamcha to accompany her. But Yamcha, upon witnessing Frieza's terror, developed an unknown fear of the universe. He refused to go to outer space with Bulma. So Bulma came to find Vegeta. She actually had a good impression of Vegeta. Although they didn't get along at first, she discovered that apart from being very stubborn, Vegeta was actually a rather simple person. And he also looked quite good. No, I want to agree. Isn't it just the two of you on the spaceship? Yamcha shouted at Bulma. I am your boyfriend. Bulma was taken aback by the shout and fell silent for a moment. Then she looked at Yamcha and asked again, would you like to go to Namek with me? Yamcha's face showed a difficult expression as he remembered his feelings when he watched Frieza fight from a distance. That powerful aura, even just watching it made him feel breathless. That fear of the outer universe had deeply rooted itself in Yamcha's heart at that moment. Yamcha ultimately did not speak. Bulma then took Vegeta and left. Master Roshi watched Yamcha's dejected figure from behind, not needing to guess his expression. He must be feeling quite unwilling. However, Master Roshi did not intend to meddle in others' relationships, shaking his head as he took his own turtle back to the Kame house, leaving Yamcha alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. On the other hand, on the North Kai's planet, Krillin was sparring with Goku. The Kai and Piccolo, along with the Supreme Kai, could only watch helplessly. Although Piccolo had become much stronger after 4 months of training, he was still far behind the two before him. At this moment, the strongest Son Goku's training over 4 months had increased his power from around 5 million to 6 million. Krillin, although he trained diligently without any boosts, his battle power had only increased from over 480,000 to around 530,000. Krillin was actually quite satisfied with this. After all, he had only increased by over 100,000 after 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Now being able to increase by several 100,000 in 4 months was already very gratifying. Even though there was a 70,000 disparity in battle power with Goku, Krillin relied on his wits as a time traveler to develop many unexpected combat techniques, managing to draw even with Goku. Sometimes he could even suppress Goku in combat. However, Goku, while boasting after knocking Krillin down, was hit from behind. This time it was Goku who was knocked to the ground. At that moment, Goku realized that the Krillin on the ground was just a clone. Indeed, Krillin could now create clones. This technique was inspired by Krillin's learning of the four-way fist from Tien. During battle, he would create smoke and then secretly make clones to confuse his enemies. Krillin's main body relied on strong energy control, hiding his chi, while being able to unleash his full strength. When encountering equally matched opponents, it is very difficult to visually discern their moves, so one must rely on the sensitivity to chi to achieve this. However, hiding one's own chi can also lead to an inability to exert full strength. Krillin's ability to exert his full power while hiding his chi is a result of his diligent effort over time. The reason for developing this combat technique was that the afterimage technique had become too ineffective against higher-level fighters. Krillin had always admired this technique when watching Dragon Ball. Thus, he aimed to develop a technique that could replace the afterimage technique. Coincidentally, he had also watched Naruto, and the clone and substitution techniques provided him with great insights. Using this combat technique, he was essentially able to fight against Goku, who had 70,000 more battle power than him. But Goku got angry. In the midst of the continuous pressure, he resorted to the classic Saiyan technique. After a flash of golden light, he transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. This is dreadfully dull, Krillin. Let's fight seriously. Goku in his Super Saiyan form itched to throw a punch, still unaccustomed to the full power of this transformation. Krillin paused in thought, and agreed. He could not let fear paralyze him merely because his opponent was stronger. After all, enemies would never spare the weak. Fine, he said, resolve flaring within him. He braced himself, eager and ready. The two took their stances, left and right, and Krillin warned Goku to be cautious. He would hold nothing back. First came the Kamehameha wave, but not the ordinary one. This was the tenfold Kamehameha. As a white aura shimmered around him, Krillin's battle power surged to 52 million. Then came the Kaioken, a crimson wave of energy erupting violently outward. In an instant, Krillin pushed the Kaioken to 20 times its base strength, the absolute limit. Such power exacted a devastating toll on the body, especially the heart. Krillin had always disliked techniques that sacrificed physical integrity for raw strength. Yet now, having already died, such concerns no longer bound him. His battle power now stood at 156 million. Goku's as a Super Saiyan soared to 300 million. A gap nearly double. Yet neither man's fervor wavered. "Hey, you two wait." King Kai burst forth desperate to intervene. Their combined aura was so overwhelming that the entire northern Kai's planet, no, the entire afterlife, shuddered violently. Should they truly clash the underworld, the dragon road, even hell itself might collapse. This was a long-awaited sparring match between fellow disciples. But King Kai's plea fell on deaf ears. "I'm going all out now, Krillin." Goku's voice blazed with battle lust. "Bring it on," Krillin retorted, a faint defiant smile curling at the corner of his lips. They clashed instantly. Unseen battles blooming across the northern Kai's planet. The sheer ferocity of their power made it impossible for anyone nearby to stand steady. Super Saiyan speed was staggering. Only through Krillin's mastery of Ki could he barely sense Goku's movements. Yet Super Saiyan strength was equally terrifying. Even blocking Goku's blows sent violent tremors up Krillin's arms. He knew brute force would not prevail against such a vast disparity in power. He would win through skill, not strength. Solar flare. Seizing his chance, Krillin unleashed the technique, blinding Goku, then vanishing his own Ki signature before launching a rapid barrage of strikes. Goku, though mighty, could only endure the assault helplessly, deprived of sight and unable to track Krillin's Ki. Yet soon Krillin realized a grim truth. He couldn't even breach the Super Saiyan's defenses. The realization struck him like a physical blow. Damn it. I'll have to use that technique. It's still unrefined, riddled with flaws. But surrender was unthinkable. New spirit bomb. Light points flickered into existence across the northern Kai's planet and even hell, each drawn from the life energy of its inhabitants. That energy coalesced, flowing steadily into Krillin's body. Goku halted mid-combat, not out of hesitation but recognition. He knew this was Krillin's innovation born from the spirit bomb. Unlike the spirit bomb, this technique channeled the gathered energy inward, to fortify the user's very being. Krillin's battle power soared past 200 million. Yet pain contorted his face. The side effects were severe. The spirit bomb drew upon pure benevolent energy, requiring unwavering righteousness and innocence of heart. Krillin, however, was a transmigrator. His soul steeped in the complexities of another world far removed from Goku's childlike purity. Infusing such energy into himself strained not only his body, but his spirit and soul. Even in death, the agony was excruciating. His ability to conceal his Ki faltered, imperfect and unstable. Once more Krillin faced Goku, this time wounded in ways no wound could show. His soul's affliction crippled his precision, his timing, his grace. Every technique warped by inner fracture. In the end, Goku emerged victorious. Afterward, Krillin lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Truly, this new technique is riddled with fatal flaws. I must refine it. Urgently, Goku cheerfully hauled Krillin upright, evidently exhilarated by the intensity of their duel. The mind of a battle maniac remained utterly inscrutable. Meanwhile, King Kai stared in silence at the ravaged planet, hoping above all else that Bulma and Vegeta would soon locate the Dragon Balls and resurrect these incorrigible troublemakers. Hell's denizens trembled in terror. Their realm had quaked as if on the verge of annihilation. Yama sat slumped in his crooked askew hall of judgment, heart still pounding. Had it not been for King Kai's authority, he would have stormed off to confront Goku directly. Don't treat hell as your private training ground. Yet, ironically, the damned soul's wish would soon come true. For at that very moment Vegeta and Bulma had arrived on Namek. Nail, the planet's mightiest warrior, had already detected the intruders. Yet Elder Guru smiled gently. Fear not. They are no foes. Go summon the Dragon Balls from all villages. Having witnessed Krillin's memories, including the full chronicle of the Dragon Balls, the Elder Guru already knew Bulma and Vegeta well. Thus he dispatched Nail without hesitation. Bulma and Vegeta were stunned upon arrival. Gazing upon the immense serene Elder Guru, Bulma instinctively blurted, "So many denned." "Vegeta, step forward." The Elder Guru beckoned. Vegeta frowned. "Why should I obey a Namekian? Go now, or will be denied access to the Dragon Balls." Under Bulma's insistent nudge, Vegeta reluctantly approached. The Elder Guru chuckled warmly. Truly a Saiyan who fears his wife. At those words, Vegeta stiffened, flustered and indignant. "You don't speak nonsense. Honestly, what is this old den saying?" Bulma murmured, cheeks flushed. Delighted by their reactions, the Elder Guru placed a hand upon Vegeta's head. A radiant white light enveloped Vegeta, and his latent potential erupted. Incredible! Such overwhelming power. His battle power surged to 4 million. "What did you do?" Vegeta's tone shifted. respect edging into his voice. A proud Saiyan prince could not ignore such a profound gift. Courtesy, however grudging, became inevitable. Soon Namekians brought the Dragon Balls to the Elder Guru's chamber. Shenron the Eternal Dragon rose into the sky, only to be bluntly declared ugly by Bulma, before granting the wish to revive Dend and Krillin. For the third wish Vegeta intended to claim immortality, until Bulma intervened insisting a far more vital wish awaited. After a cold dismissive snort from Vegeta, Bulma claimed the final wish, I wish for a better figure and flawless skin. It shall be done. With all three wishes granted, Shenron dissolved into 7 massive stone Dragon Balls, scattering silently upon the earth. The sky cleared once more. Vegeta stared at Bulma in disbelief. That's it. That's the more important wish you spoke of. His expression darkened with irritation. Are you an idiot? Bulma blinked affronted. What? An idiot? Don't you think appearance matters deeply to a woman? Hearing this, Vegeta's gaze swept over her. Appraising involuntary. Indeed. Her figure had grown more shapely, her skin luminous and radiant. She was dazzling. Unbidden, Vegeta swallowed hard. He swiftly turned away, his face burning. Boring. After a long pause, those 2 words escaped him. Bulma watched his flustered retreat silent, but her lips curled into a sly, knowing smile. Vegeta felt profoundly unsettled. With her, the haughty pride of the Saiyan prince seemed to slip, layer by fragile layer, away. Yet he found no hatred in his heart. In truth, he rather enjoyed this teasing, this gentle unraveling. Cursed be this strange impulse. I, a Saiyan prince, should never feel such things. On their way home, Vegeta muttered the thought aloud. Bulma, walking beside him, quietly raised a single questioning finger. On the North Galaxy King Star, after Piccolo and Little Lin were revived, the King of the Universe drove them away as if swatting flies. After Piccolo's revival, the god also came back to life. The Dragon Balls of Earth were usable again. After Little Lin was revived, he used the Earth Shenron to resurrect the cities and people destroyed by Frieza's army. Thus Earth returned to its original state and even Goku was revived. Little Lin came to find Gohan. He discovered that although Gohan's combat power had increased, it was still not high. Moreover, he could no longer transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone into a Super Saiyan 4. What a pity! Little Lin thought he would have a powerful ally. However, it didn't matter. How old was Gohan? He shouldn't be expected to protect himself as a child. Children should grow up happily. Determined, Little Lin still thought about working hard to train his martial arts. He returned to chat with Master Roshi, prepared a delicious feast for him, and then took his leave. Because he was leaving Earth to train in the universe. Furthermore, he wanted to learn the divine technique of instant transmission. With instant transmission, he would have greater maneuverability. Before leaving, Little Lin visited Bulma, as he wanted a better combat power detector. Unexpectedly, he encountered Vegeta, who had just finished bathing. It turned out that Vegeta had been left behind by the gravity training chamber Bulma created. Upon meeting this former rival, Vegeta immediately showed eagerness. Hey, back from the dead, little bald head. Vegeta had a rather annoying look. Ever since he unlocked his potential with the Grand Elder, he resembled a proud rooster. Tragic, Vegeta? What are you doing here? Little Lin was also quite curious. Without the Namek incident, could Bulma really be with Vegeta? Could this be fate? Let's have a fight. Vegeta ignored Little Lin's mispronunciation. No, I'm in a hurry. Little Lin had no interest. Although Vegeta had improved without being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, he was not a match for him. Little Lin wanted to leave, but Vegeta suddenly attacked him. Little Lin easily dodged and then used the Kamehameha to appear behind Vegeta and tapped him on the neck. Vegeta fainted. As he collapsed, he heard Little Lin say, "Sai too weak." Thus Vegeta had a very unwilling dream where he went from being the second strongest for 1,000 years to the third. How infuriating. When he woke up again, he went to look for Little Lin only to be told that Little Lin had already gone to outer space. From then on, Vegeta began to train frantically in the gravity chamber. Little Lin's method of traveling to the universe was not by flying ship. Instead, it was through the technique of flying. He thought of a novel training method because he wanted to improve his new technique, new chi flow. So he planned to constantly let his body adapt to the chi absorbed from other places. Little Lin thought that while humans gain muscles through intense training, he could also gain resistance through frequent chi absorption. If his body could truly adapt to the new chi flow, then he would have the capital to fight against Super Saiyans. Thus, he contemplated boldly traveling alone in outer space. Normally, humans need to eat and breathe, but while developing the new chi flow, Little Lin discovered that chi also had characteristics that sustain life. Therefore, as long as he could continuously absorb chi, he could survive without eating or breathing. In the universe, there was no oxygen or food, which coincidentally suited Little Lin's training intentions. If he couldn't absorb chi properly in space, then he would be in danger. Little Lin hoped he could break through himself under the threat of death. What if he died? Could someone really die in the Dragon Ball world? Initially, breaking through the atmosphere was still quite uncomfortable. Due to the pressure difference, Little Lin felt his organs under immense pressure. Fortunately, Little Lin was the strongest human with a combat power of 5.2 million, otherwise he would have been crushed right from the start. However, this situation couldn't last long. Once the pressure inside him matched the environmental pressure, that uncomfortable feeling disappeared. In fact, Little Lin hoped it would last a bit longer, as it was a good workout. After adapting to weightlessness, Little Lin began to fly at high speed, heading towards Namek. After all, he now did not know where Yardrat was. With Little Lin's speed and some rest, he could reach Namek in 3 to 4 days. But since this was training, it was certainly not just that. On the way, if he encountered planets with strong atmospheres, Little Lin would take a look. In these few days, Little Lin had seen many planets. Some barren, some covered in water, and others filled with forests. There were all sorts of strange creatures, but none were particularly strong. Forget about a combat power of 1 million, even 10,000 was rare. Impossible. Little Lin recalled the Dragon Ball of his past life, where he always saw Goku and the others encounter incredibly powerful foes. But why was it not the case for him? No wonder Frieza, with a normal power level of 530000, could still be the emperor of the universe. Little Lin felt that if it were him, he could do it too. However, he did not like the real estate business. If he had to choose after achieving peace, he would open a restaurant in the most prosperous city on Earth. His culinary skills from the real world would definitely be a hit. But now was not the time to think about those things. He had to work hard to train against the future androids. In fact, Little Lin had also thought about going to find Dr. Gero immediately to eliminate him and Cell. But after experiencing the events with Golden Frieza, he hesitated. What if Dr. Gero's android plan was already complete? Little Lin remembered that in the movie there were not only androids 17 and 18, but also 13, 14, and 15. If he went there, would he just be delivering himself to them? After all, with his current techniques, at most he could only reach around 200 million in combat power. In the universe, not encountering strong opponents also allowed Little Lin to discover a big secret. That is, chi exists in every object in the universe. Little Lin did not know the principles of chi. But one thing he discovered was that absorbing chi required establishing a connection with it. After leaving Earth, Little Lin found that the chi he collected from Earth was becoming weaker. This was because the farther he was from Earth, the weaker the connection with the chi became. Thus he could not collect it. Therefore nowadays, every time Little Lin arrived at a planet, he would stay for a while to establish a connection with the local chi. This way he could ensure he would always replenish his chi in the universe. Because of this, Little Lin's originally few days of travel stretched to half a year before he reached Namek. During this half year, his combat power increased by 100,000, totaling 5.3 million. However, due to the long-term absorption of chi, Little Lin's body also became accustomed to it. Now he could easily increase his combat power tenfold through chi absorption. Along with the 10-fold Kamehameha and 20-fold Kaioken, Little Lin's final explosive power was 5.3 million multiplied by 40, totaling 210 million. But this could not last long. About half an hour later, it would wear off. That was quite impressive. This wasn't an anime where 20 episodes had to be drawn in 5 minutes. Wouldn't that be 120 episodes for half an hour? Finally, Little Lin arrived at Namek, and the Shinran of Porunga had also refreshed. But the Grand Elder said there was no need for Shinran. He already knew where Yardrat was. Thus, under the Grand Elder's guidance, Little Lin set off towards Yardrat. Instantaneous movement, what a divine skill! Xiao Lin had long yearned for this ability. When he first saw Wukong using it merely for traveling or to dodge during battles, he felt it was a waste of such a powerful technique. If he were given the chance, he could master instantaneous movement brilliantly. The Grand Elder mentioned that the Adralat star is far from the Namek star, and at Xiao Lin's speed it would likely take him half a year to fly there. During the half-year journey to Namek star, his combat power had increased tremendously. Xiao Lin understood that this wasn't sustainable. After all, no matter how many techniques one possesses, they must be supported by a robust physical body. Thus, in addition to cultivating his chi, Xiao Lin prioritized physical training. Whenever he passed through planets with harsh environments, he would stay for a while. Finally, after a year and a half, Xiao Lin arrived at Adralat star. After more than a year of space travel, his combat power had skyrocketed. It had increased from 5,300,000 to 6,500,000. Compared to protagonists from other novels, this might seem lacking, but Xiao Lin had no external aids. Moreover, gaining over 120,000 in a year and a half was already impressive. Xiao Lin believed that with continuous effort he could become the strongest. If 1 year wasn't enough, head wait 10 years. If 10 years wasn't enough, then 100 years. If all else failed, he could always wish for eternal youth from the dragon. The people of Adralat Star were friendly, and upon sensing that Shaolin meant no harm, they readily agreed to his request. Thus Shaolin began practicing instantaneous movement on Adralat Star. Meanwhile, back on Earth, everyone gathered in response to an unusual aura. A familiar-shaped spaceship landed in a desolate area. A squad of armed fish-like aliens disembarked, led by King Cool, Frieza's father. This marks the beginning of the android saga. In the original story, King Cool and the mechanical Frieza arrived only to be defeated by the future Trunks, who had traveled back in time. But now Sun Wukong was on Earth. Over the past 2 years, he had been urged by Shishi to find a job to support the family, neglecting his training. Yet his combat power had still grown significantly. If one were to use a power detector on Wukong, they would find that his strength had increased from 6 million 2 years ago to 9 million. Truly a protagonist. In the Z Saga, he remained quite strong, unlike in Super, where he was drastically weakened to the point where even firearms could injure him. On the other hand, Vegeta felt a tremendous blow to his pride ever since Shaolin knocked him out 2 years ago. He dedicated himself to training, often emerging battered and bruised. Vegeta made the most progress in these 2 years, leaping from 400,000 to 800,000 in combat power. The protagonist group truly seemed to have a cheat. As for Gohan, due to his mother Chi-Chi, he completed elementary school at merely 6 years old. He became the most educated Saiyan. An epic upgrade. Vegeta also knew that only Sun Wukong on Earth could match him in combat, so he often sought Wukong for sparring. Initially, Vegeta looked down on Sun Wukong, considering himself a proud Saiyan prince, while Wukong was just a low-class warrior's child. However, when he saw Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, "Damn it, Kakarot, when will you also become like this?" Vegeta felt extremely reluctant because he thought he would be the second to transform into a Super Saiyan after Gohan. Yet that honor was seized by Kakarot. "Damn, have I become the third, the last remaining Saiyan, and I have never transformed." Thus, becoming a Super Saiyan became a thorn in Vegeta's heart. Even now, facing King Cool, he had yet to grasp the technique and could only deal with the minions on the sidelines. Sun Wukong, however, was holding his own against King Cool in his Super Saiyan form. In fact, Wukong could defeat King Cool. But as a pure-blooded Saiyan, it's perfectly normal to ride the wave of fortune. Suddenly, Sun Wukong clutched his chest. King Cool seized the moment to launch a surprise attack, causing Wukong to revert to his normal state. Indeed, pure-blooded Saiyans either ride the wave or get beaten. As King Cool laughed, maniacally declaring his intention to avenge Frieza, a boy dressed in Capsule Corporation attire transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly eliminated King Cool, saving Sun Wukong, who was in agony. Everyone was filled with curiosity. They had just witnessed Wukong's defeat, and were despondent, but unexpectedly a handsome young man appeared to rescue him. "Who is this? Why is he wearing our company's uniform? He's so handsome," Bulma praised. Vegeta, however, wore a dark expression. He realized he wouldn't be the third to transform. Someone else had outpaced him in becoming a Super Saiyan. He was now relegated to the fourth. "Who are you?" "The Saiyans are down to just me, Kakarot, and that kid over there." Vegeta stepped forward to question. Poor Raditz, forgotten once again. The future Trunks, upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, remained silent, thinking, "Is this my father?" Just as Mom said, he's a bit difficult to get along with. This seemed to be the first time Trunks saw his father, and feeling a bit nervous, he couldn't find the words. Vegeta, seeing that Trunks was ignoring him, grew angry. But there was nothing he could do because he couldn't defeat him. Trunks noticed his father's sulking demeanor, and initially wanted to speak up but felt shy and didn't know how to start. Ultimately, it was Bulma who stepped forward and said, "Don't you think this kid looks a bit like Vegeta?" Trunks, seeing his young mother, couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful she had been. Bulma's words caught Vegeta's attention, and he immediately scrutinized Trunks, finding it indeed true. The boy's nose and mouth resembled his own. However, this guy was taller than him. Vegeta found it hard to accept. It was one thing to be stronger, but now he was also taller. Thinking this way, Vegeta found Shaolin somewhat less annoying. That guy might be stronger, but at least he was shorter. Faced with his young parents, Trunks struggled for words, thinking he should focus on the task at hand. He first fed a heart medicine to the agonized Sun Wukong. Wukong's suffering gradually subsided. Gohan, who was watching by Wukong's side, timidly said thank you. Wukong. Trunks realized that this little boy was Son Gohan. Gohan brother. Huh? Son Gohan was a bit dazed, wondering if he looked that old. Gohan brother, could you come here for a moment? I have something to tell you. To Trunks, Son Gohan was someone he could trust. Okay, Gohan nodded. Since the boy called him brother, he decided to listen. However, as a true father figure, Piccolo would not allow an unknown person to take Gohan away. Wait, what do you want to do with Gohan? After Piccolo's question, He reprimanded Gohan, "Don't just go with someone whose identity is unclear. You might get sold off." "Yes, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan was still very obedient to Piccolo's words. He was. Trunks searched through his memories. He remembered his mother had previously told him about this person. "Oh, you're that green-faced Piccolo," Trunks exclaimed. "What?" Piccolo was startled and turned green. How could this person be so rude? If he weren't afraid of losing, he would really want to fight him. "But my mom said you're only about 8 or 9 years old now. Why does Gohan brother call you Uncle Piccolo?" Huh? Gohan felt a thunderclap at Trunks' words. It turned out Uncle Piccolo was only a few years older than him. Piccolo was still surprised that the young man knew so much about him, but then heard Gohan timidly say then, "Should I call you Brother Piccolo?" Upon hearing Gohan address him that way, Piccolo was unwilling. Did that mean he would be one generation lower than Son Wukong? Would he have to call Son Wukong Uncle Wukong from now on? No way. Moreover, Piccolo could not tolerate being Gohan's brother. He wanted to be his real father. This is the author's commentary. On Namek, 1 year is equivalent to 10 years for Earthlings. Piccolo quickly devised a lie, so I'm actually over 80 years old. "Then can I call you Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan asked again. "No, just call me Uncle Piccolo, don't change the address." Piccolo was getting a bit anxious. "All right," Gohan nodded. Trunks watched the farce unfold, and suddenly felt that this Piccolo might also be someone trustworthy. Seeing Gohan brother's apparent familiarity with him gave him the impression. Thus Trunks decided to inform Piccolo about the future androids. Thus the story of the androids in this book officially begins. In a hidden cave on Earth, high-tech creations are displayed with a strange blend of mud and machinery. This is Dr. Gero's base. At this moment Dr. Gero is gazing at a massive cultivation tank glowing faintly green. Inside the tank lies a sleeping Raditz connected to various tubes. "Doctor, we just detected a high-energy reaction. Should we go collect data?" The pale-faced fat man number 19 approached Dr. Gero. "No need. With the cells of that red Saiyan and golden Frieza, others are merely ants." Dr. Gero replied indifferently. After bringing Raditz back to the laboratory, he discovered that this person's physical potential surpasses his trump cards number 17 and number 18. Initially, he planned to inject the cells of golden Frieza and the red Saiyan separately into numbers 17 and 18. But upon seeing Raditz, Dr. Gero had a new idea. He wanted to see if Raditz's body could withstand these two powers. Thus Dr. Gero activated the device, injecting the cells of golden Frieza and the red Super Saiyan 4 into Raditz. A terrifying power instantly surged into the sky. "Quick, activate the isolation device. It would be troublesome if those guys on Earth sense the energy and come over." Dr. Gero commanded. "It's already activated," Dr. Number 19 responded, having already taken action as Dr. Gero's capable assistant. "Very good," Dr. Gero praised. "Number 19 is clever and obedient, otherwise Dr. Gero wouldn't have let him come out." In Dr. Gero's view, although number 19's power cannot compare to other androids, he is indeed the most obedient. Suddenly the tank exploded. Water mixed with glass splattered everywhere, with number 19 just in time to shield Dr. Gero. After the shockwave subsided, chaos ensued. The ground was littered with shards of glass and water. Raditz lay there, his lower body completely blown apart from the waist down. "Sigh, it's a failure," Dr. Gero remarked nonchalantly. Then he turned to number 19 and said, "Get another cultivation tank. This incomplete specimen can only be made into a half-mechanical android." Dr. Gero thought to himself, how could such a supposedly combat-oriented race not withstand it? It seems he can only proceed as originally planned, injecting the cells of golden Frieza and the red Saiyan into numbers 17 and 18. Dr. Gero arrived at the cultivation chambers of numbers 17 and 18. He injected the cells of golden Frieza and the red Super Saiyan 4 into numbers 17 and 18 respectively. Beep, beep, beep. The nearby control computer suddenly reacted. The energy levels started to rise continuously. All indicators have increased by 50%, not bad. Dr. Gero glanced at the computer and said, then he suddenly moved to the computer to operate it. Numbers 17 and 18 were sent into a large glass tank filled with cultivation liquid. Let's see if you can gain the ability to transform. Dr. Gero flipped a switch and a current surged around numbers 17 and 18. The bodies of the two twitched violently. Despite being in a state of sleep, painful expressions appeared on their faces. Dr. Gero ignored this and frowned, increasing the power. Numbers 17 and 18's brows furrowed even more severely. After a while, Dr. Gero, somewhat disappointed, turned off the electrical stimulation. It seems they can't transform. But it doesn't matter as long as the two of them perfectly merge with these cells, their combat power will continue to rise. Saying this, Dr. Gero looked at another cultivation dish which had a strangely shaped eggshell device. Dr. Gero smiled. This is my ultimate warrior. As long as it absorbs the cells of numbers 17 and 18, which contain golden Frieza and red Saiyan cells, it will become the strongest fighter in the world. No, it will become the strongest warrior in the entire universe. After a fit of mad laughter, Dr. Gero sunk the cultivation dish containing the eggshell deep underground. He then began working on the next configuration for numbers 17 and 18, an unlimited energy device. Only androids with this configuration can be considered perfect. However, Dr. Gero did not notice that behind him number 18's eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing the situation before her, she was taken aback. Wasn't I erased by the Omni King? Where is this? Number 18 remembered that the entire 7th universe was erased after losing in the power tournament. Quickly, number 18 figured out the situation. She had returned to the past. This should be when she and number 17 were still in the experimental phase. Seeing Dr. Gero turn around, number 18 immediately closed her eyes. She still had the bomb inside her and couldn't afford to act recklessly. Moreover, number 18 also realized that she seemed to lack the unlimited energy device. It seems she would have to endure for a while longer. Without the unlimited energy device, she would be severely weakened. Thus, number 18 temporarily fell back into a deep sleep. 2 years later, far away from Earth, Shaolin was diligently training. At this moment, his base combat power had risen from 6,500,000 to 7,200,000. He shouted loudly 20 times Kaioken. 20 times new energy flow. The universe has no sound, but he still wants to shout. Shaolin's aura suddenly surged, and since there were no living beings around, he completely unleashed his power. A more powerful Kamehameha gathered in his hands. Why was he doing this? Because he encountered a black hole. A tremendously large black hole. Judging by its size, this black hole is 10 times that of Earth. Moreover, it appeared out of nowhere. Shaolin had been traveling for almost 2 years, finally nearing the planet Adrat, but he didn't want to be sucked in. The massive Kamehameha was unleashed, all of it engulfed by the black hole. After a brief delay, the black hole was obliterated into a small dot. Shaolin also immediately released his power, feeling completely drained. Having trained for another 2 years using the new energy flow to enhance his power 20 times was still quite a challenge. Shaolin felt his body ache. At the same time, his heart was racing uncontrollably. This was the aftereffect of using Kaioken. However, Shaolin was not unhappy because he sensed energy. Not far in front of him, there was a planet. The energy was emanating from that planet. That must be planet Adrat. Shaolin quickly moved with great mental focus. In no time, he passed through planet Adrat's atmosphere and entered the planet's interior. The sky of planet Adrat is always dark with towering buildings made of steel, resembling a futuristic punk world. As soon as Shaolin landed, he was greeted with enthusiastic applause. He realized that many pink Adratans were waiting for him. Shaolin was curious, and upon landing he realized that by destroying the black hole, he had indirectly saved planet Adrat. Thus the Adratans welcomed him warmly. This was perfect for Shaolin. Come on everyone, teach me instant transmission. The Yatarat people exchanged glances as the bustling city suddenly changed. After a puff of white smoke, only one Yatarat person remained. That was all me. Shaolin was startled by the situation. The scene just now felt somewhat familiar, resembling Naruto's signature technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He also possessed a similar skill, but could only create up to 4 clones. That was the 4 bodies fist he learned from Tianjin Fan. Come here for a moment. Shaolin followed the Yatarat person. Along the way they introduced themselves. It turned out the Yatarat person was named Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba led Shaolin to the residence of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was indeed large, resembling the front of a truck. So big. Actually, I can shrink down. After saying this, the Grand Elder's body began to shrink, becoming about the same height as Shaolin. Impressive, Shaolin exclaimed. This is merely a product of studying mental control. Mental? Shaolin asked, puzzled. Yes. It's what you refer to as Qi. Qi. Shaolin suddenly realized. You want to learn instant transmission, right? Exactly. Shaolin nodded. This is simple, but you need to master the transformation of body and spirit first. Transformation of spirit and body. Shaolin felt confused. He did not wish to continue describing the unproductive conversation, as it would only be filler. 1 year later, in the outskirts of Yatarat, Shaolin sat cross-legged on a sharp stone, suddenly opening his eyes. He had finally completed it. The transformation of body and spirit was essentially the vaporization of the body. What is body vaporization? The human body generates a power called chi through training. Body vaporization means converting the body into chi. That state is similar to the feeling of being in a death state with an angelic halo. However, the body cannot remain vaporized for long, at most only sustaining it for a second. Otherwise, if it exceeds this time, the chi can no longer reconstitute the body, leading to immediate death. The principle of instant transmission is first to sense the chi from afar for positioning. The second step is to vaporize one's own body. The third step is to copy and reconstruct the data of the vaporized body at the distant positioning point. This completes instant transmission. If one uses it carelessly without proficiency, they could easily die. Shaolin had already learned body vaporization, but for safety reasons he diligently trained for a year to ensure he wouldn't make mistakes while using instant transmission. Oh, by the way, this year of training also improved Shaolin's basic combat power, increasing it from 7,200,000 to 8 million. Furthermore, due to training in body vaporization, the compatibility between his body and chi had greatly improved. He could now easily utilize a 20-fold flow of new chi. Of course, higher multipliers would still be too much for his body to handle. But it should be enough to contend with the first stage of Cell, whose combat power should not exceed 400 million. In fact, the most troublesome aspect of the Android saga was Cell. Androids 17, 18, and 16 were all formidable beings. One could say that as long as Cell was dealt with, the Android saga would come to an end. Now that 3 years had passed, he would return to Earth and follow the plot. When Piccolo faced Cell, he would unleash a surprise attack to take down Cell, securing 8 years of peace. In those 8 years, he just needed to ensure that the brain-dead King Kai wouldn't gather power for Bu. If Bu truly resurrected, he would have King Kai bring out the earrings for Goku and Vegeta to fuse into the invincible Vegeto. Shaolin's current power was really more than enough to handle first stage Cell. However, he was unaware. The plot had changed again. A few days ago, finally completed it. Dr. Gero's eyes were bloodshot. Due to Androids 17 and 18 receiving enhancements from Golden Frieza and Super Saiyan Red 4, the installation of the infinite energy device had become somewhat difficult. What was expected to be a 2-year project took 3 years to complete. Because of this, Dr. Gero also had no time to modify his body to become an android. Dr. Gero was still just an ordinary old human. Just as he planned to go back and take a nap, bang, the incubation chamber where Android 18 was located exploded. Dr. Gero thought it was an explosion caused by the failure of the infinite energy device. However, he did not notice a figure quickly circled behind him and knocked him unconscious with a swift chop. 10, 18. The nearby Android 19 turned pale with fright. In fact, his face was already pale, being a purely mechanical being, but he possessed intelligence akin to a human. He was surprised and frightened. He knew that Android 18 was a physical-type android, created by modifying a human with exceptional fighting talent, and had incorporated an infinite energy device along with various martial arts techniques. She was absolutely not comparable to a mechanical-type android like himself. Do not act recklessly. Android 18's beautiful eyes fixed on Android 19, causing him to freeze up in fear, unable to utter a single word, as if turned to wood. Android 18 was someone who came back from the future possessing beautiful memories of a family life with humans. She was Shaolin's wife and the mother of Marin. Her heart leaned towards that of an ordinary woman. Her name was Lazuli, not just a killing machine known as Android 18. Thus Lazuli did not deal a fatal blow to Dr. Gero, she merely knocked him out and did not disassemble Android 19 into parts. Tie him up. Lazuli instructed Android 19 and then handed the unconscious Dr. Gero over to him. Android 19, overly frightened of Lazuli, did not resist and obediently bound Dr. Gero. Lazuli then approached the workbench and destroyed all the objects that looked like controllers. This way there would be nothing left to trigger the bomb inside her body. Next, it was time to release her brother Android 17. In fact, Android 18's real name and Android 17's real name were only mentioned in the early Japanese versions of the Dragon Ball manga. Some pirated versions in the country also had them, but later plot edits omitted this. The mechanical door opened and Android 17 awoke. Upon seeing Lazuli, he said, 18, where is that old man? Android 17 did not like to call Android 18's sister directly, as it felt rather embarrassing to him, and he could not address her by name either. Lazuli understood this. She knew Android 17's personality, and that he disliked calling her sister and being called brother. So when Dr. Gero deceived the two siblings into participating in the experiment, he gave them codenames that became their mutual forms of address. That old man is unconscious. Lazuli's beautiful blue eyes glanced at Android 19, who was binding Dr. Gero. Android 19 had been scared to death since Android 17 awakened. Of course this was an exaggeration as Android 19 was a machine and could not actually urinate. At most he would just leak some oil. But Android 19 was indeed very anxious at that moment. Especially when Android 17 slowly walked towards him, Android 19 felt like the components inside him were about to fall apart from fear. As Android 17 stood before him looking at him and Dr. Gero with cold indifferent eyes, Android 19 became even more panicked. He began to plead for mercy. Hold it, number 17. Though this old man is despicable, we were simply too naive back then, trusting him blindly and accepting the modifications. Imprisoning him is punishment enough. Lazuli was a married woman who possessed memories of the future and had lived an ordinary life. She did not wish for her younger brother to become indifferent to life after taking a life, even once. Of course she knew that in the future number 17 would not become such a person. Yet killing Dr. Gero was truly unnecessary. Their true enemy now lurked unseen. 17 glanced at his elder sister. Though seething with hatred toward Dr. Gero, he still obeyed her. As the folk song went, "Listen to your sister. Don't break her heart. You've just been spared," 17 said coldly before turning away. Indeed, upon his first appearance, he cut a strikingly aloof figure. Reserved, laconic, effortlessly cool. 19 had narrowly escaped death and was silently breathing a sigh of relief. "Who is this?" 17 asked, spotting Raditz still submerged in his nutrient tank. 19 recoiled in terror. "Don't touch him. He's an unstable experimental subject." After Raditz failed fusion with Golden Frieza's and Red Super Saiyan 4's cells, his lower body had exploded. Dr. Gero later replaced the ruined limbs with far more advanced mechanical components, transforming Raditz into a cyborg. Yet upon awakening, Raditz, horrified to discover his lower half was now machine, immediately lost control. Only Dr. Gero's emergency shutdown button averted catastrophe. "If you like him, go ahead and release him," Lazuli told 17. She sensed her brother, though obedient, remained quietly discontented, and seeing his hesitation she chose to let him follow his own will. After all, Lazuli could feel it, her current body was vastly stronger than her future self's, by at least threefold. Though she couldn't explain why this surge filled her with quiet confidence. She believed she could now face second form cell without fear, and so the cyborg Raditz was released. The moment he emerged, Raditz erupted into feral rage. "You wretched old fool! You destroyed my golden staff, or—" His eyes blazed crimson, his upper body muscles swelled violently, while his metallic lower half gleamed with cold silvery light. His first target was 19, who still held Dr. Gero bound. Raditz raised his hand to fire a blast. "Ah! No!" 19 screamed. 17 intervened. With one firm grip he seized Raditz's wrist. The energy blast dissipated instantly. Raditz whirled around furious, seeking the insolent intruder. But upon seeing 17, his expression froze. This was it, the android saga. He scanned the surroundings, intently searching for something, or someone. "Where's number 18? Raditz's pulse quickened. Even before his transmigration, he'd adored Dragon Ball. Especially the android saga. 18 in particular. Her golden hair, sapphire eyes, regal poise, flawless features, and statuesque grace had captivated him utterly. She was his childhood goddess. He'd even performed his very first act of self-expression inspired by her. Memories etched deep, indelible. Now seeing her again, joy surged uncontrollably within him. "No, I must remain composed," Raditz thought. "I'll present myself as a suave, mature man, worthy of winning over my goddess." Should he ever win her heart, he mused, living as an ordinary man would be more than enough. Calming himself, he gently withdrew his hand from 17's grasp. Though 17 had treated him brusquely, he was the future brother-in-law. "No harm done. My apologies. I acted rashly just now," Raditz said, voice polished and courteous, jarringly refined against his rugged visage. Both 17 and Lazuli felt a distinct dissonance. Meanwhile, Raditz reflected mechanical limbs. "No matter, I can restore them with the Dragon Balls, or perhaps wish for an even more formidable replacement." At the mention of androids, Lazuli recalled number 16, a kind soul who'd once saved her. "Let's release him too." Yet after searching thoroughly, they found no trace of him. 19 revealed the truth. Dr. Gero dismantled 16 entirely, reinstalled every part into Raditz's lower body. Raditz stood stunned. He never imagined his lower half bore such a distinguished origin. Then again, his current power had surged dramatically, likely due to 16's integration. Raditz clenched his fist, sensing his battle power now surpassed Frieza's base form. Comprehensively. Truly astonishing. Technology has outstripped even my own cheat-enhanced strength. Speaking of cheats, Raditz realized his soul steel system had vanished. That damned Jero must have sabotaged it. How vile. He vowed to torture and kill Jero at the earliest chance, to purge this burning grudge. Soon afterward, Lazuli 17 Raditz and 19 soared beyond the cavern. High above, Lazuli unleashed a violet energy sphere, obliterating Dr. Jero's secret laboratory in a single blinding detonation. The four then departed, dragging the tightly bound Dr. Jero toward the nearest town. Unbeknownst to them, the instant Lazuli's energy blast annihilated the Lab Earth's Z-fighters, summoned by Future Trunks, had already gathered. They exchanged warm greetings. Long time no see. On a seaside island where Bulma waited with her infant son, the prodigious scientist yearned to observe these androids firsthand. Also present were Kairatsu and Yajirobe. Yamcha did not attend. Though Tien Shinhan extended the invitation, Yamcha had grown increasingly withdrawn these past years, frequenting bars murmuring darkly, "Just let this world end." Tien could only shrug helplessly and arrive with Kairatsu instead. Over the past 3 years, Tien's battle power had surged past 2 million. Then came Piccolo with Gohan, and Goku, Gohan's adoptive father. "Hey Bulma." Goku greeted his childhood friend warmly, then playfully cooed at the baby in Bulma's arms. "Hello Trunks. How's your dad Vegeta doing? He hasn't come training with me lately." During Krillin's cosmic training, only Vegeta had kept Goku company. Thus Vegeta ascended smoothly to become Goku's new sparring partner. Krillin's status perilously undermined. "Hurry home, Krillin." Bulma stared astonished. "How did Goku know the baby's name? And his father's?" "I told no one." The others recoiled in shock, especially Tien and Kairatsu. That notoriously ill-tempered Vegeta actually ended up with Bulma. No wonder Yamcha looked so shattered. It was that. Nearby Piccolo, the family's de facto guardian, clenched his jaw, inwardly cursing that blasted Goku. He swore he wouldn't blab. Piccolo vowed never again to entrust such secrets to Goku. He was utterly incapable of keeping them. As the caretaker of the Sun family, and once a friend of Goku, Piccolo had fallen out of favor. Yet he stepped forward without hesitation to explain things to Bulma. Actually, it was Vegeta who mentioned it. He let it slip while looking for Goku to train. Piccolo made an excuse for Goku. Did Vegeta really say that? Of course, haha. Otherwise, how would Sun Wukong know about it? He's really a bit slow-witted. Just as Bulma was half-believing, Future Trunks arrived. Seeing him, Goku greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Trunks." "Good morning, mister." Goku, Trunks replied politely. But soon both of them felt something was off as Bulma was looking at them with a puzzled expression. "Trunks? You're also called Trunks." Bulma leaned in to scrutinize the young man who had disappeared for 3 years. At first she found it suspicious that he was wearing Capsule Corporation's attire. Moreover, upon returning home, Bulma had not seen any clothing styles like that. Instead, she had seen designs on her mother Mrs. brief sketches, labeled as future clothing to be designed. Future. At that time Bulma did not understand. But now, seeing the young man again and noticing his resemblance to Vegeta with similar hair color as hers and being a Saiyan, Bulma suddenly connected the dots. "You must be Future Trunks." Bulma looked at Future Trunks, then at the small Trunks in her arms. Little Trunks seemed very happy, wanting to hug Future Trunks even more. Initially Future Trunks was taken aback, but seeing Little Trunks' excited expression, he smiled helplessly. Hiding it any longer was pointless. He picked up Little Trunks, played with him for a bit, then handed him back to Bulma, saying, "Yes, I am Trunks from the future." "Oh, so it's true." After Bulma responded, she suddenly became excited, stepping closer to Trunks to pinch his arms and pat his shoulders, even measuring his height with her toes. "You've grown so healthy, Trunks. You're really handsome as an adult." Little Trunks, "Look. You will grow up to be a big handsome guy too." Bulma was happy, and at the same time her long-standing doubts were resolved. No wonder she felt an inexplicable closeness to this boy she met for the first time. It turned out he was Trunks grown up. "That's great. It seems you've been eating well and training hard. You've become so strong. I bet Tien, Piccolo, and that old turtle hermit who once claimed to be the strongest in the world are no match for you now." Bulma said, somewhat boastfully, feeling proud like a hen, as she was indeed the proud wife of a Saiyan. Meanwhile, Tien and Piccolo wore strange expressions. Piccolo's face turned green and red. They had heard Bulma's conversation with Future Trunks, and as an elder he felt reluctant to lose to a junior, but he had no choice. Suddenly Piccolo looked at Gohan. Gohan was already 9 years old. He remembered he still had Gohan. As long as he trained him well, Gohan would definitely surpass Trunks in the future. Then he could boast to Bulma and avenge this humiliation. "Uncle Piccolo." Gohan, sensing Piccolo's gaze, looked over curiously. Looking at Gohan's innocent face, Piccolo abruptly halted his previous thoughts. Although Gohan had immense potential, his character was too gentle. Forcing him to harden his heart to fight would only harm him. He was just a child. Why did he always have the idea of throwing him into battle? He really shouldn't have. At this point, Piccolo was also just an 11 or 12-year-old child. Perhaps pursuing a scholar's life with its tranquility was more suitable for Gohan. It's fine. Piccolo patted Gohan's head, saying, "If there's danger later, run away quickly, don't be reckless. After all, there are Dragon Balls on Namek that can revive us." "Okay, understood." Gohan nodded. "You guys have a really good relationship," Goku remarked, nearby, his words coming out simply without any other emotions. "That's not true," Piccolo said, blushing. "I'm just reminding him as a teammate. But why did you bring Gohan here knowing how dangerous the androids are? What an incompetent father." Piccolo seemed a bit flustered, but Gohan, now 9 years old, had learned what it meant to be Tsundere during 3 years of study. At this moment, Piccolo's situation was a textbook example of a typical Tsundere. "It was Gohan who said he wanted to come," Goku explained helplessly. "He said he hadn't seen Uncle Piccolo in a long time, so he followed along." "Oh!" Piccolo was momentarily stunned, then turned his head away to hide his expression. "By the way, Piccolo." Goku suddenly became playful, leaning closer to Piccolo's ear, saying, "I remember you seem to be only 11 or 12 years old. Why does Gohan call you uncle?" Goku also mentioned that he was already 30 years old older than Piccolo, so Piccolo should call him Uncle Goku. "You're really annoying." Piccolo couldn't hold back any longer. He hated it when others mentioned his age, and now his former rival was making him call him uncle, which he couldn't tolerate. "Son Goku, if you keep this up, I'll challenge you to a duel." Piccolo's face turned red with anger, unsure whether it was from holding back or embarrassment. All right, I won't say anything more." Goku quickly waved his hands, adding, "This is all what little Lin told me back then." "That damn little bald head." Piccolo gritted his teeth. He knew how foolish son Goku could be with these strange questions. Meanwhile, Gohan saw his uncle Piccolo and dad chatting enthusiastically and smiled happily. He knew these little quarrels wouldn't harm their relationship. Instead, they would bring them closer. Whether it's Uncle Piccolo or Dad, Gohan couldn't give up either. If he had to choose one, he decided he wanted both. "To be honest, little Lin seems to have not returned yet," Bulma said from the side. "He wouldn't be lost in space, would he?" "Little Lin." Trunks heard this name for the first time. Oh right, he seemed to be a bald guy. But his fighting power wasn't strong, so it shouldn't matter whether he comes or not. "Yeah, it's been 3 years since we last met," Sun Wukong said. "I wonder if little Lin has gotten stronger now." Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky from a distance. Everyone on the deserted island was astonished. What on earth was happening? They had not sensed any strong energy. "Androids do not have energy signatures," Trunks said, looking serious. "Then let's go take a look," Goku suggested. Trunks glanced at Goku. In the future, the android's power was about evenly matched with his own. Now, with Goku and Gohan on their side, they should be able to win. If only his father were here, their chances of victory would increase. He wondered where his father had gone. "Let's go," Trunks said, his thoughts swirling, ultimately reducing it to 2 words. As the others used flight techniques to soar into the sky, Bulma called out to Trunks, "Be careful, Trunks. If you can't win, don't be reckless, just run." "Ma'am." Trunks looked at Bulma, who was worried, and nodded heavily, then sped off towards the incident location. Upon arriving, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness. But in the wilderness lay a bottomless giant pit, still emitting smoke. Surrounding the pit were scattered mechanical debris with electrical currents. "This must be the android's base," Trunks said. But why would they destroy it? In fact, discussing this now was pointless, as they had lost track of the androids again. The lack of energy signatures was indeed a troubling characteristic. Lazuli led the others to a nearby tranquil town. Gazing down upon it from a height, she felt a quiet wistfulness. Such serene, unhurried scenes would soon vanish beneath the sprawling sprawl of megacities. Though she preferred the vibrant energy of metropolises, an occasional glimpse of a quiet town was not unwelcome. She descended gracefully onto a bank rooftop and retrieved a gleaming crimson gem from her pocket. This gem had been taken from the base, intended solely for exchange. Lazuli held no affinity for theft. She valued fair transaction above all. She forcibly exchanged the gem for a substantial sum, then retreated to an isolated spot, where she dismantled her device and instructed 19 to deposit the unconscious Dr. Gero onto the ground, alongside a firearm and a terse note. "I am the robber." Only after Lazuli had departed did the bank staff dare rise, trembling. Soon police arrived, assessed the scene, and arrested the still unconscious Dr. Gero on the spot. The case was swiftly declared solved ADR. Jero was escorted into custody. Why go through all that trouble? Just take what you want, 17 remarked from the sky. Beside him Raditz nodded in firm agreement. To him raw strength rendered human conventions obsolete. Why negotiate when one could simply seize? Much like his infatuation with 18 gazing upon her exquisite features and captivating figure, Raditz burned with the urge to claim her then and there. Yet he realized she likely surpassed him in power, and with his lower body replaced by cold machinery, desire remained tragically unfulfilled. We are human, Lazuli declared. Let us abide by rules. Else fear will isolate us, leaving no path forward for our lives. Though Raditz privately endorsed theft, seeing 18's disapproval, he instantly shifted his stance. What 18 says is profoundly wise. 17, do try tempering your roughness. Emulate my gentlemanly poise instead. Knowing brute force would never win, 18 Raditz resolved to pursue her through charm, to seduce her with cultivated elegance. He recalled reading Dragon Ball novels where protagonists effortlessly won 18's heart. He believed himself equally capable, yet 18 paid him no heed. At first she'd wondered who he even was, but soon indifference settled in. Since 17 had released him, she saw no reason to intervene. He could follow if he wished. 17, if you want something, buy it. Don't resort to stealing. Lazuli added with gentle finality. Later in the Metropolis, I'll buy you a car. She pulled out a thick wad of bills, and for once a rare genuine smile graced her face. 17, seeing his sister's joy, mirrored it warmly. Really? Then I shall eagerly await it. Before his transformation, owning a car had been his boyhood dream. Now it stood tantalizingly close to reality. Driving, he decided, held greater allure than flying. West City. Lazuli circled the skies above West City several times before pausing midair. Where is Capsule Corp? Capsule Corp is in East City, Raditz interjected, seizing the rare chance to speak with his goddess. What? Lazuli blinked, bewildered. In her past life's memory, Capsule Corp had always resided in West City. Could this world not be her past, but an entirely new timeline? Doubt lingered, yet yielded to necessity. Shortly thereafter, Lazuli truly purchased a hovercar for 17. Though outwardly reserved, 17's delight shone unmistakably in his eyes. He ran his fingers over the sleek surface, a soft, radiant smile blooming across his face. Even the saleswoman at the dealership found herself captivated. Raditz watched, simmering inwardly. Was mere handsomeness enough to bewitch them? How shallow women truly were. Is it really just... His indignation curdled as he remembered his lower body was gone. Fine. Once I grant myself a far superior form before Shenron, I'll return. Then claim these women without mercy. The thought of their current infatuation with 17 contrasted with his future dominion over them sent a feverish thrill coursing through him. A perverse, intoxicating triumph. What a magnificent vehicle. 17, your taste is impeccable, Raditz declared, voice smooth and approving. 17, surprised that this hulking figure he'd released actually admired his judgment, gave a slight nod. Yes, you may sit in the rear. His voice rang clear and youthful, pleasing to the ear. Yet to Raditz it sounded like mockery. Did he require permission to sit where he pleased? Truly my thanks. Raditz replied with a cheerful grin, never daring to offend his goddess's brother, especially one stronger than himself. 17 claimed the driver's seat. Lazuli took the passenger seat. Raditz settled into the rear. Poor 19 attempted to board, but flinched back under 17's sharp warning glance, left only to trail behind, slowly hovering on his own. Why didn't you let him ride? Lazuli asked, curious. A parasite who clung to that old man. Not in my car, 17 replied, his disdain for Dr. Jero etched plainly across his brow. Raditz, seated behind, fixed his gaze on Lazuli's neck. As she idly swept back her golden hair, her delicate earlobe and porcelain throat emerged, arousing him, deeply quickening his breath. He recalled watching a short video in his past life, a relationship influencer claiming women often fiddle with their hair when drawn to someone. 18 did so constantly. Could it be she harbored feelings for him? Raditz broke into a dazed, lovesick grin. Lazuli, however, had long sensed his stare, or rather had felt his unwavering attention since the moment he appeared. It irked her. Yet she withheld rebuke, mindful of her brother's presence. Where to next? 17 asked. West City. Understood. 17 activated the navigation system, pressed the accelerator, and gripped the supple steering wheel, exuding effortless confidence. The hovercar surged forward, alive and agile, weaving fluidly through traffic. Speeding, running red lights, illegal lane changes, reckless countercurrent maneuvers. All executed in one seamless, audacious sweep. Drivers screamed in alarm, shouting curses. Does he even know how to drive? rushing off to play basketball. 17 paid no mind. He rolled down the window, steered one-handed, and laughed aloud. The speedometer now surging past 300 kilometers per hour. To the three of them, it was trivial. Any one of them could easily exceed that velocity with minimal effort. Yet driving offered a uniquely exhilarating thrill. Once beyond the city limits, 17's enthusiasm waned. The open road offered no room for spectacle. So he turned to Lazuli, 18Y West City. I need Bulma to lend me the dragon radar. Lazuli replied, leaning into the breeze streaming through the open window, her gaze drifting over the shimmering sea and passing scenery. She disliked driving, but loved riding, savoring the landscape unfolding beyond the glass. The wind stirred her thoughts, carrying them far away. She even envisioned Krillin working diligently to afford a car of his own. Then Krillin would drive while she and their daughter sat together in the back. Ingredients packed neatly in the trunk for a family picnic by the shore. At the thought, a tender, heartfelt smile softened her features, its sincerity sending Raditz' pulse soaring. Hearing 18 name Bulma, Raditz dismissed any question of how she knew her. By now he was utterly spellbound. His senses adrift, his soul unmoored. Desperate to engage, he seized the opening. Bulma, what business do you have with her? His voice echoed inside the cabin. But no one answered. Lazuli was lost in thought, completely ignoring Raditz. Suddenly she felt troubled. Shaolin seemed not to recognize her. What should I do? How did I end up getting close to him in my past life? Ugh, what a crude way to put it. Clearly it was Shaolin who pursued me. Right, it seemed that way at first. Lazuli's memories began to play out. At that time Vegeta chased her down, and was knocked down by her. Then his son Trunks, eager to save his father, was also subdued by her in one move, followed by Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, all of them defeated by her. Finally, it was Shaolin standing before them, looking both cowardly and scared, yet still mustering the courage to stand up. Such a clumsy sight. Yet it was this that caught her attention, especially that little bald head looking quite adorable. Thus she felt a playful impulse and gave him a kiss. That was the scene of her first meeting with Shaolin. Reflecting on the past, she felt it was a bit daring, causing her cheeks to flush. So what should I do this time? It seemed Shaolin was a bit insecure, and I looked so beautiful. If I don't take the initiative, he certainly wouldn't dare to approach me with his honest nature. There's no choice. Even though it doesn't align with my character, I will break the norm and take the initiative this time. Once I find the Dragon Balls and have Shinron remove the bombs from me and number 17, I will go find Shaolin. Raditz noticed that Lazuli did not respond when he spoke, and he began to ponder her feelings. He rummaged through his memories from the past to seek answers from the emotional videos he had seen. Now he regretted not studying the emotional manuals seriously back then, leading to his current cluelessness. Truly, one only regrets the lack of knowledge when it is needed. But suddenly he saw Lazuli blush, and it was as if he had an epiphany. Could it be that number 18 liked him? Perhaps she was too shy to speak to him, putting on a facade of indifference, while in her heart she was already in love with him. Otherwise, how could she blush after he spoke? The more Raditz thought about it, the more he felt he had discovered a blind spot. He also gave himself a mental pat on the back for his emotional intelligence. Just as the novels say, number 18 is easy to win over. I must be the protagonist, otherwise how could I explain such a beauty being infatuated with me? Lazuli was still thinking about her reunion with Shaolin, and did not notice Raditz behind her breathing more and more rapidly. Who is Bulma? Number 17 asked curiously. Now as the car reached the outskirts, the road was desolate, and number 17 had to find a topic to chat with his sister. The daughter of a billionaire. Speaking of Bulma, Lazuli recalled a saying, everyone wants to go to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. But she did not envy her. Billionaire. Number 17 seemed to catch a different meaning. Are we going to kidnap her and extort money? Absolutely not. Lazuli said, needing to correct her brother's thinking. Could it be that the evil thoughts implanted by Dr. Gero were starting to take effect? Number 17, money is something that must be earned by one's own efforts to feel justified. Kidnapping the billionaire's daughter and successfully extorting money counts as earning it, doesn't it? Number 17's perspective was quite unique. Number 18 momentarily didn't know how to respond. Well, that does seem like earning it. It's just that the law does not permit it. It's like playing a game. Lazuli began to explain, playing a game normally brings fun from various unknowns, but if you cheat and obtain all the items quickly, it becomes quite dull. Lazuli wasn't sure if this analogy was appropriate, but surprisingly number 17 fell into deep thought. After a while he said, that makes sense. Number 17 reflected on his own experiences. Although he had become a top-tier powerhouse as an artificial human, he had lost the feelings of a simple life. He was now accustomed to placing himself above ordinary people. If this continued, he would only become a scoundrel who disregarded life. Number 17 felt a bit grateful to his sister, Because of her words, he was kept from losing himself. However, Raditz was unconvinced. What is so good about the lives of ordinary people? If I have power, I should be able to do as I please. If others die because of my actions, they can only blame themselves for being weak and unlucky. Moreover, to enhance his strength back then, he had also killed quite a few people relying on the plundering system. Of course, Raditz wouldn't reveal this. To win over number 18A, he still put on a facade of agreeing with her. It seems he must be careful in front of number 18 in the future. He can't kill in her presence, and if he does, it must be discreet. At this moment, a police car was chasing from behind. It turned out that just now number 17 had shown off his driving skills in Shidu, attracting the attention of the local police, who dispatched officers to intercept number 17 and the others. The conversation in the car abruptly stopped. Number 19A, who was above, was about to take action to eliminate these little tails, only to be warned by number 17 not to act. Number 19's chubby white face showed a look of grievance. He wanted to work hard to earn number 17's approval. After all, when he was with Dr. Gero, he earned the doctor's recognition through hard work. Number 17 was now very excited. After leaving the city, there were hardly any vehicles. He was losing interest. Now seeing so many police cars chasing him, number 17 suddenly thought of the police chase movies. He used to love watching them, and now he never expected to be the protagonist himself. Bring it on, number 17 silently said. The speed of the car began to slow down. He deliberately waited for the police. Sure enough, 2 police cars followed closely behind number 17's hovering car. At first, the police thought it was a ruthless bandit driving, but unexpectedly the driver and passenger were a pair of handsome young men. The officers who had initially raised their guns instinctively lowered them, only to see a tall, menacing man with long hair sitting in the back. The police immediately imagined a scenario of a fierce bandit kidnapping a young couple in a car. Then the bandit demanded they stop in a secluded place, leading to some chaotic storyline. Damn it, as justice-serving police officers, they absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. They immediately urged the two to remain calm and believe in the power of the police. However, number 17 truly smirked and said, "You need to show some spirit. If you can't force me to stop before the next city, it'll kill everyone in the car." Saying this, number 17 accelerated again. The car speed soared to 300 kilometers, no more than 300 kilometers. The hovering car shot out. Number 17 laughed heartily. As expected, the latest version of the hovering car had such strong power. He had only lowered the speed earlier to mock the police. With this, the police would exert all their strength to chase him. Truly, he was being quite arrogant. Of course, the police were furious. As guardians of the people, it was their first time encountering such a law-defying lunatic who dared to provoke the police. They must be handcuffed and severely punished. So the police cars revved their engines and the sirens blared. The officers on the scene saw that number 17 was difficult to deal with, so they began to call for backup from headquarters. What a guy, going straight to 5 stars, becoming a model citizen. Of course, in this police chase, number 17 would win, and he enjoyed himself thoroughly. However, this chase caught the attention of the media on Earth. Although the crime rate in the Dragon Ball world was high, it was the first time a 5-star model citizen appeared, and that model citizen had escaped. These media outlets conducted interviews in the morning, and were vying to report in the afternoon. Originally, Goku and the others who had no thoughts planned to ask Master Roshi to find Bulma for the artificial humans, but upon arriving at Master Roshi, his house, they saw the news. Although the TV kindly blurred out number 17 and La Zili's faces, the familiar hairstyle and outfit combination made Trunks recognize them at a glance. It's them. Trunks immediately recognized the two. They're androids. Even Sun Wukong, Baiku Tianjin Fan Jiaozi, and Sun Wufan were astonished. That handsome young man did not appear formidable at all. He emitted no aura whatsoever. Do not be deceived by their appearances. Tai Nanx's expression hardened, as he warned everyone that Android 17 and Android 18 were unnaturally evil, and possessed an inexhaustible energy source. The others listened with skeptical minds. An unending energy supply. Though warriors themselves, they knew well the near impossibility of perpetual energy or a perpetual motion machine. Yet to claim that these two youthful figures possessed such power felt fantastical beyond belief. We shouldn't stand here debating. Better to find them quickly. Sun Wukong was eager to leap into action. He had heard their strength rivaled that of a Super Saiyan. They would make the perfect opponents for him. Since mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, neither Bei Jita nor Shaolin had posed a true challenge. Chi-Chi had urged Sun Wukong to have Sun Wufan do his homework, and over the past 3 years he had trained alone. Devoid of evenly matched combat, for so long Sun Wukong was nearly suffocating from boredom. He had hoped to spar with De Tai Nanxi when he saw him earlier. After all, De Tai was the son of his comrade Bei Jita, and could transform into a Super Saiyan. Surely a fearsome fighter. But Date refused Sun Wukong's challenge, claiming he needed to conserve his strength for the androids. For Date, any fight that did not serve to eliminate the enemy was pointless. The notion of casual sparring was foreign to him. In the future, he had already suffered greatly facing 2 androids with limitless energy, and after every battle he spent every spare moment recovering. It was hard to imagine someone who regarded fighting during rest as sensible. As they prepared to use the sky dance technique toward the East Metropolis, Sun Wukong added a question in passing. East Metropolis, Bu Erma's home is over there. What? Tai Nanxi froze. He had grown up in Capsule Corporation and was certain the company had always been in the West Metropolis. Why would Sun Wukong say it was in the East Metropolis? Tai Nanxi voiced his confusion and received the same reply, East Metropolis. He was stunned. He began to suspect that the timeline he had traveled into with the time machine was not the same past he remembered. East Metropolis, the most bustling city in the Dragon Ball world, a synthesis of concrete and steel, a pinnacle of modern craft. Before entering the city, Shi Hao saw highways from every direction converge upon it. He felt a thrill. Though he dressed fashionably before his modification, he had been a child from a remote place. A special longing for the metropolis swelled within him, especially now that he owned a handsome modern car. It fed the vanity of youth. Police cars were hot on their trail, stretching in a line for hundreds of meters, dust rising to blur the sky. An awe-inspiring sight. People on the road scrambled aside at the spectacle. Shi Hao remained grinning. The chase between cars delighted him. But the fun had to end. Once inside the East Metropolis, traffic and pedestrians increased. The police, mindful of the safety of bystanders and property, became more cautious. Relying on vision beyond human limits, Shi Hao illegally changed lanes, drove against traffic, ran red lights, and even onto the sidewalk, somehow avoiding collisions and leaving others terrified. Such a show left the police helpless. Eventually they lost sight of him. The facade of civic order dimmed. Enough playing. Head to Capsule Corporation. La Zi yawned and urged. Shi Hao agreed gladly. The reckless joyride had dissipated much of the resentment he had felt from being trapped in the laboratory. Guided by the navigation, Shi Hao soon arrived at Capsule Corporation. The complex was immense, the surrounding roads wide and pristine, truly befitting the world's wealthiest company. Shi Hao wanted to find a parking spot. His car was not the capsule model. The capsule cars were convenient, but to fit capsule space, many features had been pared down. Shi Hao refused to buy a stripped-down vehicle, so he insisted on finding a proper parking place. The motto stood, cars and wives are not to be lent. To a man, a car is akin to a wife. Shi Hao would not risk leaving his car by the curb and having it damaged by some incompetent driver. This was his first car in life. He would cherish it. But La Zili in the passenger seat suddenly saw something and flung open the door, leaving only, "Wait for me in the car." Yes, a true opening. The gull-wing swan-like luxury door crashed down onto the pavement with a loud metallic dance. Shi Hao could plainly see the door was deformed. In that instant he ceased to think and cried out, "My wife!" That remark puzzled La DZ in the back seat. He suddenly recalled that Dragon Ball was an animation from the Our country. Was Shi Hao shouting for Shirba Hao as if she were his sister? Did he secretly covet his own sister? This was scandalous. La DZ nearly slammed his fist on the table. He had not expected his rival to be his brother-in-law. Of course Shi Hao meant his car when he said wife. But La DZ would not think that way. He had been tainted by Our country's little films. Moreover, La DZ did not care for driving and could not fathom equating a car with a wife. He nursed murderous thoughts toward Shi Hao, but since he was weaker, he kept them buried. Shi Hao watched his car's door bent and felt as if his heart bled. The pain was sharp and deep. Still, once broken, it was broken. He would not abandon his beloved vehicle. He patiently found a parking spot and executed a proper parallel park. Before stepping away, he locked the car with the key and then hurried to pick up the fallen door, cradling it with affection. He tried to fit the damaged door back on, but it would not align. He stared at his car in distress. La DZ watched the neurotic display in silence. He began searching for his goddess Shirba Hao. It turned out La Zi Li had just seen her arriving from a southern island by small plane and had leapt from the car. There Bu Erma was descending from the plane, cradling little Tai Nanxi, as she hummed a tune, pleased to see a glimpse of how her son might grow up. She walked along humming, "Bu Erma." Suddenly a lovely female voice called her. Turning, Bu Erma saw a tall, slender beauty with golden hair and azure eyes. Bu Erma's first thought was, could this be an old classmate? "You are?" Bu Erma could not place which one. "My name is La Zili. You may also call me Shirba Hao." La Zili. "Oh. I'm sorry, I couldn't recall at first," Bu Erma said with an embarrassed smile. "Shirba Hao is acceptable too. La Zili's manner was breezy. Bu Ma shifted the subject. So La Zili, what brings you to me? I want the dragon radar. La Zili, seeing Bu Ma's fleeting confusion, explained, she had come for the dragon radar. You know the Dragon Balls too. That's wonderful. We have much in common. Bu Ma beamed, curious about La Zili's wish. Could it be the same wish as hers? Bu Ma's face lit with mischief as she asked. Your wish is the same, isn't it? To find the perfect boyfriend. Ah! La Zili, normally cool and aloof, could not help but think of Shaolin at Bu Ma's suggestion, and a flush rose on her fair face. It's not that. La Zili spoke truthfully. But Bu Ma interpreted the embarrassed look as coy denial and chattered. I know. Very well, La Zili, come with me, and I'll give you the dragon radar. La Zili smiled brightly at Bu Ma's acquiescence. The two women were about to set off together, when La Diz's arrival shattered the calm. He had heard Bu Ma say that Ba Hao planned to wish Shenlong for a boyfriend, and his fury erupted. In his eyes, he had already reserved the rightful position beside Ba Hao. Oh, he would not allow another to claim her. He was possessive. If he desired something, even if he did not take it, no one else could have it. Bu Ma, hand over the dragon radar if you value your life. La Diz snapped. Though he liked Bu Ma, Ba Hao mattered far more to him from his childhood fantasies. He believed Bu Ma had been taken by many men before Ba Hao had not. Thus his favor lay with Ba Hao. La Diz, what are you doing? Stay put in the car. La Zili frowned at his violent manner. She had just coaxed Bu Ma into agreeing and did not want La Diz to ruin it. Stay in the car. La Diz's mindset had shifted. He believed Ba Hao was interested in him and shouted, If I don't come, some wild stranger will snatch you away. La Zili paused, puzzled by La Diz's logic. She ignored him and prepared to enter Capsule Corporation with Bu Ma. But Bu Ma had already fled far away. The moment La Diz appeared, Bu Ma's temper flared. She recognized this wicked fellow. He called himself Sun Wukong's brother but acted as Fu Li Sas lackey. His nature was vile, or more lecherous than Master Roshi. A truly despicable man. Bu Ma remembered years ago when he tried to use force to coerce her and Chi-Chi. That memory lingered like an unshakable shadow. Are you, La Zili? Are you in league with this evil man? Bu Ma trembled with fear. Little Tai Nangxi sensed his mother's fear and began to wail. Bu Ma soothed her son while trembling. No, Bu Ma, am not a villain. This fellow was merely released by chance. I do not know his full background. If he ever offended you before, I apologize on his behalf. La Zili, usually cool, had never spoken so much. Her composed persona cracked a little. Even so, Bu Ma did not trust her. La Diz frightened her more than Golden Fulisa ever had. La Diz, seeing Ba Hao humble herself and Bu Ma remaining obstinate, grew angry. Listen, Bu Ma. You'd better be sensible. This is not a request, it's a demand. He extended his hand as key spheres began to coalesce in his palm. His terrifying posture left Bu Ma breathless with fear. La Zili had had enough of La Diz. If he had not appeared, she would already have the dragon radar. What an infuriating man. He always regarded her with strange eyes, and now at a critical moment he obstructed her. La Zili clenched her fists, ready to teach La Diz a lesson. At that moment several people descended from the sky like arrows, and stepped between Bu Ma and La Diz. Bu Ma recognized them and rejoiced. Wukong Tai Nangxi by Ku Tianjin Fan. Where's Wufan? Wufan was called back by Chi-Chi. Wukong admitted sheepishly having snuck Wufan out earlier. Now is not the time for that. Baiku interrupted, urging Wukong to focus on the looming threat. Although Baiku sensed no key from the golden-haired woman and took her for an ordinary person, he noted La Diz standing behind her. That fellow had once ambushed Baiku and later brought Fulisa to Earth. In Baiku's estimation, La Diz's wickedness surpassed many. Had his own father King Piccolo still lived, he might have ceded the title of Great Demon to La Diz. He might as well be called Great Demon La Diz. Yet the one most shocked was de Tai Nangxi. Could history itself have been altered by his arrival? Why, besides Ba Hao, was there another unfamiliar android present? Outside Capsule Corporation stood a meticulously maintained garden lush with vibrant vegetation. Yet all of it was futile. For two opposing factions now faced off within its bounds, any single burst of energy from either side could carve a crater into the earth, effortlessly obliterating the gardener's painstaking labor. Raditz! Goku and his allies instantly recognized their longtime adversary. Humph, son Goku, have you gathered so many comrades just to fight? Raditz sneered dismissively. Spotting Trunks from the future, he immediately deduced his origin, yet remained utterly unshaken. Though Jero had stripped him of his original body, His cybernetic enhancements had dramatically amplified Raditz's power, and even granted him an integrated combat-level scanner. Engineered by Dr. Gero, the scanner could pierce through key concealment to reveal an opponent's true base battle power. It was this device that revealed Android 18 and Android 17 surpassed Raditz in strength. His own battle power stood at 800 million. Androids 18 and 17 each registered 13 billion. Raditz had initially underestimated what such numbers truly meant, until he laid eyes on Goku's group. Tien Shinhan 2 million, Piccolo 5 million, Future Trunks 6 million, Goku 12 million. Up from 9 million 3 years prior, though his heart condition had slowed further growth. Raditz recalled how due to his interference Goku had perished fighting Frieza without ever achieving Super Saiyan transformation. A missed opportunity he assumed that rendered the form forever out of reach. Even if Goku somehow attained Super Saiyan, Raditz scoffed, 12 million would yield no more than 6 billion at full potential. And 6 billion posed no threat to him. Alright, Trunks could also transform. Yet with only 6 million base power, his Super Saiyan output barely reached 3 billion. So Raditz felt no fear whatsoever. He was no longer the man he once was. The era of Raditz was dawning. Still a flicker of genuine surprise stirred within him. After all, in the original timeline, Goku's base power during the Frieza saga had been merely 3 million. 4 years later, during the Android saga, it peaked at 6 million. Matching Trunks' current level. Yet here Goku wielded 12 million. Raditz needed no deduction to know it was Krillin, the fellow time traveler, who had forged this change. In Raditz's eyes, Krillin was an incorrigible training fanatic, whom he had never liked. As previously noted, Raditz possessed an overwhelming sense of possession, even over the title time traveler which he wished to claim exclusively. What use was training in martial arts uniforms? What value in mastering 20-fold Kaioken? 12 million battle power? Pathetic. Raditz himself, without formal cultivation, commanded 800 million. These pitiful beings had trained relentlessly for so long, yet achieved so little. A contemptuous smirk curled Raditz's lips. Mr. Goku, this woman is Android 18. Though I've never encountered one like the other before, he must also be an android. I sense no ki emanating from him. Trunks warned Goku in his timeline, even as a Super Saiyan unleashing his full might, he could barely hold his own against a single android. Now beyond Androids 17 and 18, yet another android had appeared, casting a shadow of grim resignation across Trunks' face. Had history warped itself in retaliation for his meddling, or was Earth fated inevitably to endure this cataclysm? The other is Raditz, a thoroughly despicable villain. Goku knew Raditz well. Their first meeting had ended with Raditz tearing through his chest. Trunks had earlier told Goku that all androids were evil beings of immense power. Goku had doubted it. He'd always believed in redemption. Hadn't Tien Shinhan and Piccolo both reformed? Yet seeing Raditz among the androids shattered that belief entirely. To Goku, Raditz embodied pure malevolence. Both Goku and Trunks assumed battle stances. Mr. Goku, hold nothing back, Trunks declared. And instantly his black hair blazed gold while golden aura erupted around him in searing torrents. Goku, seeing this, wasted no time. He too transformed into a Super Saiyan. We'll each take one. Trunks lunged toward Android 18. Goku charged Raditz. Wait, Trunks. I'm not an evil android. Android 18, Lazuli, had only just reached for the dragon radar when the atmosphere turned hostile, souring her mood. She knew Krillin had grown up an orphan, cherishing these friends above all else, so she refused to strike them. Her power now vastly eclipsed her past life's limits. Against the Goku who would battle Bu 7 years hence, she might exercise restraint. But against these present-day warriors, a single misstep could easily end their lives. Humph! Who'd believe such lies? Androids are born evil. Trunks, forged in a hell's cape of despair, would never trust an android's word. Even the second Hokage of Konoha would have nodded in grudging admiration at such resolve. Lazuli evaded Trunks' assaults while frantically searching for words to explain. But before Trunks could finish speaking, a sudden figure struck him square in the chest, sending him tumbling head over heels until he slammed into a distant dome-shaped structure. As dust settled, Trunks struggled to rise, only managing 2 hoarse words, "Damn," before his golden hair reverted to black and he collapsed unconscious. Trunks? Bulma rushed forward to check on her son. Pathetic. It was Raditz. In an instant, Raditz had knocked out Goku, even as a Super Saiyan. Goku's transformed power hovered near 6 billion. Raditz stood at 800 million. Logically, they should have exchanged blows for several rounds. But Goku, unable to gauge Raditz's ki, mistakenly dismissed him as the same weakling who'd trailed behind Frieza. Thus Goku fought recklessly, holding back, Raditz, however, held nothing back. The outcome was inevitable. Goku fell. Seeing Trunks still assaulting his beloved, Raditz surged forward, delivering a single devastating blow that sent the weaker warrior flying. Had Raditz not wished to avoid killing in front of Android 18, both men would already be dead. Well, will you surrender the dragon radar now? Raditz loomed with menacing ferocity, convinced he'd earned Android 18's favor and love. Meanwhile, Bulma knelt beside Trunks, assessing his injuries. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan stared stunned into silence, unable to believe Goku and Trunks had fallen before even a single explanatory word could be spoken. Are these the androids? Though utterly devoid of ki, their power defied comprehension. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan braced themselves for battle. They knew resistance was futile, yet still urged Bulma to flee with Goku and Trunks. Raditz! Seeing the situation spiral, Lazuli finally lost her composure. Can you please quiet down? But they clearly... Silence! She repeated, her brow furrowing into a sharp, angry well character. Raditz reluctantly clamped his mouth shut. Had anyone else dared speak thus, he would have vaporized them without hesitation. But his goddess was different. Her anger was exquisite. After all, a slap is affection, a scolding is love. Raditz even felt a faint, smug satisfaction. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, we mean you no harm. You may relax. Lazuli softened her tone deliberately. Yet Piccolo and Tien Shinhan remained wary. So Lazuli added, with my power, ending Goku and Trunks' lives would have taken but a single breath. Yet I did not. They exchanged glances, acknowledging the truth. Against such might, their survival was sheer mercy. Could there be more to this? We meet for the first time. Your impression of me stems solely from Trunks' fragmented accounts. Yet have you ever considered those might be deliberate falsehoods? Her words genuinely unsettled them. Indeed, had they ever truly seen an android, why had they accepted without question that all androids were inherently evil? Then what is your purpose? Their voices still held tension, but now layered with uncertainty, not hostility. Seeing their resolve waver, Lazuli chose honesty. Though she often appeared cold, she believed sincerity begets sincerity. Every android carries a bomb implanted by Dr. Gero, buried deep within our bodies. No matter how strong we grow, activating that device would annihilate us instantly. This revelation stunned Piccolo and Tien Shinhan. But the greatest shock came from Raditz himself, standing behind them. Fool! Idiot! Why reveal our weakness to them? Raditz panicked. His very life hung in the balance, overriding even reverence for his goddess. He erupted into motion, intent on eliminating Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Bulma alike. Raditz knew the Dragon Ball canon well. In the original timeline, Bulma discovered the bomb schematics and built the detonator controller. She then entrusted it to Krillin, who, smitten with Lazuli, ultimately destroyed it rather than use it. But Raditz refused to trust Krillin's compassion. Not when he'd witnessed firsthand how far the time-traveling Krillin would go to defeat Frieza, even resorting to fusion. Had Raditz not warned Frieza to train before coming to Earth, he might well have fallen to Krillin's ingenuity. And though Raditz never learned precisely how Krillin had defeated Golden Frieza, he no longer cared about Frieza's disappearance. He was above all cautious, determined to eradicate any threat to his survival. Facing Raditz's sudden assault, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan stood frozen, utterly unprepared. Horror contorted their faces. Just as death loomed, a lithe figure materialized before them, her powerful legs sweeping out in a flawless arc, sending Raditz hurtling backward with terrifying force. Raditz's body carved a long smoking trench across the ground before halting. Lazuli had intervened. Piccolo and the others couldn't believe the fair-skinned, golden-haired woman before them possessed such overwhelming might. She'd casually hurled aside the very being who just crushed 2 Super Saiyans. Raditz, if you do it again, I will kill you. Her warning carried lethal weight. If anything happened to Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, or Bulma, Krillin would despise her forever, ending any hope of friendship, let alone marriage. Raditz rose slowly, brushing dust from his clothes. This was his first direct hit from Android 18, and he now grasped the staggering gulf between 800 million and 13 billion. He'd assumed the difference was marginal, merely 30 or 40% less. Yet the chasm proved horrifyingly vast. Physical injury meant little to Raditz, but the wound to his pride ran deep. Why would 18 strike him? For strangers? Hadn't she blushed beside him in the car? Didn't she love him? Why so merciless? Unable to contain himself, Raditz cried out, "Why did you strike me?" Lazuli blinked, surprised by his strange, almost plaintive tone. "I dislike having bloodthirsty scum, those who treat life as worthless as colleagues." Her words dripped with irony. She was in fact mocking Raditz as a scoundrel. his leering stares throughout their journey, and his near sabotage of her dragon radar retrieval, had only deepened her disdain. His temperament was volatile enough, but that absurdly long floor-dragging hair, utterly bizarre. Yet Raditz, swept up in his infatuation, interpreted everything differently. Even her grievances became proof of care. Despite prior misgivings, he instantly rationalized her words into reassurance. Colleagues, does that mean she considers me a comrade? And she refuses to tolerate scum? Meaning she values me deeply and fears my moral decline? Raditz convinced himself, more firmly with every passing thought. One could only marvel at the astonishing elasticity of Raditz's logic. A barbed, sarcastic remark had been transmuted in his mind into tender affirmation. Had Lazuli known his inner monologue, she'd have been speechless. As Raditz stood lost in reverie, Lazuli turned back to Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, her voice calm, clear, and poised. That is why I seek the Dragon Balls, to remove the bombs buried inside us. Meanwhile, number 17 knelt beside his dented car door, heart aching as he fiddled with it helplessly. No matter how formidable his strength, he could not repair an automobile barehanded. Suddenly a card slipped from his pocket. This is... He recalled it clearly, a business card handed to him by a saleswoman at his fourth brother's shop. She claimed to specialize in vehicle insurance and invited him to contact her for any issues. Insurance was a safeguard in the event of an accident, verified as unforeseen compensation would follow. Yet number 17 wondered, did a shattered car door courtesy of his own sister qualify as an accident? Why not give it a try? With no phone on him, he scanned the street and spotted a public telephone booth across the road. He resolved to dial the number printed on the card. But just then calamity struck. As number 17 stepped into the booth and lifted the receiver, barely pressing a few digits, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of his car. He whirled around and froze, eyes wide with disbelief. He had parked meticulously within the designated space. Certain such diligence would spare him misfortune. Yet a spacecraft descended from the heavens and slammed directly onto his vehicle, crushing it into mangled scrap metal. It had only been purchased that very morning. The alien vessel's hatch slid open, and out strode a figure clad in cobalt blue battle armor. None other than Vegeta. A trademark princely smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he murmured to himself, triumphant. That key signature just now. Was it Kakarot? Humph. So his training has grown lax. I far surpass him now. 3 years earlier, upon Raditz's arrival on Earth, Vegeta's Saiyan pride had flared beyond restraint. Being second best was tolerable, but third, unthinkable, and the prince of the Saiyans would never accept fourth place. From that day onward, he trained with fanatical intensity, until a year ago a major incident at Capsule Corporation left him humiliated after an inebriated Bulma provoked his fury, driving him to flee into deep space, where he mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Now he had returned. Scarcely touching down on Earth, he sensed Goku's ki, and discovered to his delight that the warrior's growth over these 3 years had stagnated, leaving him markedly weaker than Vegeta himself. His satisfaction swelled. He had surpassed Kakarot. His Saiyan pride, long dormant, surged back like a tidal wave. My car. Number 17 reeled, incensed. Yet mindful of 18's teachings, he restrained himself from striking. He knew well enough that killing the man would not restore his vehicle. Compensation remained the wiser course. Do you even know how to pilot a spacecraft? This is a parking space, not a landing pad. Compensate me now. Vegeta merely cast a cold, dismissive glance at number 17. Detecting no ki, he deemed the human unworthy of notice. Yet years spent living alongside Bulma had softened him ever so slightly. In his former days, he would have obliterated not just a car, but entire planets without a second thought. Instead, he tossed off a single imperious line. All this land belongs to me. I park where I please. Without another look, he turned to head home, eager to bathe and flaunt his power before Kakarot. Wait! Seeing Vegeta prepare to flee the scene, number 17 lunged forward to grab him. But the alien's suit was too slick, too alien to grasp. Reluctant to touch Vegeta's hands, he instead tapped the Saiyan's shoulder. Release me, growled the proud prince. No being dared lay hands upon his person. Compensate me. For my car, number 17 retorted, unyielding. There are always those who court death. Vegeta recalled the grainy image transmitted upon Raditz's arrival. The portrait of a farmer, mere 5 points in combat power, foolishly firing a gun at a Saiyan. Such a weak race, yet stubbornly defiant. He resolved to strike lightly, lest he kill the man outright. Yet his voice remained glacial. You brought this upon yourself. With a contemptuous flick, Vegeta shrugged off number 17's hand, intending to knock him unconscious. But number 17 moved faster, sensing the intent before it manifested. Ugh! A fist drove deep into Vegeta's abdomen, curling him forward like a shrimp. His eyes bulged to his mouth, spewed unidentifiable fluid. He slumped, unconscious. Are city dwellers truly this savage? Number 17 muttered, disgusted. First wrecking his car, then attempting violence. He hoisted the limp Saiyan onto his shoulder. Spotting the Capsule Corporation logo emblazoned on the spacecraft, he deduced Vegeta's connection to the company, and began dragging the unconscious prince toward its headquarters. This time he would secure compensation, by any means necessary. The grating screech of Vegeta's trousers scraping against asphalt grew unbearable. So when the corporation's entrance finally loomed, number 17 hurled him forward without hesitation. The impact sent Vegeta tumbling straight into the startled gazes of Piccolo and Tien Shinhan. All stared dumbfounded. VV Vegeta. Bulma gasped. Alongside Launch, equally stunned. Vegeta lay motionless, eyes closed, seemingly lifeless. At that moment, number 17 strode forward. Cool, composed, radiating quiet menace. The unconscious Vegeta, coupled with this imposing entrance, instantly reignited the room's fraying tension. Vegeta's been murdered. They're definitely villains. Bulma snapped, her composure shattering. First her son, now her husband. Both struck down. How could anyone believe them innocent? Raditz' earlier chaos had been excusable. But now even his younger brother had intervened. Launch rubbed her temples, exasperated. Retrieving a dragon radar from an old friend had never felt so arduous. Truth be told, they were scarcely acquainted anymore. Still she pressed on. Vegeta may have simply collapsed from heatstroke. She had no idea why she'd chosen such an absurd excuse. She'd rarely lied before. Had no practice, no finesse. I'm the one who knocked him out, number 17 declared, plainly baffled by his sister's deference toward these people. After all, he possessed immense power. Why bow before them? At his words, Piccolo and Tien stiffened, their vigilance sharpening. Clearly this black-haired man was no easy ally, unlike 18, whose calm demeanor had suggested diplomacy. Why? Launch asked. He crushed my car. I demanded compensation. He tried to attack me. Number 17 answered without embellishment. Ah, I see. Launch exhaled, relieved, then turned to the others. It's all a misunderstanding. Please lend us your dragon radar. No, never. You villains. You knock out my husband and call it a misunderstanding. Bulma roared, outraged. Ugh. Launch's expression darkened. Fine. If truth was the price of credibility, so be it. Don't you find it strange that I know each of your names? Her question instantly seized Piccolo's attention, and the others. Indeed, it was their first meeting. Only Raditz's name rang familiar among them. They knew Raditz solely because he'd slain Piccolo, and later brought Frieza to Earth, cementing his infamy. So how did 18 know them all? Her tone suggesting intimacy, even familiarity, yet she was a newcomer. Why did she feel so known? Then came her revelation. Explosive, undeniable. In truth, like Trunks from the future, I too am a traveler from time's distant horizon. What they? Piccolo recoiled, instinctively leaping to the darkest possibility. So you've come to finish what you started. Killing in the past what you failed to kill in the future? Truly. The former Demon King's imagination remained gloriously unhinged. Overwhelmed by misapprehension, Launch gritted her teeth and detonated her final confession. No, in that future, I am Krillin's wife. Silence fell. Absolute suffocating. Piccolo. Then, number 17. Raditz. Even Bulma stood frozen. Then, like a delayed transmission, shock erupted. A chorus of stunned exclamations tore through the air. Wah 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 what? Piccolo's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow a watermelon. Tien's 3 eyes widened to the size of bronze bells. Bulma, utterly unmoored, gaped in disbelief. No, surely not. That short, bald man. You married him. She scrutinized Launch, her radiant golden hair, her exquisite features, her figure rivaling even Bulma's own. Then registered the impossible conclusion she had wed Krillin. Are you surprised? Launch feigned composure, though her cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze darted away, unable to meet theirs. Instantly she regretted it. How undignified, how shamelessly earnest to declare such a thing aloud, as if she'd longed for it all along. Bulma abruptly vanished into Capsule Corporation, and reemerged moments later holding a circular device, the Dragon Radar. Here, take it. She extended it toward Launch, whose astonishment mirrored the sudden shift in generosity. Why? So suddenly compliant? Launch asked, bewildered. If you dare tell that kind of joke, you can't be entirely bad. It's no joke. Launch blurted, emboldened by sheer mortification, and accepted the radar with trembling hands. Let's go. 17 Raditz. Her face still burning, she fled the scene, at once launching skyward with flight technique. Number 17 stood rooted, stunned by his sister's bombshell. A time traveler, married to someone else? He half wondered if her neural reconfiguration had damaged her mind. Watching 18 vanish into the distance, he abandoned thoughts of car compensation. First he needed answers about the future. Claims could wait. Come on, Raditz. Let's move. Number 17 called out as he departed, remembering he'd been the one to release him. He regarded Raditz almost as a pet he'd adopted. Oh, right. Raditz replied, dazed and hollow-eyed. His mind reeled. Beyond time travelers, there were reincarnators too. Wasn't that against the rules? Most stories allowed only one transmigrator, or perhaps a single reincarnator. Yet here, 3. Boldly, brazenly breaking every convention. Raditz swore. If this world were a novel, he'd hunt down its author and execute him for literary treason. The pain, excruciating. Would a goddess bearing memories of the future harbor some secret tenderness for that bald-headed man? And might that affection interfere with his pursuit of her? Frustration warred with a sour pang of jealousy. Dazed, he drifted after number 17, already sensing deep in his gut the quiet certainty of defeat. Yet this longing ran deeper than circumstance. It had taken root long before his transmigration. While watching Dragon Ball itself, it was etched into his soul. Even knowing 18 might favor Krillin, he could not sever it. What if he spoke ill of Krillin before her, or showcased his own virtues more boldly? Might she reconsider? He knew it unlikely, yet he would try, for he was a man who never surrendered. And if he succeeded, holding 18 in his arms at night, recalling she'd once been another's wife, wouldn't that thrill him all the more? Raditz's train of thought grew too lurid for the narrator to continue. The focus now shifted back to 18 launch. Armed with the Dragon Radar, launch immediately enacted her plan, summoning 19 who'd been observing from above, and enlisting both number 17 and Raditz in the quest for the Dragon Balls. During their journey, number 17 questioned her about the future, and she revealed fragment cells' emergence, his temporal origin, and his absorption of them to achieve perfection. Though incredulous, number 17 ultimately trusted his sister. Still, she urged him not to fear. Thanks to new cells infused by Dr. Gero, both in her and in him, their combat prowess far exceeded their future selves. Cell posed no true threat. Just beware his tail. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible, she warned, recalling the visceral horror of her prior absorption. Having recounted Earth's events, the narrative pivoted to planet Arlia, where Krillin still trained with relentless discipline. Perched atop a mountain peak in lotus position, he opened his eyes abruptly, as if sensing something. Kakarot's key. He's transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet it vanished just as quickly. Krillin frowned. Adrift in space for so long, his sense of time had eroded. But he knew one thing: the android arc would begin with Piccolo's surge in power. Should Piccolo's energy spike suddenly, signaling his fusion with the Namekian god, that would mark the arc's midpoint. Returning then would place him perfectly, just in time to confront Cell. After bidding farewell to the people of the Yadalat star, Shaolin used instant transmission to arrive at Namek. Due to the vast distance from Earth, it was difficult for Shaolin to sense the energy of Wukong and the others without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Upon arriving at Namek, he entrusted Shenlong Por Galen to send him back to Earth. Back on Earth, Shaolin looked around and found that there was no significant damage, and he sensed that many Earthlings' energies still existed. Very good. No large-scale battles occurred. Shaolin was worried that some unforeseen event might have happened. He then instantaneously moved to Karen Tower. Karen was startled by the sudden appearance, and after asking, Karen learned that the Senzu beans had already been given to Yachirobe to deliver to Wukong and the others to deal with the androids. So the androids have already emerged. Then farewell, Karen. Shaolin sensed Piccolo's energy and realized that he was with Tianjin Fan, prompting him to continue instantaneously moving. Impressive. You reached such a distant place in an instant. Karen, possessing keen perception of energy, quickly noticed Shaolin appearing in the far-off eastern city. Just then Yachirobe returned. How is it? What do you mean? I mean, have you encountered the androids? Who would encounter such dangerous beings? I just delivered. Yachirobe suddenly remembered that he hadn't given the Senzu beans to Wukong and the others. In the Eastern City Capsule Corporation, Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks were moved in by Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. So strong. Tianjin Fan spoke first. Although Wukong had transformed into that golden-haired form, which was already quite extraordinary, he was still knocked down in one round by Raditz. Tianjin Fan could only think of letting Gohan take action. After all, Gohan had easily defeated the terrifying Golden Frieza when he transformed into that red-haired Saiyan. No way. Piccolo opposed. Although Gohan was powerful, he was still a child and not suited for battle, and that time he had transformed only after sacrificing himself. Do I need to sacrifice myself again this time? Moreover, it's been 3 years and Gohan still hasn't managed to transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone a red-haired Saiyan. Tianjin Fan fell silent. Suddenly, whoosh! A figure appeared abruptly before the two. Shaolin? The two exclaimed simultaneously, having no idea how Shaolin had appeared so suddenly, startling them. This is instant transmission. It is the result of my training over the years. Shaolin explained his training situation over the years, talking about not needing a spaceship to travel through space, collecting energy from other planets to supply his own consumption, and the conversion between his physical body and energy, leaving Piccolo and Tianjin Fan in astonishment. Are you sure you're talking about your training and not just spinning a fantasy tale? Shaolin? When did you arrive? Bulma, who had just calmed little Trunks, walked in and saw Shaolin here. Reluctantly, Shaolin explained instant transmission to Bulma. After some pleasantries, Piccolo and Tianjin Fan also told Shaolin about what had happened during this time. For example, Raditz defeated Wukong and Trunks while they were in Super Saiyan form. Upon hearing this, Shaolin frowned. Could someone easily defeat Wukong in Super Saiyan form? When Shaolin left Earth, Wukong had a battle power of 6 million. Now he should be even stronger, yet the stronger Wukong lost to Raditz. This left Shaolin somewhat perplexed. He remembered that although Raditz was also a traverser, he did not enjoy training. Could it be his golden finger? Shaolin previously speculated that Raditz must have a golden finger that could siphon others' battle powers. But to defeat Wukong, one would need a battle power of at least 300 million. Where would Raditz find so many targets to siphon from? The other two androids should be Android 17 and Android 18. Shaolin inquired. Android 17 and Android 18. Piccolo and Tianjin Fan were taken aback. They had not caught up with Lazuli's introduction just now. The boy with black hair is Android 17, and the girl with blonde hair is Android 18, Shaolin reminded. Alright, Tianjin Fan said, so you already know about them. It seems just like that woman said. Bulma suddenly interjected. This left Shaolin confused. What do you mean? Just that. Bulma then said something that left Shaolin bewildered. That Android 18 said she would be your wife in the future. Ah, what? What? Even as a traverser, Shaolin was unsure how to respond. This? Really, if you don't believe me, ask Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. After hearing Bulma's words, Shaolin looked to Piccolo and Tianjin Fan for confirmation. Piccolo, blushing, said he was just a 12-year-old child and didn't understand these things. Tianjin Fan nodded. As a handsome three-eyed man, he was liked by many girls and had known these things long ago. That Android 18 said she was from the future, just like Trunks, Tianjin Fan added. The future? Did she come through a time machine, or is she a reincarnator? Shaolin was puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it. Although he was a traverser, he shared one similarity with the original Shaolin. That was a lack of confidence in his appearance. Even knowing the plot of the anime, he never developed any inappropriate thoughts about Android 18. Let's not talk about that. Since Android 18 hasn't harmed you, it also means they are not bad people, Shaolin said. Then he sighed in relief. So our biggest enemy now is Cell. Cell. Piccolo and the others heard this name for the first time. To avoid making them feel uneasy, Shaolin falsely claimed that he learned the ability to foresee from the Yadalat people. There is a green monster capable of regenerating severed limbs with a large tail behind it that can absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to become its complete form. We need to kill him before he absorbs them. Shaolin finished. Bulma and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances with a sweating Piccolo. A green monster with regeneration abilities. That's definitely you, Piccolo. Shaolin understood the thoughts of the others and couldn't help but feel speechless. He quickly provided a detailed description of Cell's appearance, mentioning everything from a sharp chin to spots all over his body. Not long after, Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks woke up. At this moment, all three were quite confused. After exchanging glances, they realized that the 3 Super Saiyans had been defeated in an instant. Such a disgrace. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Then Bulma excitedly informed Vegeta that Trunks was his son. Vegeta's expression instantly turned into a husky meme. With his limited mathematical knowledge, he could calculate. He knew he was now around 27 or 28, subtracting Trunks' 17-year-old appearance. This meant he would have had the son when he was 10 years old. 10 years old? He hadn't even fully developed at that age. Moreover, apart from an accident with Bulma a year ago, Vegeta had never had that sort of life. Could it be that Saiyans as a warrior race could achieve pregnancy through battle? What are you thinking? This is future Trunks. Bulma reminded him. Future Trunks. Bulma was still confused and didn't quite understand what was going on. What I mean is, yes, you are an incompetent father. You didn't come back to visit me when I gave birth to him. Bulma rubbed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed. What? What I mean is this child is mine and yours. Now that he has grown up, he has returned from the future. Bulma explained. Vegeta was shocked. Is this a revelation? But the fact that this child could transform into a Super Saiyan indeed indicated he had Saiyan blood. There's no doubt he was his child. Suddenly becoming a father. This feeling is so strange. What? It was you who insisted on doing it after drinking. Vegeta tried to salvage his pride. Bulma immediately covered Vegeta's mouth, angrily whispering in his ear. You idiot, is that something to say casually? Shaolin and Tianjin Fan both looked puzzled, their eyes involuntarily drifting elsewhere. Wukong, on the other hand, looked completely innocent. Piccolo merely stated that he was just a 12-year-old child. Since Super Saiyans can't defeat the androids, then it'll surpass Super Saiyans. Vegeta proposed his idea. What? Surpass Super Saiyans? Is that even possible? Trunks was puzzled. Idiot, we Saiyans are the strongest warrior race in the universe. How could we stagnate? Vegeta admonished his son, asserting that as a descendant of the Saiyan prince, he should possess the pride of a Saiyan. I know a good place for training where 1 year equals a day here, Wukong suggested at this moment. Thus the 3 Super Saiyans began to act according to the original plot, heading to the time chamber of the otherworld for training. Piccolo also expressed his intention to find the Kai. Seeing everyone leave, Shaolin decided it was time to get serious. He needed to find Cell, and then kill him. However, Cell could hide his energy. He was a cunning character. So Shaolin first went to find the fortune teller Baba, but Baba also seemed unable to locate Cell. Left with no choice, Shaolin had to rely on collecting Dragon Balls to summon Shenlong. Instantly transmitting back to Kame House to retrieve the Dragon Radar, Master Roshi was shocked as he abruptly turned from a yoga program on TV to Shaolin. When did Shaolin come back? Master Roshi asked. It's a long story, Master Roshi. I'll tell you later. After obtaining the Dragon Radar, Shaolin emitted a burst of white energy and vanished into the distant sky, leaving behind a long trail. Shaolin looked at the Dragon Radar, which already had several Dragon Balls clustered together. He suspected they were collected by Android 18 and the others, so he would go collect the next ones. Shaolin set off towards one of the scattered Dragon Balls, casually scanning for any signs of Cell during his flight. To his surprise, he truly made a discovery. In a small town, it was strangely silent, with abandoned cars and clothes scattered everywhere. It was just like the plot of the anime. It was Cell. At that moment, inside an airport, there was a pair of siblings. The sister, about 17 years old, was named Kai Xia, and the brother, 9 years old, was named Kai Dong. They had brown hair, the sister wore a low ponytail, while the brother had a clean-cut boy's hairstyle. Sister, I'm so tired. Can we stop? No, Kai Dong, that monster is about to catch up. Just hold on a little longer. Once we get out of the warehouse, we can escape on a plane. The sister Kai Xia pulled her brother up and ran with all her might, even though her heart ached for her brother. It was a matter of life and death. Today, a terrifying monster suddenly appeared in the town. Those who saw it were left with only their clothes. The Kai siblings were also targeted by the monster, but it seemed to enjoy tormenting them, continuously pursuing them without attacking. The siblings escaped the warehouse, activating the mechanism to close the massive yellow hangar door. This was a warehouse for storing planes, so the door was as large as an ordinary house, and once closed, no one could get out. Kai Xia thought they were safe, crouching with her brother in front of the closed hangar door, gasping for breath. Suddenly the door emitted a loud sound and cracked open a gap large enough for a person to pass through. The Kai siblings were flung out by the immense force. Kai Xia did her best to shield her brother, but in doing so she sustained several injuries. Hee. A strange laugh echoed from the gap in the door, and then a green humanoid monster with a sharp chin walked out. Game over, little cookies. The monster swiftly approached the siblings, a thick and bizarre needle-like tail appearing before them, poised to strike at the sister. But a shadow zipped by, causing the tail to regretfully stab into the cement ground. Oh, Shaolin, what a coincidence. I didn't need to go looking for you, saving me a lot of effort. The monster spoke human language. At that moment, the Kai siblings were being shielded by Shaolin, who was slowly descending from the sky. See the comments for a picture of Kai Xia and Kai Dong. Sister Kai Xia tightly closed her eyes, initially preparing to face death, only to find herself unexpectedly saved. The one saving her was a muscular little bald man. Kai Xia looked up at her savior's face. Not knowing if it was the bridge effect, she found Shaolin, who wasn't exactly handsome, quite cute at this moment. Thank you for saving us, Kai Xia said with sparkling eyes. Upon hearing her gratitude, Shaolin realized these siblings were just minor characters from the TV version of Dragon Ball. But since they expressed their thanks, he should respond. No need to thank me. There's a plane over there, you should leave here quickly. Xiao Lin released the siblings and then faced the monster alone. Kaixia continued to express her gratitude a few more times before leading her brother towards the nearby plane, glancing back several times as they ran. I've been looking for you for a long time, Cell. At this moment, Xiao Lin finally turned to face the green monster. Indeed, this monster was Cell in his first form. This Sharu, like the great Tian Shinhan, also traveled here through the time machine, so he is quite familiar with the situation of the Z-warriors. In Sheriff's memory, Xiaolin had low fighting power and was quite timid. However, now it seems a bit different. This Xiaolin looks at him with confidence and shows no signs of wanting to escape. Alright, it must be because he is concealing his energy, so this little bald head is not afraid of him. Hehe, I will let you feel fear immediately. Sharu thinks Xiaolin's strength among the warriors is not impressive. With just a little effort, he could easily slaughter him. No, draining him completely would be better. After all, even a weak warrior is better than a human from Earth. Sheriff's arrogance and underestimation lead him to not adopt a fighting stance at all. Xiaolin has already begun to charge the Kamehameha. Hehe. Sharu decides to take this Kamehameha hidden without dodging to give Xiaolin a shock. But Xiaolin had already anticipated his overconfidence. One must know that possessing Saiyan cells is like riding the waves to the heavens. Saiyans are known for dying in flamboyant ways. 20 times Kaioken new energy flow, 20 times amplification. Red steam bursts forth from Xiaolin's body, and the Kamehameha in his hands suddenly intensifies and brightens. What? Sharu is left dumbfounded. This power. Is Xiaolin really that strong? Sharu wants to dodge, but it is already too late. Ah! Amidst a series of sounds, Sharu is obliterated in the wave of light. Xiaolin remembers that Sharu has a core in his mind. As long as it is not destroyed, he can regenerate infinitely. Now that Sharu is acting so overconfidently, when else would he take the chance to eliminate him with full force? The Kamehameha shoots straight into the sky, still noticeable even in daylight. Looking at the vast chasm that has appeared in front of him, Xiaolin does not let his guard down. Suddenly, Xiaolin disappears from his spot using instant transmission. Behind a massive warehouse, a mass is writhing and regenerating, eventually becoming Sharu again. It turns out he just used all his energy to protect his core. He had hidden in another location just as the Kamehameha created smoke. Sharu cautiously peeks out, wanting to see what Xiaolin is doing. But he finds no one there. It seems he thinks he has been killed. Humph, what a fool. Sharu feels proud in his heart, yet is puzzled as to why this version of Xiaolin is so powerful. He almost sent me flying with one strike. It seems I need to absorb more humans. Sharu mutters to himself. Well then, I must kill you once more. A sudden voice sounds, and before Sharu can turn around, a fist strikes him in the face. Ugh! Sharu lets out a muffled grunt, his body flying away like a cannonball, damaging several large warehouses along the way. Iron plates and beams fall onto Sharu. Damn! Damn it! Sharu stands up from the ruins of the warehouse. He had clearly suppressed his energy to the lowest level, but why was he still discovered? Just as Sharu steadies himself, Xiaolin appears in front of him, using instant transmission, unleashing a relentless barrage, leaving Sharu with no chance to fight back. Instant transmission requires sensing the energy of others to be utilized. However, Xiaolin had the idea on the planet Yardrat. Upon seeing Sharu, he secretly transformed his energy into small energy balls scattered around. These energy balls are so small that they cannot be seen by the naked eye, but they do not cause harm. They are merely for positioning. Xiaolin relies on these tiny energy balls for instant transmission. Besides that, these energy balls also form a circular barrier. Any being that appears within this circular range will cause the energy balls to shift, and Xiaolin can sense these movements keenly. Therefore, even if Sharu can conceal his energy, as long as he is within this circular range, Xiaolin will sense him. This idea did not come from Dragon Ball, but from another anime Xiaolin watched in his previous life. Hunter x Hunter. It's very good. It also has the concept of energy called Nen in that series. The circle is inspired by the 4 major principles of Nen from Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is good, but the author loves to play mahjong and goes on breaks. Charging from the ground to the sky, then crashing back down, Sharu is almost torn apart, and his body crashes to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. According to the conventions of the Dragon Ball anime, battles should stop when there is dust. But Xiaolin is very unprincipled, and relying on his keen perception of energy, he instantly teleports to continue attacking Sharu, who collapses to the ground. At this moment, Xiaolin grabs the powerless Sharu and throws him into the sky. Sharu has used all his strength to endure the beating and cannot resist at all. On the ground, Xiaolin again erupts with energy, shouting, Kamehameha! Ha! A massive Kamehameha shoots up into the sky like a giant pillar, seemingly attempting to prop up the heavens. Just as Sharu is about to be killed, a figure flashes by and Sharu disappears with him. Xiaolin immediately halts the Kamehameha, sensing that Sharu has been rescued. However, he did not expect this person at all. Raditz. Shorty. Raditz is currently flying in the sky holding Sharu by the tail. Sharu slowly opens his eyes and sees a sturdy man holding him. Just as Sharu gets a clear look at Raditz's face, Raditz throws Sharu away, making him disappear into the horizon. Are you here to save Sharu? Xiaolin is somewhat confused. He does not understand why Raditz would save Sharu. No, I just don't like you, Raditz says with a hint of resentment. In fact, Raditz was originally looking for Dragon Balls, but suddenly felt a powerful energy here. He came over and upon seeing Xiaolin felt an inexplicable sourness rise in his heart. Especially thinking that, in the future, Android 18 would be this shorty's wife, picturing that exquisite figure beneath this shorty. Raditz feels an unnamed rage in his heart. Aren't you trying to kill Sharu? I won't let you. So Raditz, with a mindset opposing Xiaolin, saves Sharu. The moment he threw Sharu away, Raditz thought of something. What if, without Xiaolin, Android 18 would reconsider? Yes, as long as I kill Xiaolin here, it will be fine. Raditz uses the power level detector from Dr. Gero to see that Xiaolin's base power level is only 8 million. Hee trash. Raditz feels even more confident. Just like Raditz, Xiaolin also harbors murderous intent. He initially thought that since they were both traversers, the other would be a good person, so he let him go. Unexpectedly, that decision led to such a significant change in the plot of Dragon Ball. Xiaolin cannot sense Raditz's strength, but he learns from Piccolo and the others that Raditz has become an android. Thus, he does not underestimate him. The two face each other, and after a brief silence, both erupt with energy, exchanging a fist in midair. An invisible pressure from their fists forms a circle that spreads out, sending the buildings below flying, and the once lush trees become bare, while the calm sea in the distance rises to form a massive wave. So fast. Such a powerful punch. In terms of strength, Xiaolin is at a disadvantage, and he realizes that Raditz's power is above his. At least around 800 million power level. Xiaolin retreats to relieve the pressure of Raditz's power. His own 10-fold Kamehameha, 20-fold Kaioken, and 20-fold new energy flow can only push his strength to 400 million. Against Raditz, who has 800 million, there is no chance of victory. But that's just the theoretical aspect of power levels. The real outcome also depends on the difference in combat skills. Long before the battle with Goku on King Kai's planet, Xiaolin contemplated methods to defeat opponents much stronger than himself. Now is the time to put those ideas into practice. With 10-fold Kamehameha, 20-fold Kaioken, and 20-fold new energy flow, Xiaolin has adapted well to this form. He can maintain it for half a day if he wishes. Why are you hesitating in a fist fight? Weren't you quite impressive before? Where did that high and mighty demeanor of deciding my fate go? Raditz laughs maniacally. He knows from the previous punch that Xiaolin is not his opponent, so he releases all his suppressed emotions. Trash should stay in the trash heap. Raditz charges back again, moving at great speed. Xiaolin's dynamic vision cannot keep up, and since Raditz is an android, he cannot sense the energy. But Xiaolin has his own new trick circle. The area within a kilometer has long been covered by the small energy balls Xiaolin released. As long as Raditz makes any move within this area, Xiaolin can sense it. Although 800 million is high, Xiaolin can barely keep up with Raditz's speed through the application of the circle. At this moment, by using his combat experience to predict, it is not difficult to guess Raditz's method of attack. Raditz's fist swings towards Xiaolin's bald head. If it lands, it will surely burst like a watermelon. But Xiaolin uses instant transmission. Normal movement cannot outpace Raditz, and he would be caught. Raditz's fist misses and his body leans forward, creating an opening. Xiaolin instantly teleports behind him and delivers a punch to Raditz's waist. So hard. Turns out to be a mechanical leg. Raditz angrily turns around, and Xiaolin had anticipated this. Thus Raditz's fist misses again. Xiaolin teleports to Raditz's back again and strikes the back of his head. Raditz feels pain. This kind of pain is bearable, but it infuriates Raditz. Clearly his opponent's strength is weaker, yet he just cannot land a hit. Every time Raditz attacks, Xiaolin can predict and dodge, then teleport for sneak attacks, gradually wearing Raditz down. Although these attacks are not strong, accumulating them will result in significant damage. As time passes, Raditz begins to sense something is off. His strength seems to be declining. That's right, it is declining. Because Raditz is only a semi-mechanical android, he lacks an infinite energy source, leading to his energy decreasing as he exchanges blows with Xiaolin. Damn it! Raditz fires an energy blast at Xiaolin, seizing the opportunity to escape while Xiaolin dodges. Xiaolin, of course, cannot allow that. Energy circle slash. Xiaolin unleashes an advanced technique with one hand. The glaring energy circle flies towards Raditz like a scythe ready to reap lives. Raditz can naturally evade it. However, what follows is Xiaolin's instant transmission for close-range attack. Foolish. Raditz is overjoyed to see Xiaolin suddenly appear before him. He intends to retaliate with all his might. But Xiaolin smirks. Just as Raditz prepares to strike, Xiaolin vanishes again. To be precise, he swaps places with the energy circle that was flying away. This is Xiaolin's new skill developed from instant transmission reverse instant transmission. This technique allows him to switch positions with the energy blasts he fires. What? Raditz, unable to even utter a word, finds the energy circle has already severed his entire right arm. On my hand. Raditz clutches his severed arm, and once upon a time this was not just his right arm. It was also his companion through many lonely nights. Now it is gone. From now on it will be called Yonggua. The pain is unbearable. Raditz is at a loss. He has no hand. Xiaolin seizes the moment of Raditz's shock to unleash several energy circle slashes to finish him off. But just as he is about to do so, Xiaolin suddenly feels an intense heartache. His heart races, and it seems all the blood in his body is about to be drained. The energy circle that Xiaolin had gathered begins to dissipate. He instinctively clutches his chest, his face contorted in pain, and he can no longer use the sky dance technique, crashing to the ground. Xiaolin curls up on the ground like a shrimp, groaning in pain. At this moment, a term emerges from his lips: heart disease. This feeling is different from a heart attack in reality. It is akin to the heart disease that Son Goku suffered in the original work. The cause is excessive use of the Kaioken. Raditz did not expect that Xiaolin not only did not kill him, but also curled up on the ground. This is an opportunity. Raditz feels both anger and excitement at this moment. Angry that he has turned into Yonggua. Excited that he can finally kill this detestable shorty. Die, you bastard. Even the heavens are on my side now. Raditz forces his bleeding to stop and stretches out a hand, gathering an energy blast. A dazzling beam heads towards Xiaolin. Xiaolin senses the approach of death, but finds himself powerless to resist. Damn it! Xiaolin tries to struggle, but it is futile at this point. Heart disease in the Dragon Ball world is terrifying. Just when Xiaolin is in despair, a slender figure appears before him. Pong! The energy wave shot by Raditz is knocked away. The energy wave flies back, grazing Raditz's stunned face, and ultimately shoots into outer space. 10, 18. Xiaolin recognizes that figure. He has seen it in over 100 episodes of the anime. In the distance, a powerful surge of energy was felt. The newly gathered Dragon Balls caught the attention of Razali, who thought that this immense energy might be from Cell. Razali felt that if it was indeed Cell, she would eliminate him. However, upon arriving, she discovered two familiar figures in a fierce battle. Shaolin. Razali was taken aback. She had previously wondered why she hadn't seen Shaolin at Capsule Corporation, thinking he was too cowardly to show up. But now he had even severed Raditz's hand. Did Shaolin possess such formidable power? Razali recalled her past life. Shaolin was not that strong at all. Razali found it strange. Although it was the past, everything felt unfamiliar to her. Until she saw Shaolin suddenly clutching his chest and plummeting from the sky, Razali ultimately decided to intervene and save him. At that moment, Shaolin was still curled up on the ground, too weak to resist, indifferent to whether the one saving him would help or not, murmuring, "Help. Ask for Tien, medicine." Razali couldn't understand what he meant, but seeing Shaolin in such agony, her brow furrowed as she looked at the Dragon Balls in her arms, seemingly making a resolute decision. Why save him? This guy is our enemy," Raditz exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, Raditz looked maddened. Even the pain from his recently severed hand didn't provoke such a reaction. Speaking of pain, the torment in his heart far outweighed the pain in his hand. This was a rare opportunity. He was so close to killing that annoying little squirt. At this moment, Raditz recalled what number 18 had said back at Capsule Corporation. Number 18 claimed she had also come back from the future. So she must know Shaolin. After all, in the original Dragon Ball, number 18 was indeed Shaolin's wife. Damn it! Is it because of this connection? Why does heaven not grant me a single opportunity? There's still one way. Raditz suddenly thought that Shaolin, like himself, was a traveler. If number 18 learned that her husband had been replaced by another soul, would she still consider him her husband? With this thought, a cruel smile appeared on Raditz's face as he shouted, "Number 18. That Shaolin's soul was replaced years ago. The Shaolin before you is not the one you know." Razali was stunned by Raditz's words. But soon she flashed in front of Raditz, extending her hand and asking, "Where are the Dragon Balls? What are you trying to do?" Raditz suddenly thought of a ridiculous possibility and exclaimed, "You don't mean to use the Dragon Balls to cure this guy's illness, do you?" I already said his soul has been switched. He's not your husband. Before Raditz could finish, he was suddenly struck in the face. He was sent flying, ultimately crashing into the distant sea. At the same time, the Dragon Balls that Raditz had just found were taken away. After obtaining the Dragon Balls, Razali returned to Xiao Lin's side. At this moment, all the Dragon Balls were gathered, and they began to glow softly when placed together. As the incantation was recited, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a gigantic dragon spiraled through the clouds and appeared before Razali. State your wish. Cure this guy's illness. The Eternal Dragon glanced at the curled-up, bald man on the ground, recognizing him as a long-time user. However, this time the task seemed quite difficult. This illness exceeds my capabilities. The Eternal Dragon's voice was very authoritative, carrying an air of superiority. Repeat that. Razali had already summoned a ki blast in her hand, and the pressure made the Eternal Dragon feel a sense of life-threatening danger. In an instant, the dragon's authority crumbled. I apologize, I hadn't finished speaking. While I cannot treat him directly, I can replicate the medicine that Trunks gave Goku 3 years ago. That medicine should be effective. Then stop wasting time and hurry up, guys. The Eternal Dragon did not dare to delay. This scene reminded him of when he was obliterated by Demon King Piccolo many years ago. After producing the medicine, he felt himself transforming back into the Dragon Balls, vanishing before Razali. Immediately after acquiring the medicine, Razali fed it to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin's expression seemed to ease a bit after taking the medicine, but he was still in pain. The anomaly at this moment also attracted the attention of number 17 and number 19. Number 18. You just summoned the Eternal Dragon, why do I still feel the bomb inside me? After number 17 spoke, he noticed Xiao Lin lying on the ground. Thinking to himself, is this the man my sister is involved with? Did she use the Dragon Balls just to save him? Then what about our bombs? Number 17 was bewildered, feeling as if he were not her real brother. But he said nothing. Without number 17 speaking, number 19 was even less inclined to say anything. On the other hand, after being knocked into the sea, Raditz was rescued. The one who saved him was none other than Cell. Are you all right? Cell had been quietly observing since he had just rescued Raditz. He realized that the androids in this timeline were exceptionally powerful, any one of them could easily take him on. One of his targets, number 18, seemed even more terrifying. This made the first form of Cell tremble with fear. He had no choice. Cell could only choose to team up with others. And Raditz was a good choice. Cell thought this guy was evil enough, and having just been beaten by number 18, he would definitely want revenge. Indeed, as Cell surmised, Raditz was filled with despair, and his love had turned to hate. Damn it, that bitch would rather choose a bald guy than me. Raditz gritted his teeth, his voice causing Cell to feel a bit of a grimace. I'll help you as long as you let me evolve into my final form. I can help you take revenge. Cell recalled his mission and began persuading Raditz. Seeing this green creature with a sharp mouth and monkey-like face, Raditz thought of his pain and hatred for number 18 and Xiao Lin, and a plan started to form. That's right. He would help Cell. Let him absorb number 17 in front of number 18. Then in front of Xiao Lin, absorb number 18. By the way, Raditz suddenly asked Cell, do you have reproductive organs? Reproduce. Cell was taken aback, then lifted his tail and said, once I reach my ultimate form, I can produce mini-cells. Not that kind of reproduction. Raditz planned to show him his own male organ, but they had already lost touch and things had changed. There was no way to explain it with physical examples. So he spent considerable effort to make Cell understand. I have no gender, so I don't need to reproduce. Therefore, I don't have such things. Cell shook his head, feeling confused as to why Raditz was asking such questions. Did he want to mate with him? How frightening this person is. Oh really? Raditz felt a little disappointed. In his past life, he had seen not only the original Dragon Ball but also fan-made versions. He had seen various ambitions, breeding grounds, and sexual techniques. Since Cell didn't have that organ, he couldn't get involved with that little squirt. Raditz was filled with endless resentment, believing that whatever means he used against the opponent was justified. Next, Raditz and Cell hit it off, and Raditz used his clever mind to strategize for Cell. In a town next to a southern island, at the police station. Inside the detention room, a balding man was banging on the door. Damn it, let me out. Do you know who I am? I am the famous Dr. Gero. Previously, number 18 had left Drive Gero at the bank in the town and had broken the bank's entrance, leading to suspicion of robbery. When the police arrived, only Dr. Gero was left unconscious on the ground with a note on him stating he was the robber. Moreover, the police couldn't find any more suspicious targets, so Dr. Gero was left to take the blame. When Dr. Gero woke up and found himself at the police station, he immediately caused a commotion, but the police ignored him, treating him merely as a political achievement. After all, in such a small town, a bank robbery of this magnitude hadn't happened in over a decade. Even if it wasn't a robbery, it had to be one. Thus what awaited Dr. Gero was transportation to a much larger prison. If he truly went in, he wouldn't be out for decades. Wouldn't he have to sit there until he died? Dr. Gero absolutely wouldn't allow that. He hadn't even seen the ultimate warriors he created. If he had known this would happen, he would have modified himself into an android beforehand. If he were an android, could these little police officers really hold him? Damn it! Dr. Gero angrily pounded the wall to vent his frustration. At that moment the wall he struck exploded and the shockwave knocked him against the opposite wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dr. Gero rubbed his head as he slowly got up, only to find that the wall in front of him had disappeared, allowing him to see the chaos inside the police station. A one-armed muscular man was rampaging around, while a tall green humanoid creature had his tail inserted into a person extracting something. Within moments that person had turned into a mere outfit. Watching these two murderous figures, Dr. Gero felt a genuine fear, a terror that a weak life felt in the presence of a strong one. Damn it! Dr. Gero tried to escape, but as he took a few steps a tail wrapped around him. Wait, Cell, don't kill him. This is Dr. Gero. Just as Dr. Gero thought he was doomed, the muscular man halted everything. This old man is Dr. Gero. Cell pulled Dr. Gero closer for inspection. Isn't he just an old useless human? How could he possibly create beings as powerful as us? Cell scoffed at the notion that a human with a power level below 5 could create such strong creatures. But this is the truth, Raditz interjected. Let him go. When that hypocritical saint let this old man go, little did she know he would become the key to their demise. I'm sure they'll regret it upon learning this. Cell released his tail from Dr. Gero, who immediately sat on the ground, gasping for breath, having nearly lost his life from that grip. Upon hearing their conversation, Dr. Gero realized that these two monsters were his own creations, Raditz and the stitched-together creature Cell, made from various powerful cells. Knowing they wouldn't kill him, Dr. Gero's courage grew. You are Cell. Why have you grown so large? In my plans, you shouldn't have emerged for at least another 5 years. Dr. Gero voiced his confusion. Surprised? Well, it's no wonder. I came here via a time machine. Cell crossed his arms, showing no respect for his father. Dr. Gero was furious that his creation showed him no respect, yet he had no way to restrain Cell now. Cell didn't have a bomb inside him like number 18. Time machine. Did I create it? Dr. Gero mused, realizing that only the most talented version of himself in the future could possibly invent such a device. You're just an old man, stop boasting. The time machine was created by Bulma from Capsule Corporation. By now your ashes don't even know where they went. Bulma? Dr. Gero searched his memory and recalled having met her long ago at a science exhibition. She was Dr. Brief's daughter and was known as a prodigy. He never expected she could invent something even he couldn't conceive. Interesting. If I get the chance, I really want to discuss the time machine with her. Dr. Gero's face showed genuine admiration. Stop wasting time, old man, Raditz said with a grim expression. He no longer wanted to hear topics related to Shaolin and number 18. We're here to rescue you, not to discuss science. Raditz threatened, gripping Dr. Gero's collar. Now we need to absorb number 17 and number 18. But their strength is too strong. Do you have any plans? Cell, with his arms crossed, eagerly awaited Dr. Gero's answer, as his biological instinct was to evolve into his ultimate form. There is Dr. Gero said, feeling pain from the collar being pulled. Why did all his creations show him such disrespect? Number 19 was the only one who was obedient and diligent. Dr. Gero explained that within number 17 and number 18's bodies, besides a bomb, there was also an emergency stop device. This device was originally designed to prevent the two androids from resisting during fusion with Cell. Very good, that setup is excellent. Raditz smiled cruelly, already envisioning number 18's despair. But he further questioned Dr. Gero, you didn't implant anything else in me, did you? If you did, I won't let you off. Oh, Dr. Gero exclaimed, appearing flustered, while thinking, how could he not have implanted something, you idiot? Aside from Cell, you all have my bombs inside you. I didn't read much, don't try to fool me. Raditz continued to press, feeling that Dr. Gero was hiding something. If you don't believe me, you can kill me right now. Dr. Gero regained some courage, knowing the truth. They wouldn't dare kill him, because with number 18 and number 17 present, Cell needed them to absorb both. At this moment, Dr. Gero felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, he had injected the cells of Golden Frieza and Red Science into number 17 and number 18, significantly boosting their strength. Otherwise, without that threat, he might not live much longer himself. A day later, Shaolin felt as if he had experienced a nightmare. Suddenly a jolt shook him, and he vaguely heard a woman's soft voice. "Number 17, drive slower." "I am already driving slowly. By the way, you have that bald guy sitting on your lap. How could you possibly bump into anything?" Shaolin slowly opened his eyes only to see what appeared to be two large dumplings in front of him. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly XXX. Shaolin was startled and immediately sat up, realizing he was seated in the second row of a car. Beside him sat the famous Android 18 from the Dragon Ball anime with golden hair and a fair face, her blue eyes gazing at him reminiscent of the vast sky and clouds. Shaolin recalled fragments of his previous memories, realizing he had been fighting Raditz when everything went black, just remembering an intense pain in his chest before losing control of his body. Then it seemed that Android 18 had saved him. However, Shaolin glanced at her voluptuous and attractive legs, and his throat involuntarily swallowed hard. His face flushed with embarrassment. "How could I have such thoughts? Amitba, my goal is the martial way. Thank you for saving me." Shaolin was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. "Is that all? We risked using a Dragon Ball wish to save you." A clear, youthful voice came from the driver's seat. Shaolin turned to see a black-haired boy with the same hairstyle as Android 18 driving. "Number 17. I'm really sorry." "Thank you," Shaolin stammered, unsure of what to say. When he watched the Android saga of Dragon Ball, the appearances of Android 17 and 18 exuded a strong boss-like aura, always giving Shaolin a feeling of immense power. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for many years, seeing these two still gave Shaolin a sense of unreality. "Drive carefully, I have some questions for him." Lazuli interrupted Shaolin and number 17's conversation, her eyes fixating on him, scanning him from head to toe as if trying to imprint him in her mind. As if she couldn't get a clear enough look, Lazuli shifted slightly closer to Shaolin, their faces mere centimeters apart. Shaolin instinctively leaned back, but there was nowhere to go as his back met the car door, leaving him forced to make eye contact with Lazuli. In his life, he had never experienced anything like this, and he found himself blushing furiously, the redness creeping all the way to his bald head. "Aren't you Shaolin?" Lazuli's words caught Shaolin off guard. After a moment's thought, he understood. Piccolo had mentioned that this Android 18 was from the future, like Trunks. Since Raditz was her teammate, he must have revealed his identity as a time traveler to win her over. Therefore, she now doubted that he was the Shaolin she knew. After contemplating for a moment, Shaolin ultimately admitted the truth. He felt there was no need to hide, especially since she had saved his life. Even if it meant facing her wrath for taking over her husband's body, he accepted it. "Yes, I am not the original Shaolin. To be precise, 5 years ago." Shaolin recounted the story of his time travel. Lazuli's face turned pale upon hearing this. Initially she didn't believe it, but now that he had confirmed it, the reality sank in. In that moment, scenes from Lazuli's memories with her husband and daughter seemed to shatter. It felt as if those familiar figures were drifting further away from her. Seeing her dazed expression, Shaolin felt a deep sense of guilt. If she had no memories of the future, he could continue to use this body with a clear conscience. But now she possessed memories of the future, and he occupied her husband's body. The nature of the situation had fundamentally changed. Shaolin pondered for a moment. "You can kill me, but even so, Shaolin won't return." He had already died once before. In the underworld, he had still been in control. Lazuli snapped back to reality upon hearing Shaolin's words. Looking at the face that was identical to her husband's, she felt conflicted. In terms of appearance and voice, it was all too familiar. But personality, it was somewhat similar, yet not entirely. Sigh. At that moment, number 19, who was flying in the air behind the car, suddenly spotted a yellow energy blast flying toward him. Before he could react, he was blown to pieces. The powerful explosion caused the car to veer off course. Number 17 skillfully rolled the car 360 degrees before it came to a stop. Lazuli remained steady, but Shaolin was not so lucky. He gasped in surprise as his body was thrown by the inertia, crashing into two soft objects. Woo-woo. Shaolin's eyes and mouth were engulfed in darkness, producing indistinct sounds. Lazuli lightly kicked him away before opening the door and getting out. Shaolin remained in the car, awkwardly shouting apologies, insisting he hadn't meant it. But Lazuli had already ignored him. Number 17 also got out of the car, complaining that the stolen vehicle was not as easy to drive as a bought one. While glancing at the two figures in the sky, they finally appeared after a day. Who is that? The shattered number 19 failed to elicit any sympathy from the others, as if it had never existed in the first place. Raditz Cell. Lazuli frowned. The figures in the sky were indeed Raditz and Cell. Surprisingly, Raditz was now mingling with Cell. It seemed he had turned into an enemy. At that moment, Raditz wore a malicious grin, appearing full of ill intent. His arm had been replaced by a mechanical prosthetic by Dr. Gero, significantly enhancing his battle power. The only downside was that this mechanical arm might be a bit too strong, easily snapping regular foes. But for Raditz it didn't matter. After all, he was no longer human. Currently Cell was only in his first form, and Lazuli and number 17 had no fear of them. It's fine if you don't speak. Soon you won't be able to speak at all. Lazuli raised her hands, a white aura erupting around her, ready to charge at Raditz. But at that moment Raditz suddenly pulled out a strange remote control, pink in color, resembling a remote for a jump scare. It was unclear who had the twisted sense of humor to design such a thing. As Raditz pressed the button, Lazuli's aura vanished. Her entire body suddenly went limp on the ground. At that moment an expression of disbelief appeared on Lazuli's face. What was happening? Her body had inexplicably grown weak, as if she had reverted to her pre-modification state, entirely resembling an ordinary human. Number 17 was equally surprised, finding that his once overwhelming power was now completely inaccessible. What's happening, Raditz? Did that controller malfunction? They don't seem to be in stasis. Cell appeared slightly flustered as the controller crafted by Dr. Gero was supposed to immobilize androids, putting them into a stasis state. Yet the two clearly still had the ability to move. Raditz, however, was as calm as ever. He had the most advanced combat power detector. Although number 17 and number 18 could still move, the combat power detector indicated their power levels had dropped to around 2. It seemed that while this shutdown device had not fully achieved its function, losing their strength without losing their sentience was still a notable outcome. Speaking of revenge, if the opponent cannot feel pain, is it still considered revenge? Go ahead, absorb number 17 first. Raditz shoved Cell forward. However, Cell was too timid. He lacked the device that could read combat power like Raditz did. But Raditz wouldn't tolerate any hesitation. He kicked Cell toward number 17's direction. Left with no choice, Cell reluctantly extended his tail to absorb him. As Cell prepared to absorb number 17, Raditz displayed an excited expression. Who would have thought, number 18, that your brother would be killed right before your eyes? Number 17 had entered a dazed state due to the loss of power. He had never imagined that he would be so lost after losing his strength. Lazuli stood in despair, aware of how dire the situation would be for her and her brother, yet feeling utterly powerless to change it. They couldn't even see Cell's figure now. Just then Lazuli and number 17 felt the scene before them suddenly shift, transforming into the entrance of the Capsule Corporation. At that moment Lazuli realized a hand was resting on her waist. Number 17 and number 18 were unable to discern what was happening due to their weakened state. But Raditz saw it clearly. A red figure suddenly burst from the car, placing hands on both of them before vanishing. Instant transmission. That damn shorty again. Raditz made an exaggerated expression. He was beginning to understand pain from the destruction of Konoha. How much weight can a bag of rice support? Cell was shadowed by Shaolin, and upon seeing that figure, he noticeably slowed down. Raditz, seeing Cell's ineptitude, became furious, venting all his anger on him. If it weren't for your hesitance, we would have already absorbed number 17. Useless, useless. Cell could only silently endure Raditz's wrath. Once Raditz had vented his anger and calmed down, he began to devise a strategy. It was obvious that Shaolin would take number 18 and number 17 to find Bulma. The only trouble was that Shorty's instant transmission. If he went after them, he would definitely take the two and escape. He needed to find a way to counter that instant transmission. Alright, I've got it. An idea struck Raditz. Are they dead? If not, get up quickly and go find Dr. Gero asked him if he has any inventions for disrupting energy perception. What do we need that for? Cell asked, confused. Why are you asking so many questions? Just do as you're told. Yes. Damn it, if you weren't so stupid, you'd have absorbed number 17 and number 18 by now. An hour later, no matter what, you must come to the Capsule Corporation. Otherwise, don't think about having any way to survive, Raditz said before flying off in a rage. Only after Raditz had disappeared into the distance did Cell dare to clench his fists tightly, a fierce expression on his face as he said, Damn it, that bastard actually dared to shout at me. I am the ultimate being of the future. You're just a half-finished product. Cell grumbled, still not daring to defy Raditz. He still needed Raditz's help to absorb number 17 and number 18. Cell also set off to find Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was currently hiding in his underground laboratory, watching Raditz and Cell through a spy robot. He wouldn't be foolish enough to go out and see for himself. Was he not afraid of dying? He had set up several underground laboratories on Earth, so even though the last one was destroyed by number 18, he still had plenty more. Now Dr. Gero had gained a lot of insight into the situation on Earth. He learned that Shaolin seemed to have obtained a skill for instant transmission from outer space. He had analyzed this technique using his spy robots and discovered that it could allow the human bodhi's energy to be digitized. It turned the body into a form of energy information which could be read and recombined at another location. What a peculiar technique. Dr. Gero was greatly impressed by it. However, Raditz seemed to be aware of its principles, or else he wouldn't have suggested to Cell to ask him for a device to disrupt energy perception. Energy was what those barbaric fighters called chi. Dr. Gero believed that chi was a form of energy as well. He knew that Earth fighters seemed to have a method for sensing chi and engaged in battles based on that. So when designing the androids, he invented a device capable of disrupting energy perception. Dr. Gero named this device the G device. Androids equipped with the G device would not be detectable by human fighters. Additionally, as long as they couldn't sense chi, Shaolin would be unable to use instant transmission. Dr. Gero understood that Raditz feared Shaolin would use instant transmission to escape into space with number 17 and number 18. Dr. Gero feared it too. After all, he wanted to see Cell's perfect form. This was his greatest masterpiece. Therefore, he needed to prevent Shaolin from using instant transmission. Dr. Gero thought for a moment. He simply needed to create a large-scale G device, one that could disrupt energy perception across the entire Earth, thereby trapping Shaolin. But this would take some time. He hoped Raditz could find a way to delay them. Dr. Gero stood up from the monitoring room, beginning to work on the G device that would cover the entire Earth. By the time Cell arrived at the underground laboratory, Dr. Gero was already hard at work. He informed Cell that he had methods to prevent Shaolin's instant transmission, but it would take several hours. Cell was somewhat puzzled. As the ultimate being, he was more combat-focused rather than academically inclined. However, since this old guy claimed to have a solution, he had no choice but to return to find Raditz. He wondered where Raditz was now. After all, that guy had no energy, making it impossible for him to sense him. Just as Cell was hesitating, the television in the underground laboratory suddenly flickered and a familiar face appeared. Cell squinted. Good grief, it was Raditz. How did this guy end up on television? Was he trying to become a star?